Chapter 181. Could these elves be believers of the evil god? Would the elves take revenge? The old dwarf Balin was very doubtful if the peaceful and life-loving elves even had the concept of revenge in their minds. Anyway, he didn't believe it. And as it turned out, these elves didn't look like they were out for revenge either. But then, why? In the old dwarf's understanding, elves would never initiate a conflict. But the scene he had just witnessed completely overturned his perception of the elves. If he hadn't seen it wrong, the 5 giant scorpions attacking the elves were the ones they had just eagerly blown out with fireballs. The expressions on their faces when throwing fireballs were just like those playful kids in the dwarf tribe toying with mining insects. And after observing their subsequent battle, the old dwarf grew even more astonished. After luring out the 5 giant scorpions, these elves were initially a bit chaotic but quickly divided into 5 teams under orders, each going up against a giant scorpion. That skill, that organization, you could tell it wasn't their first time doing it. Then, an elf warrior in each team stepped out, surrounded by protective auras, and crazily charged at the giant scorpions, enduring all their attacks. However, how could a black iron lower elf possibly be a match for a black iron upper demon beast? Under the demon beast's attacks, even with various spell protections and their companions' cover, several elves leading the charge were injured. The old dwarf Balin took it all in and secretly shook his head. If they couldn't withstand the giant scorpion's attack, why provoke them at all? Now it was bad, they couldn't seek revenge, and they might lose some clansmen too. No wonder they'd decline. The elves were as stubborn as ever. With the racial curse hanging over them, cultivating a skilled black iron lower warrior wasn't an easy task for the elf clan now. Such a pity, such a pity. In his view, those elves were as good as dead. The reality was indeed as he imagined. Those elf warriors who confronted the giant scorpions head-on became seriously injured quickly. But whether they were spitting blood from the giant pincer's blows or hit by the almost fatal scorpion venom, even if they had breath left in them, they didn't retreat, nor did they care about the worsening injuries on their bodies. Some even had abnormally pale faces, but they were laughing while spitting black blood. This fight is exhilarating. These scorpions are even more thrilling than the demon beasts above. Elf Kingdom was remarkably different from other virtual online games due to its high realism, offering excellent combat feedback during battles. Many combat players not only enjoyed the thrill of tackling bosses and getting rewards but also relished the all-out battles. This had become a hallmark of Elf Kingdom wild battles. But unfortunately, the core area of the elf forest had seen all the qualifying demon beasts fought to their end by the players, leaving only small fry or ones too tough, or those too far from the core area. It wasn't until they reached the underground that the players found new targets. And as he watched the battle scene, the old dwarf's eyelid twitched wildly, growing more and more astonished. Master of darkness and shadow above. Since when did the elves become so unafraid of death, so passionate about combat? Had they started worshipping both the death god and the war god? Why did they seem more like those battle-crazy beastmen? How did they look more like they adapted to the underworld's intelligent beings than he did? Could they really be lizardmen or beastmen disguised as elves? The old dwarf rubbed his eyes and carefully looked at their appearance through the gap. He discovered they indeed were the elves he remembered. The elf warriors facing the giant scorpions didn't care about their injuries, nor did those surrounding the giant scorpions care about the injuries of their comrades that were almost dying. Except for the druid who kept healing the elf warriors, everyone else focused entirely on the giant scorpions, crazily besieging them with an attitude of not stopping until the enemy was exhausted. Even when an elf warrior died smiling while resisting a giant scorpion, the other elves wouldn't frown but would quickly have another elf warrior take their place. No one cared about the dead elf's body, as if they didn't mind at all. Witnessing the death of their companions, they showed no sadness, and instead, as the giant scorpion's wounds increased, they gradually became more delighted. It's almost down. Everybody put more effort into it. Kill it. The old dwarf. Watching the elves fight, he grew increasingly speechless. More effort. Your people have died. The bodies. Hey? Wait a minute. Where were the bodies? The old dwarf widened his eyes, noticing that the bodies of the elf warriors initially lying on the ground had somehow disappeared. Only a pile of equipment remained. What the hell? He looked astonished. And the elves' subsequent actions made the old dwarf's expression even more complex. When the giant scorpions weakened under the elves' siege and were trying to escape, these elves who had been fighting excitedly turned red-eyed instead. Their grim faces seemed to hint at a transition from excitement to anger and urgency. At the same time, the old dwarf Balin could hear them shouting. "No, it's trying to escape. Don't let it get away. Don't let it disengage. Main T, do your job. Keep them contained." This time, the elves' voices carried a degree of irritation and tension not present in the heat of the battle. And then, a scene that shocked Balin even more unfolded. The already severely injured elves suddenly charged after listening to the commander's instructions. They either hugged the giant scorpion's tail stingers or grabbed hold of the sturdy legs, then were all engulfed with the already exhausted giant scorpions in a sea of indiscriminate skill and magic attacks. They must have gone to the netherworld together. Were they all killed indiscriminately? The old dwarf shuddered involuntarily, his gaze toward these handsome and tall elves having completely changed. Master of darkness and shadow above. Were they insane? And afterward, the giant scorpions' bodies suddenly began to wither and age, then turned to ashes. While the elves' bodies gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared. Witnessing this, the old dwarf widened his eyes again, gasping. Gone, vanished, have these guys been lured into depravity by the evil gods? Long dwelling in the underworld, the old dwarf had encountered evil god believers, even dealt with them, traded with them, and hired some as mercenaries. And the scene of the bodies vanishing bore a real resemblance to the sacrificial offerings of the evil god believers. At that moment, his heart was filled with fear and vigilance, and he abandoned his idea of deceiving the elves to obtain some forging techniques from them. But following that, he saw the elves cheering one after another, then sitting down panting. Laughing and chatting, they collected the equipment left by their dead companions without showing any sadness, or they took out some dry rations and began to eat. And upon seeing what the dry rations were, the old dwarf's eyes went wide. Jerky. Master of darkness and shadow above. Elves were eating jerky. Weren't they supposed to consume fruits and nectar? Why were they eating meat? These elves, could they genuinely have fallen to become the evil god's clansmen? The old dwarf was deeply shocked, increasingly feeling that his suspicion might be true. Though shocked, as a competent underground resident, he couldn't help but compare the combat strength of these strange elves to his own clansmen. And upon comparing, he found in dismay that although his clansmen were generally stronger, if numbers were equal, they probably couldn't beat them. At the very least, in a different stance, his Longitor dwarves couldn't kill 5 giant scorpions so swiftly and decisively. Moreover, even as an underground creature, the old dwarf was astounded by the cold-bloodedness these elves displayed in battle. Facing the death of comrades, they didn't even blink. However, despite being struck by the cruelty of these elves, the old dwarf wasn't afraid of them. Elves had long lifespans and low fertility. In his view, sacrificing one elf to kill a black iron upper demon beast was foolish. However, he had an even bigger question in his mind. Looking at the players' happy faces after killing the giant scorpions, the old dwarf grew even more puzzled. What were these elves after? To kill demon beasts? To sacrifice the demon beasts to the evil gods? And at this moment, he also heard the players' conversation. The demon beasts here are indeed impressive. Although they're just black iron upper, the experience is almost close to silver. Last time I joined Dima's kids' grinding session, and killing a forest giant lizard was about the same. Haha. This place is great. Let's rest up, and when everyone's here, we'll keep grinding. Today we'll clear out all the scorpions in this mushroom forest. Phew. I wonder how much experience we'll gain this time. Too bad we can't offer sacrifices here. Otherwise, we'd gain some contribution points from offering to Beep the Divine. Upon hearing this, the old dwarf was genuinely stunned. Sacrificing demon beasts. A god whose name he couldn't understand. These elves were truly believers of the evil gods. Chapter 182. Evil God Believers. Watching those eerily behaving elves, the old dwarf Balin's gaze flickered. There were 2 origins for the evil god. One was the true god whose divine soul had been corrupted by the will of the abyss, and the other was a formidable being that willingly sought out the will of the abyss to become a true god. But regardless of which, because their spirits intertwined with the chaotic abyss, they generally possessed fanatical and evil personalities. Furthermore, to strengthen themselves, they relied not on faith but on their believers conducting blood sacrifices of other creatures' flesh and souls. Unlike other true gods believers, influenced by the evil god's will, evil god believers were often insane. Even in the chaotic underworld, the evil god was a highly sensitive topic, as many underworld intelligent races' settlements were destroyed by evil god believers. As a seasoned veteran who had dealt with evil god believers, Balin naturally knew these guys were a group of alchemy potions ready to explode at any moment. If they were allowed into settlements and cities of underworld intelligent species, chaos would likely ensue quickly. However, just like a sharp iron sword had two edges, if these elves, suspected evil god believers, were used wisely, they might also bring unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, his gaze deepened. "Grandpa Balin, how is it?" Seeing the old dwarf's expression flicker between light and dark, the young dwarf Ironhammer asked curiously yet respectfully. After following the old dwarf Balin here, he hadn't approached further and thus hadn't seen the players' subsequent battles nor heard their conversations. Balin withdrew his gaze and sighed slightly, whispering, "They are merely a group of elves who accidentally entered the underground world. It's not a big problem. Let's go back, I'll have others keep an eye here." "Really, elves? I wasn't mistaken then." Listening to the old dwarf, Ironhammer's face flashed with joy. "I've heard they're the noblest race in the world. Perhaps our tribe can communicate and do business with them." Listening to Ironhammer, the old dwarf Balin nodded, smiling. "Haha, Ironhammer, don't worry. Judging by their looks, they should eventually delve into the underground cave and will surely visit our tribe. For now, let's head back." With that, he pulled the still curious Ironhammer away and turned back. "Interesting." Watching the departing old dwarf, Eve withdrew her gaze with great interest. The players couldn't see the spying dwarves, but Eve could. After all, true god meant true god. When projecting her consciousness onto players, she could see clearly what's around. And the series of changes the old dwarf experienced were clearly observed by her. An elf who had accidentally entered the underground world? His astonishment just now didn't seem to suggest he thought the players were ordinary elves. The old dwarf was surely startled by the players' actions, yet his final response was quite unusual. "It seems when interacting with the gloomy dwarves, I should have the players be cautious so as not to be used." Eve pondered. The old dwarf seemed wary of the young dwarf, which might involve internal strife among dwarves, possibly also entangling faith. "Though players aren't believers, I should still be cautious. The main purpose of letting them enter the underground world is to enhance their strength, not to expand influence. If conflicts with dwarves can be avoided, they should be." Eve never intended to extend her influence deep into the underground world. To her, the chaotic underground world was merely a training ground for players. Here, abundant monsters serve mainly for players to slay and train, and coincidentally absorb some vitality. Of course, if they could do some business with the underground intelligent races, that wouldn't be a bad choice. But as for expansion in the underground world, that's out of the question. At best, nurture some proxy-like races, collect minerals and special products. The ground world was so bountiful and more suitable for elves to thrive. Why not expand on the ground? Besides, Eve had another significant reason for not planning to expand here: she feared the entity backing the gloomy dwarves. Netherworld True God. The underground world had connections with the Netherworld's Plane Channel, though it closed after the Millennial Divine War. The Netherworld's few true gods still valued the underground world. For the major players in the Netherworld, this served as their bridgehead in the Segis world. Eve, having already been on opposing terms with the hunting god Eula in winter, didn't wish to provoke another enemy from two fronts. The heavenly realms gods were destined to become enemies, but the Netherworld true gods were different. They hadn't participated in the Divine War 1,000 years ago, and their roots weren't in the Segis world, so they weren't technically Eve's enemies. Of course, she had some ulterior motives. It was said Hela wasn't fond of the heavenly realms gods, and even leaving marks in the pantheon might just be for show. If there was an opportunity to connect with this true god, it might be a good choice. Of course, this posed a risk as Eve didn't know how Hela felt about the world tree and the abundant gods. Moreover, pretending to be someone else in front of Eula made her a bit anxious. In any case, when it involves the death god's believers, it's better to be cautious. That's the death god. If it wasn't the gloomy dwarves who worshipped the Netherworld true god living nearby, but instead the lizardmen who believed in primitive totems, or some other wise beings worshipping the evil god, Eve would definitely unleash the players, letting them go wild. First Legion Guild found a perfect farming spot in the underground world with extremely high experience rewards. Although Fried Tomato strongly urged guild members not to leak this information, who didn't have friends in other guilds. Besides, those venturing underground to explore weren't only members of their guild, other small guilds and some solo players were also present. So, it wasn't long before the information about farming giant scorpions in the underground world spread. Soon, large numbers of hardcore players formed small teams pouring into the underground world, joining the farming frenzy. The number of players farming giant scorpions in the mushroom forest quickly exceeded 300. This not only frustrated Fried Tomato but left him helpless, swearing that the players were like cats, rushing over at the scent of fish. Of course, he only complained in frustration. High-level players were beneficiaries of many of the Elf Kingdom's rules and systems, though they also faced similar restrictions. He wasn't the same as before, naturally behaving more. Moreover, there were indeed many monsters in the underground world, so no need to fight over a few small mobs. After the players cleared out the giant scorpions in the mushroom forest, they quickly crossed the forest and ventured into a deeper area. In the deeper areas, they discovered a beautiful underground river. The underground river divided the cave into two parts. One was an underground forest comprising various exotic plants, continuously filled with demon beast roars, while the other area was an expansive plain. Upon seeing the plain, the players' eyes lit up. Because they surprisingly saw fields and paths. This place had the indigenous of the underground world. The crops in those fields differed from those on the ground, and players couldn't name them. They seemed to be moss-like plants, hideous in appearance. In the distance of the plain, players saw an underground city built of black stone. It's a city. Look. There are some people moving. They're very short, with dark skin. They must be the gloomy dwarves mentioned in the records. The players were exuberant. Meanwhile, a new system message appeared before all the players who had arrived here. Ding! Discovered Gloomy Dwarf City. Triggered hidden storyline, Gloomy Dwarves. Storyline description: Gloomy dwarves are intelligent beings living in the underground world who worship the death god and lord of the netherworld, or master of darkness and shadow. They excel at mining and forging and love fine wines. Storyline quest objective: gain the friendship of the gloomy dwarves. Quest rewards: experience points, contribution value, neutral NPC reputation rating. Neutral NPC reputation rating will affect individual comprehensive reputation evaluation. Quest hint: the forces in the underground world are complex. It is recommended that the chosen ones enter as elf mercenaries. Transactions can be made with neutral NPCs, but be sure to maintain the elf's dignity and remember not to involve in religious disputes. For some reason, players felt this storyline quest triggered exceptionally fast. Chapter 183. This was a dark stone house, where several small figures hidden in the shadows were discussing in hushed tones. A group of elves who worship the evil god? Are you sure? It shouldn't be wrong. In any case, you'll know when you see them. Those elves are very unusual, and only believers of the evil god can explain it. This could indeed be a good scapegoat. I originally wanted to wait a bit longer, but I didn't expect such an opportunity. If we can use them to cause chaos, our plan will be much smoother. When do you estimate they will reach us? They're currently in the dark forest hunting demon beasts. At their speed, I'm afraid they'll wipe out the giant scorpions there in at most 2 days. Tisk, 2 days, so you think these suspected evil god-worshipping elves are quite powerful? At least, stronger than our people. Heh, stronger is better. As long as we use them to cause chaos, then take advantage of the chaos to kill that one, we'll win. I just fear they won't act according to our wishes. Lord Priest, you worry too much. I've observed them. These believers of the evil god are very fierce and cruel, and they're also crazy and driven. Just a little provocation will surely ignite their anger. Do as you see fit, act according to the situation. In any case, there's only one objective: this operation must succeed. While these shadowy figures were whispering, suddenly, another figure stumbled in. Lord Priest! Lord Priest! Over 300 fully armed elves suddenly appeared outside the city. They're heading our way. How could it be so fast? 300? Didn't you say there were a little over 100? Ahem, maybe I didn't see clearly. Ah, forget it. 100 or 300 makes no difference. As long as we can reclaim Black Rock City this time, a bigger sacrifice doesn't matter. After all, those who die are the traitors of our Lord. Let's leave it at that. I suppose you'll soon be summoned, might as well go on your own. Dismissed. Yes, Lord Priest. With that, these figures slowly vanished. In Black Rock City, within a solemn black temple, a female dwarf in black priest robe was kneeling before a statue. It was a majestic female statue, with a tall figure unlike that of dwarfs. The statue wore a black hooded robe, one hand holding a magnificent treasure bead, and the other a giant scythe, looking awe-inspiring and lifelike. While the female dwarf was praying, suddenly, a flurry of footsteps sounded. Temple leader! Temple leader! Something's wrong. The female temple leader paused slightly in her actions. She gently stood up and looked at the newcomer. Lord Balin, what happened? A group of fully armed elf mercenaries arrived. They're very strong, I couldn't stop them, they've already flooded into the city, now I need you to decide. Elves. The temple leader was slightly stunned. Within the city of the Dark Dwarfs. After receiving the mission, over 300 players rushed enthusiastically towards the dwarf city. Their movements were swift and imposing, shocking the dwarfs stationed at the city gate. The dwarfs seemed to be stunned with fear, as they did not stop the players from entering the city. It wasn't until the players flooded the city that they reacted and hurriedly called upon the soldiers to surround the players. Seeing the large group of nervous dwarf warriors surrounding them, the players were bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be neutral NPCs? Why do they look ready for a fight? Could it be, they were intimidated by our numbers? Then why did they wait until we entered the city to surround us? Betrayal from the black side? The information said many intelligent creatures underground are ruthless. After speaking, they looked at each other, instinctively tightening their grip on their weapons. Seeing the players' actions, the dwarfs became even more nervous. It was understandable, the players had just gone through slaughtering demon beasts, so they each carried a murderous aura. Some were still covered in blood, looking like they couldn't be messed with. In short, there was nothing about them that looked amiable. Seeing many players becoming cautious, and the atmosphere growing tense, Fried Tomato quickly switched his language to Elven and shouted to the players. No, this must be part of the mission. Everyone, stay calm. These are neutral NPCs, and it affects our neutral NPC reputation score. Don't screw it up. I've read in many Western fantasy stories that dwarfs have a short temper, plus, our group of over 300 is such a large target and fully armed, of course they'd be wary. Everyone hold your patience. As long as we negotiate well with them, everything will be fine. The reputation score this time is collective. It's a great chance to boost your personal overall reputation rating. Whatever they ask us to do, we do it. Everyone thick-skinned a bit, as long as we get the reputation up, everything will be smooth. If anyone screws it up, affecting everyone's reputation score, the First Legion is very vengeful. Hearing his words, the players paused, then gradually let go of their weapons. Since the favorability system had been improved, NPC favorability had become increasingly important, with the player's personal reputation rating being closely tied to their advancement speed. As a rare mission that could likely boost their composite reputation rating, the players wouldn't want to miss it. Though many players were irked by Fried Tomato's last statement, they understood that he made a good point. Because, the improved favorability system was really challenging to boost. The reason was simple. This damn game even had a first impression similar to reality. In Elf Kingdom, the NPC's first impression was just too crucial. If a player made a good first impression with a specific NPC, boosting favorability would be twice the result with half the effort. However, if the first impression was bad, it would be twice the effort for half the result. Demasha was an example. The guy was still scrubbing toilets in Felenqui, and it was said that after all this time, constantly hugging NPC's legs and crying for forgiveness, he barely got his personal reputation rating to 1 point. On top of that, many NPCs still had negative favorability toward him. Most of those who arrived at the dwarf city first were combat players. Unlike lifestyle players who often mingled with NPCs, their reputation values were generally low, and their rare interactions with NPCs were all for missions, so the NPCs generally didn't hold them in high regard. So, this first encounter with the dwarfs, combined with a task triggered to potentially impact the player's comprehensive reputation evaluation, was certainly a rare opportunity. While the players were in a standoff with the dwarf warriors, a group of armored dwarf soldiers escorted two dwarfs, who were clearly the leaders, over. One was a male and the other a female dwarf. The male dwarf appeared very old and was bald, humbly trailing half a step behind the female dwarf. The female dwarf was draped in a black priest robe. Unlike the burly male dwarfs, the female dwarf was petite, and seeing her surprised many players. Seeing the surrounding dwarf warriors, they thought the female dwarf would also be a stout figure. However, unfortunately, the skin of dark dwarfs was dark, which didn't match the Tian Chao people's aesthetic. Meanwhile, they were curious. Could this female dwarf, who appeared to be a priest, be the death god or a believer of the god of darkness and shadow mentioned in the data? Seeing the gathered players, the female dwarf appeared surprised. Before she could speak, the old dwarf stepped forward first, speaking harshly. Elves? Where are you from? Why have you invaded our city? The players looked around, and finally, Fried Tomato stepped forward. He instinctively wanted to draw a tree-shaped symbol on his chest but quickly realized it, changing his extended hand to scratch his head. He smiled, showing goodwill, and said, "We're an elf mercenary group from the ground world, here for an adventure. Seeing the magnificence of your city, we're curious and wanted to visit. If we could make some transactions or befriend you, it would be even better." Hearing his words, the female dwarf's expression relaxed a bit. Looking at the group of players, she sighed. Never thought elves would have a mercenary group, and you could gather so many of your kin. But the old male dwarf shook his head, speaking firmly. I understand your intentions, but, sorry, the dwarf city does not welcome outsiders. If you wish to visit and exchange, you may send a representative, but others cannot enter the city. Unless, you are willing to relieve yourselves of all equipment and weapons, only then may we allow you to stay within the city. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere turned suddenly tense. The female dwarf also slightly furrowed her brows. In the underworld, for mercenaries and adventurers, equipment and strength were their lifelines, asking them to disarm was akin to a challenge. Equipment was their life, how could they casually discard it? The old dwarf's words, while seemingly safeguarding the city's safety, were too reckless. Were it a more hot-headed underground race, there might have been a conflict with the dwarfs. Fortunately, these newcomers were elves. The female dwarf helplessly glanced at the old dwarf, sighed, and addressed the players. Please forgive us, Grandpa Balin is an elder of our tribe, and he speaks out of concern for our tribe's safety. I know the nobility of the elf clan, but the underworld isn't as peaceful as the ground world, being cautious here is necessary. Dismissing your equipment was just a jest, if you wish to. Her words trailed off as she was stunned. The old dwarf who first spoke was also stunned. Even the dwarf warriors around were stunned. Because they discovered, in front of them, these elves had actually begun to strip off their equipment without hesitation. Chapter 184. Not to mention the dark dwarves, even Eve, who was secretly observing, was stunned. However, she quickly came to her senses. Players were meant to complete quests, to become stronger by any means necessary. Since they took on the quest she gave them, they would definitely seize any opportunity to complete it. When they triggered the quest to gain friendship with the dark dwarves, they probably were prepared to ingratiate themselves with the dwarves, maybe even as sycophants. Surely, whatever the NPCs said, they did. After all, in their eyes, the dwarves they encountered this time could very well become task NPCs like the elves. Soon, the players took off their main gear and handed over all the equipment to a few members of the First Legion left behind and nomadic players for safekeeping, leaving only the simple clothes under their armor. Seeing their swift actions, the female dwarf opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. In the end, she couldn't help but exclaim. Truly worthy of the open and honest elf clan. Humph, Lord Temple Leader, they acted so decisively, be wary of any conspiracy from behind. At that moment, the old dwarf spoke again, looking at the players with a vigilant gaze and speaking with a tone full of hostility. The female dwarf frowned, looked at the players, and was surprised to find that even after hearing the old dwarf's words, the players showed no sign of being upset. And the leading elf even smiled and said, "If you're worried about us, you can arrange for dwarf warriors to monitor us. We truly just wish to befriend the dwarves." Hearing the words of Fried Tomato, the female dwarf's expression slightly softened. Lord Temple Leader. Seeing her expression, the old dwarf wanted to say more, but she stopped him by holding out her hand. That's enough, Elder Balin. Having said that, she signaled for the dwarf soldiers to release the players from their encirclement and sighed. They are truly of the elf clan. I believe in the character of the elf clan and admire the former silver race. As a fellow wandering race without a place to call home, since they come with friendship, we dark dwarves should also warmly receive them. Dark dwarves were a branch of surface dwarves, originally driven out as losers and forced to flee underground. So, even though they've settled in the underworld, it's quite natural to jokingly call themselves a wandering race. Lord Temple Leader. The old dwarf still wanted to say something, but looking at the determined expression of the female dwarf, he could only shake his head and turn away. Afterward, the female priest bowed to the players and said, "Welcome, noble elf clan." At the same time, the surrounding dwarf warriors also sheathed their weapons. Seeing this scene, the players' eyes flashed with joy, some even couldn't help but cheer, but were quickly shushed by other players with a couple of light coughs, gently reminding them, "Maintain your image, maintain your image." Then, accompanied by the dwarves, they finally fulfilled their wish to enter the city. "So, you really let them in? Without any conflict?" In a dark chamber, several small figures whispered among themselves, and the first voice to speak was low and belonged to the presence that others previously referred to as Lord Priest. "That's right." After the elves removed their main equipment, she agreed to let them in, leaving only a few soldiers to monitor their activities. "And, no conflict arose between the two parties?" said a hoarse voice. There was a brief silence among them. Suddenly, the low voice let out a sneer. "Haha, being provoked like this and not getting angry, willingly laying down their arms to enter the city? Are these believers of the evil god?" After speaking, an elderly voice spoke, somewhat stammering. Lord Priest. I am absolutely certain. There is something wrong with these elves. They really did brutally slaughter demon beasts before and completely disregarded their companions' lives, and they indeed mentioned offering sacrifices to the evil god. Enough. Tell me, what have these elves been doing in the city?" The low voice interrupted him, questioning the other hoarse one. "To report to Lord Priest, they have been wandering around the city as if sightseeing, not causing any trouble, yet they seem very interested in everything in the city. Additionally, quite a few of them have been pulling aside residents and enthusiastically asking if they needed any help." The hoarse voice carried a hint of respect. After speaking, he sighed a bit. "In over 100 years of life, it's the first time I've seen such enthusiasm, such genuine openness without any guardedness in a race. I can only say, they are indeed the noble and upright elf clan. Even as mercenaries, they remain so forthright. They're forthright, my foot. You haven't seen how they act in battle. They..." the elderly voice exclaimed indignantly. "Enough." The low voice cut them off. "What we're seeing might just be a facade. Continue to monitor them. Let's discuss this again tomorrow." The next day. In the deep chamber. "Did they do anything new today? Like, secretly proselytizing, drawing sacrificial arrays, and the like?" the low voice asked. The hoarse voice replied with a hint of oddity. "No. They're still wandering within the city, and you can spot them almost anywhere. However, their favorite places seem to be the city's blacksmiths and taverns, as well as the mines outside of the city. Though some elves seem to have had enough of the city and chose to leave, most remain, and it seems that quite a few have become friends with the residents there." "Befriended?" The deep voice sounded rather surprised. "Yes. They are very enthusiastic. Whenever they see residents in need, they step in to help, and they don't expect much in return. They even voluntarily help residents defeat demon beasts that harass crops outside the city. Also, the blacksmith area is gathering lots of elves, appearing to engage in some sort of academic exchange, which has drawn a large number of blacksmiths. Meanwhile, the market is crowded with elves too. They seem particularly interested in some goods, especially alcoholic beverages and certain forged items. Oh, and they're quite keen on steam guns, trading a lot of their equipment for them." "Steam guns? That bulky batch of eliminated alchemy weapons?" The low voice expressed some surprise. "Yes, they love them, treating them like treasures. Moreover, they are generous in transactions, except for one elf who haggled, the others accepted the set prices. However, they don't seem to have any universal currency and can only barter with the residents. One elf even took out a bag of flour imported from the human world, of excellent quality, and traded it for a magic stone. In addition, I specifically sent someone to engage in dialogue with these elves and discovered they are quite lacking in common sense, similar to a group of novices venturing out from a secluded family for the first time." The three shadows fell into silence. Could it be, they didn't have any conflicts with the residents? The low voice asked again. No. The hoarse voice answered, hesitating for a moment before adding. However, one of the elves did steal something from a resident yesterday, a precious magical equipment. Stealing? Do elves steal things too? The low voice was particularly astonished. Yes, but the city guard discovered it. Then that thief was dragged by other elves to apologize. Although they didn't succeed in retrieving the loot, the elf who stole was made to atone with his life. Wait. You're saying they executed their thieving companion? But, that's an elf. The low voice couldn't believe it. Yes, executed, without hesitation, and then burned to ashes. Gasped, these elves truly are strange, but it seems they are indeed different. Let's wait another day. Keep monitoring. Also, try to incite some friction between them and the traitors. The third day. How did things go today? Was the provocation successful? The low voice asked. No. The hoarse voice was tinged with oddity. These elves, they are incredibly good-tempered, with high tolerance. Every time I sent someone to provoke them, it ended in failure. But what? However, today, more elves began stealing, but they were caught and taken to the city's square, where their own kind executed them. Following that, it seemed some turmoil erupted among the elves, it looked like they argued, and after that, no more thefts occurred. Additionally what? Another several hundred elves arrived in the city today. How? Why are there so many elves? The low voice gasped. However, this batch of elves seems different from the previous ones. How are they different? This batch, although also claiming to be mercenaries, many aren't wearing gear, instead carrying bundles, some even pushing carts, filled with flour and root vegetables, setting up shop. They feel similar to a trade caravan. Additionally, for some reason, they learnt the art of bargaining during trades today, shrewd like merchants from the human world. Moreover, a new mercenary team called Heart of Nature came along, with a vice president named Demasha, rallying residents to form a trade association. A trade association? Yes, called Amway Trade Association, wanting to develop what they call uplines and downlines. I didn't clearly understand, yet it attracted many dwarf civilians, all investing in shares. Are trades still ongoing? What are they buying in the city? Magic stones, certain underground magical materials, and some of our dwarves' alchemical forging products. Additionally, their leadership is already in talks with the temple about plans to establish long-term trade relations. In summary, although these elves are strange, with very odd personalities and some quirks, they genuinely harbor no malice. They don't seem like the evil god's followers, more like some human trade organization. After hearing the report, the low voice remained silent for a long time. Chapter 185. It wasn't just those mysterious beings secretly discussing big plans who were at a loss for words. In the divine country, Eve's true god avatar sat high on her throne, browsing the official forum conjured before her, equally speechless for a long time. Pinned post: how to maximize efficiency in trafficking goods without affecting the dark dwarves' reputation tasks. Common bargaining techniques specific for dwarves. 818. A member of the 1st Legion Guild, XXX, nearly ruined an entire reputation task just for equipment. Featured post: important considerations when communicating with dark dwarves, and how to quickly get along with them. Featured post: a list of Black Rock City specialties and their selling locations. Coordinates of dwarven traffickers, and how to sell yourself for a good price. Daily log: I started a pyramid scheme in the underground. Eve. Ever since players flooded into the underground city of the Dark Dwarves, all sorts of strange posts began appearing on the forum. Eve realized that she had underestimated the players. Unlike the elves, the Dark Dwarves were not Eve's believers. Because of the lack of faith connection to the game system, Eve couldn't materialize their favorability as she could with the elves. She didn't have a quest system template, nor could she prohibit players from attacking dwarves as she did with natural believers. Thus, her ability to restrain the players was significantly reduced. Fortunately, due to the preconceived notion of friendliness and the constraints of reputation tasks, the players did not treat the dwarves as enemies. Although they often engaged in mischief, at least there wasn't the situation Eve feared most, where everyone was slashing at anyone they saw. Of course, the fact they had to unequip items when entering the city was one reason. Players weren't yet at the level where they could take on dwarves barehanded. But even though Eve restrained the players in the form of reputation tasks, once they interacted with the dark dwarves, their antics never seemed to end. There were those who stole things, those who deceived others, and worse, players who exploited death to scam items. Luckily for Eve, the dark dwarves did not understand usury, otherwise, she'd be witnessing a scene of a large group of elves borrowing money at high interest and then committing suicide on the spot. As for mixing counterfeit goods and flour when trading with dwarves, that had become standard procedure. Dima, having spotted the business opportunity, even left the toilet to start a pyramid scheme in the underworld. It's said he relied on the vast pyramid scheme knowledge he found on the Blue Star Network. Using a batch of fruits found everywhere in the elf forest as products, he developed nearly 100 downlines among the dark dwarves in just one day, and he kept expanding, earning a considerable amount of universal currency. Afterward, he used this currency to purchase a large number of magical materials unique to Black Rock City and resold them to the elves of the Flame Tribe, earning a significant amount of contribution points and accidentally increasing the favorability of several elf NPCs by selling magic materials cheaply. Once he tasted success, a few other players saw the business opportunity and followed suit. Although they weren't as persuasive as he was, they each made a small profit. However, the dwarves weren't fools. Some people were already faintly beginning to sense that something was off. Although they hadn't exposed it yet, Eve could almost envision the scene of dwarves waking up and chasing after those players. It was foreseeable that it was only a matter of time before Dima became the least welcome elf in Black Rock City. This left Eve at her wit's end. Does this guy not consider the consequences when he's courting death? Actually, he wasn't the only one courting death, but everyone else was relatively more restrained. After all, courting death was a human instinct, and without the pressure of death, humans could come up with countless tricks. And as for the races in the underworld, it wasn't like there were no dwarves who planned to play dirty against the players, and some even considered taking the chance to capture a few elves and sell them on the underworld's black market. However, what happened next was quite dramatic. A few dwarves indeed planned to kidnap an elf, but at the last moment, the target escaped. This made them very nervous for a while, worrying about elf retaliation, and they were ready to hide. But instead of revenge, they were met with business from the elves. Suddenly, an elf found them, wanting to do a big deal, to sell a batch of elf slaves. This left those dwarves, akin to city underworld gangs, utterly dumbfounded. Elves, selling elves? Then, after spending a lot of money to buy those elves, the newly purchased elves all committed suicide, leaving the dwarven traffickers instantly bankrupt. Soon after, other dwarf slavers in Black Rock City encountered similar business, as elves came to them in droves. The results were all the same. Not long after, none dared to target these elves anymore. And those eyeing the players' gains, attempting to ambush them outside the city, were counter-killed by the elves. They were shocked to find that once these elves started fighting, they became incredibly fierce. And when they engaged one, a group quickly ran over. They couldn't figure out how they communicated. There was no chance of winning, and begging for mercy was useless. However, the players weren't very interested in attacking the dark dwarves. Because after killing the dwarves, they gained no experience, at most a little loot. The issue was, these robbing dwarves were often dirt poor. Overall, the elves hadn't completely shattered their characters among the dark dwarves, but, compared to their legendary image, it was nearly a total reversal. Fortunately, overall, the dark dwarves still had a positive opinion of the players. The higher-ups of Black Rock City weren't blind to the minor frictions, but overall, they chose to turn a blind eye and move on. In the underworld, where strength ruled, if a backstabbed party ended up eliminated, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. But what surprised the dark dwarves was that these elves weren't stubborn, they actually managed to adapt to the survival rules of the underworld. The dwarves noticed that even when elves were killed in confrontations outside the city, these elves wouldn't come to their doors for accountability. This led quite a few to regard the players in a better light. Because, the players' behavior aligned perfectly with the underworld's belief that strength ruled everything. Of course, while there were minor frictions, overall, the interactions between both sides were still filled with goodwill. The players still respected the reputation evaluations of neutral NPCs set by Eve. So, even though they were wild, the players still maintained their limits. Not to mention, the few who initially exploited death to scam equipment were quickly stopped by other players. And as more players flooded in, gradually, the dwarves got used to these peculiar elves roaming around. After all, they were only there for business, and their overall demeanor was good. Coupled with the traditional image boost of the elf clan, though the dwarves found these elves bizarre, over time, they accepted them. The influx of players brought a wealth of products from the elf forest, objectively improving the lives of the dark dwarves, so overall, despite the frictions, they were quite welcomed by the dwarves. Conversely, some of the dwarves' products were well received by the players. Especially the steam guns, a weapon similar to Blue Star's firearms, which piqued the players' curiosity, and many traded for them, intending to test their effects back home. It's rumored that a few weapon enthusiasts from the Meng Meng committee even planned to modify the dwarves' steam guns to see if they could come up with Blue Star's firearms. Additionally, players also got hold of alcohol from the dwarves. As in many Western fantasy works, the dwarves of the Segis world also loved good wine, and the players were quite interested in the alcohol in the game. However, after trying it, the players found that the dwarves' wine lacked flavor. At least, it was far inferior to some Tian Chao wines. It made sense since, unlike surface dwarves, the underground dark dwarves lacked the grains necessary for brewing. Often, their alcohol was bought from human caravans, and those treacherous human caravans always sold them inferior wine. While there were some of good quality, those were reserved for the influential dwarves. What players could buy in the taverns was mostly the lowest grade barley beer. Having had their taste refined by the various alcoholic beverages of Blue Star, players naturally turned their noses up at this barley beer that tasted even worse than regular beer. In fact, some lifestyle-oriented players had long planned to brew alcohol, but while the elf forest was rich in resources, it lacked the right grains for brewing. There were plenty of fruits, and some players had tried brewing fruit wine, but it always felt like something was missing. However, after obtaining some crops, players had begun searching for brewing techniques online, and success seemed only a matter of time. When that time came, presumably, there'd be yet another product to sell to the dwarves. The dwarves' minerals and magical materials remained quite attractive, whether for forging equipment, repairing gear, or infrastructure, all very useful. Some players had already calculated that if trade with the dwarves could be established, they could develop their own forging masters, saving some costs on repairs or equipment exchange in their daily expenses. Eve didn't stop these enterprises but rather welcomed them. And as exchanges continued, Black Rock City among the dwarves gradually became a place for players to stay in the underworld. In the vast underground cave, one side of the underground river was the base of the dark dwarves, while the other side was the forest inhabited by demon beasts. Those demon beasts and monsters occasionally harassed the dwarves, causing them quite a headache. However, if they wanted to wipe out those monsters completely, the dwarves didn't have the guts for it. The entire Black Rock City had only a few thousand people, with even fewer capable of fighting. After all, the dwarves weren't like the half-beastmen, where everyone was a soldier. If they really fought with demon beasts, the casualties would be immense. Of course, another reason was that these underground demonic beasts were not only fierce and resilient but also lacked materials worth harvesting. Fighting them was simply not worth it. However, the players surged into the underground forest, launching a hunt against the demon beasts. The dark dwarves were puzzled by this, not understanding why these strange elves were so interested in battling the demon beasts. But puzzled or not, they were happy to see it happen. Having someone willing to take action against the demon beasts lurking nearby was nothing but good news for the dwarves. Yet, as time passed, a group of people grew increasingly restless. Chapter 186. In the dark secret chamber. The atmosphere among several shadows was somewhat oppressive. After a moment, the deep voice of the apparent leader sighed. So, these elves haven't had any conflict with the Death God Church, and in fact, there are signs of cooperation between them. That's right. A raspy voice replied. Not to mention whether these elves have any connection to the evil god, although their combat power seems quite impressive, it really seems like they're just here for business. In other words, have all our covered provocations failed? That's right, even using the elves' most despised practice of elf slave trading to provoke them didn't incite their fury, instead, it caused the bankruptcy of several members who secretly supported us. Balin, I've heard they even sell their own elves. The deep voice asked another person. That's true, but the elves who were sold showed great spirit, as they all committed suicide. An elderly voice answered. I see. The deep voice showed some surprise. But soon he let out a sneer. To even sell their own kin, it appears they have fallen, caravans, mercenaries, hee, but perhaps it is also a good thing. What thoughts does Lord Priest have? The deep voice didn't answer directly, but instead asked. I've heard, the leadership of these elves have entered Blackstone City as well. That's right, I've investigated, and these elves are actually composed of 3 elf mercenary groups and guilds, and their leaders have all come to Black Rock City. If that's the case, invite them all over. The deep voice said. Invite them. The 2 other voices were astonished. Hehe, after listening to your reports for the past few days, I can see it clearly. These elves seem friendly, but in reality, they only care about profit, and for some money, they can even buy and sell their own kind, so, why can't we win them over to work for us? In Black Rock City, which is the dwarf city in the underground cave. Little Xian Miao walked on the bustling streets, curiously observing everything. She had just represented the Meng Meng Committee and signed a business deal with the dwarves under the witness of the Death God Temple, feeling very pleased in her heart. With the acceleration of magic, the Meng Meng Committee had accumulated a lot of wheat, rice, and potatoes in recent days, far more than they could consume, and the discovery of the dwarven forces showed her a business opportunity. The dwarf tribe lacked food, but they were rich in ores and magic stones, which were exactly what the elf forest was lacking. The ores could be smelted into metal for equipment forging, and magic stones could be used as an energy source for the teleportation array and assist players in their meditation training. Although there were still mineral deposits deep in Rivendell, they were not suitable for mining. Of course, the primary reason was that players didn't have the mining technology and manpower. Mining is a technical job and also quite labor-intensive, not to mention, processing is a troublesome affair too, so even if players could find some knowledge on Blue Star, it wouldn't be of much use to them at the moment. Unless, in the future, they have more manpower, combined with the help of the Earth Cave Spider. Regrettably, Spider Queen Rose didn't think highly of the players now, and no one could enlist her help. While players had plenty of things to do in the game, the profits from mining did not match the effort put in, so no one did it. Thus, upon discovering that dwarves were good at mining and smelting, the players turned their attention to the dwarves. Using the crops they grew to trade for the metals, ores, and magic stones smelted by the dwarves seemed like a win-win business. This time, 3 major guilds collaborated, and with Demacia, the best talker at the helm, they finally reached a business agreement with the dark dwarves of the underworld. After concluding the transaction, little Xian Miao felt joyful and started wandering around Black Rock City. This was her second visit to Black Rock City. Ever since the players opened the new map here a week ago, they quickly became friendly with the dwarves. The dark forest of the underworld had already become the new hunting ground for players hunting demon beasts, while Black Rock City had become a transit station for players' resupply and rest. Although there were occasional frictions outside the city, within the city, the 2 forces got along quite well. Of course, another reason was the display of force and sincerity shown by the players, and until now, the dwarves still hadn't figured out the true origins of the elves. They only knew that the players came from the surface, descending from the direction of Rivendell, seemingly believing in a mysterious true god named Ivor, and they were amazed at how the players bypassed that giant spider. Some dwarves suspected that the true god mentioned by the players was actually a fake god, considering, the name Ivor was unheard of on the Segis continent. However, as part of the chaotic dark world, the dwarves didn't care about the beliefs of the elves. In fact, most dwarves didn't pay much attention to faith themselves, with most of the residents of Black Rock City being merely shallow believers of the death god. There were players boasting about having subdued Spider Queen Rose, but the dwarves didn't believe it. To subdue the spider insect queen? That was close to a legendary existence. Explaining further would involve the goddess. Little Xian Miao shook her head and continued to stroll in Black Rock City. Black Rock City was large, with a population of less than 10,000 but a sizable scale. Based on the appearance of the city's buildings, its history seemed long, probably several hundred years. And as she was roaming alone, suddenly, a short figure blocked her path. It was a dwarf dressed in a dark grey robe, with expressions unclear. When he noticed little Xian Miao's curious gaze, he bowed slightly to her. "Good evening, esteemed elf lady." "Good evening." Little Xian Miao instinctively raised her head to look at the sky. Above her, only the phosphorescent stones embedded in the cave walls shimmered, and the entire underworld was perpetually deep and dim. She wondered how these dwarves discerned day from night. "Hello," she replied curiously, while internally a sense of vigilance and curiosity arose. Could she have encountered one of the dwarven slave traders? But wasn't it true that since those guys on the forum started their suicide scams for money, these traders stopped appearing? She was puzzled. Looking around, little Xian Miao realized she had arrived at a secluded alley, with hardly anyone around. In an instant, her guard rose further. And just as little Xian Miao was hesitating about whether to call out to other guild members, the mysterious dwarf spoke again. Elf lady, you are the leader of the elf mercenary group, right? My master greatly admires the courage of the elf mercenary group and wishes to do a transaction with you. Transaction? Little Xian Miao was slightly taken aback. Then, a thought suddenly flashed in her mind. Wait a minute. Could it be, she was about to encounter a hidden mission? This chapter is rather short, I need to sort out the plot. The past couple of days, I didn't handle the storyline pace well, and in my haste, it became somewhat chaotic. I've seen everyone's comments, my apologies. Chapter 187. A trade? What kind of trade? Little Xian Miao asked without any emotion. The other party gave a slight smile, his voice very hoarse. A big trade, the price will definitely satisfy you. Please follow me. After finishing his words, he turned and left. Little Xian Miao hesitated for a moment, then followed along. Following the dark dwarf in a grey robe, little Xian Miao was gradually led into the depths of Black Rock City. The buildings here were more dilapidated compared to the bustling area on the other side, and there were fewer people around. It was quite close to an abandoned mining area at the back of Black Rock City, but little Xian Miao paid full attention. Because she recognized this as the coordinate mentioned by players on the forum as the most chaotic area of Black Rock City, a mix of fish and dragons. The dwarf leading the way made several twists and turns and eventually brought her to a deep mine entrance. Please come in. The dwarf smiled at little Xian Miao, then stepped into the mine first. Little Xian Miao hesitated. She first prepared a spell for self-destructing her magic power if necessary and sent her coordinates to other guild members, then cautiously followed in. The mine was very dark, with only torches on the cave walls on both sides casting a dim and eerie light. After about a minute of walking, they arrived at a slightly spacious stone hall in the mine. Please wait a moment, our elder will be here soon. The dwarf said to little Xian Miao. Little Xian Miao hesitated for a bit, nodded, and entered the stone hall. As soon as she entered, a hint of surprise and amazement flashed across little Xian Miao's face because she saw two other familiar people in the stone chamber of the mine. Dimasha? Fried tomato with tomato? What are you doing here? Her voice was filled with astonishment. Indeed, the two who never used to see eye to eye were somehow gathered together. Little Xian Miao was not sure what underhanded dealings had happened between Fried Tomato with Tomato and Li Mu, but the guild leaders of the two major guilds in the Elf Kingdom had always found each other disagreeable. As a loyal follower of Li Mu, Dimasha even disliked Fried Tomato with Tomato more than Li Mu did, and the two would exchange sarcastic remarks whenever they met. These two were here as well? Could they have been summoned by the dwarf just like her? Little Xian Miao started to have some guesses. She did know that both of them were also in Black Rock City today. After all, players were preparing to cooperate more deeply with the dwarves. Fried Tomato with Tomato represented the First Legion, while lately, Li Mu, who had been staying in the Chosen City, had Vice President Dimasha representing the Heart of Nature, and Little Xian Miao represented the Meng Meng Committee. Although the Elf Kingdom had some smaller guilds, the three major guilds covered 85% of the players in the closed beta. Seeing Little Xian Miao, a hint of surprise also crossed the faces of the two others, but quickly turned to realization. Little Xian Miao. So you've been summoned by the dwarf too? As expected. Little Xian Miao breathed a sigh of relief, but was quickly filled with joy. This setup. Could it really be a hidden mission? The other two had clearly thought of the same thing, a look of anticipation spreading across their faces. Just as they were about to exchange information they'd gathered, a low chuckle caught their attention. Hehe. Welcome to the three elf mercenary corps commanders. They were all startled because none of them had sensed anyone approaching. Upon hearing the voice, they turned simultaneously to see a very peculiar figure. It was a chair that looked somewhat like a wheelchair from Blue Star, with a dwarf, entirely cloaked in a black robe, sitting on it. The players couldn't see his appearance but noticed a peculiar emblem on his black robe. It was an eye-shaped emblem, its outer frame forming a triangle, and shrouded in an angled shadow. The players, who were familiar with some basics of the Segis world, immediately realized that this emblem was likely akin to the World Tree's tree symbol, Euler's bow symbol, and the scythe symbol in the Death God Temple of the Dark Dwarves, belonging to some powerful entity. Read latest chapters at free only. Was he a believer of an underground true god or an evil god? They all became alert because they remembered very clearly that one tip in the hidden plot of the Dark Dwarves was, do not get involved in the faith disputes of the Dark Dwarves. Before, they were puzzled. From some forum data, they knew the true gods worshipped by the Dark Dwarves were twofold, one was the Death God and the Lord of the Netherworld Hela, and the other the Lord of Darkness and Shadow Holder. But upon entering Black Rock City, they had only seen the Death God temple of the Death God and Lord of the Netherworld, not the temple of the other true god. Though curious, faced with the task hint in advance, the players did not delve further on this matter. After all, most of them did not care about the dwarves' faith. For them, Black Rock City was just a newly opened small map. Besides bartering a few things with the dwarves, more players aimed for the plethora of demon beasts in the dark forest of the underworld. But now, was this about getting involved in the dwarves' faith dispute? For a moment, this thought popped into all three of their minds. Seeing little Xian Miao and the other's eyes lingering on the emblem on his attire, the mysterious dwarf chuckled quietly and said, "Judging from your expressions, I guess you have some idea about my identity." "That's right. I am a believer of the Lord of Darkness and Shadow Lord Holder, the executor of the shadows, the divine favored Hearthstone." Pfft! What a name! Dimasha couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, he quickly met the angry stares of the other two, hurriedly covering his mouth. After glaring at Dimasha, little Xian Miao's gaze at the dwarf changed. So he's a divine favored. And it's the true god worshipped by the other dark dwarves. At this moment, if she didn't realize that she might be getting involved in the dwarves' faith dispute, she'd be utterly foolish. Her first thought was, getting involved in the dispute, would the previous hidden mission get scrapped? The other thought was, wait, is this the follow-up to Dark Dwarves? Fried Tomato with Tomato felt much the same way. Having accepted the Dark Dwarves' task for several days, but with the hidden plot still unfinished, the players now triggering this new change couldn't help but harbor more new ideas. With their changing expressions, the dwarf who called himself the favored of the Shadow God chuckled quietly, and said, "I want to make a trade with you, and with the being behind you." As soon as he spoke, a new system message swept across the view of little Xian Miao and the others, as if it had been waiting for a long time. Ding! You have triggered a hidden main storyline, Faith of the Dark Dwarves. Ding! Entering plot mode, please choose a dialogue representative from Little Xian Miao, Dimasha, and Fried Tomato with Tomato. Seeing the triggered system prompt, the players were momentarily taken aback. Far away in the core region of the Elf Forest, within the divine country of the World Tree, Eve watched the view from the three emerged individuals, a hint of realization in her expression. I wondered who has been stirring up trouble these days, and it turns out, it's a believer of the God of Darkness and Shadow. Chapter 188. After the players entered the city of the Dark Dwarves, Eve became extremely vigilant, constantly monitoring the movements of the players and the dwarves. After all, this was the players' first formal interaction with other forces in the Elf Kingdom. Previously, there were the half-beasts, but they were identified as enemies from the start. To the players, aside from being able to talk, they weren't much different from the demon beasts they hunted. But the Dark Dwarves were different. Eve did not have any major conflicts of interest with them or any grudges. More importantly, they were backed by other true gods. The true gods of the Netherworld. Compared to the gods of the heavenly realm, the gods of the Netherworld were much more mysterious and ancient. It was said that the earliest true gods of the Netherworld were actually ancient gods. They always kept a low profile and did not partake in the power struggle over the Segis world, not even participating in the assault against the World Tree millennia ago. Although there was the legacy of the World Tree, Eve didn't know much about the few true gods of the Netherworld. She only knew that Death God Hela was, nominally, the main god of the Netherworld's true gods, while Shadow Lord Holder was another entity even older than Death God Hela. And these two were the primary true gods of faith for the Dark Dwarves. However, later on, according to what Spider Queen Rose said, there was some conflict between these two true gods within the faith of the Dark Dwarves. Because of this, Eve advised the players not to get involved in the faith disputes when issuing tasks. In her view, the two true gods of the Dark Dwarves might very well have fought until they were dog-tired over faith. The players muddling into it would do her more harm than good. However, when the players truly entered Black Rock City, Eve discovered that Death God Hela might have won in the faith contest among the Dark Dwarves, because the temples of Shadow Lord Holder had been entirely destroyed. Yet, as the players continued their activities in Black Rock City, Eve was surprised to find that there seemed to be a force in secret constantly targeting and provoking the players. This included Black Rock City's dwarf mercenaries, thugs, slave traders, and so on, all forces hidden in the shadows. Initially, Eve suspected this force might be under death god Hela, testing the players, but she quickly dismissed the idea because there was no need for them to do so. From the players' perspective, they didn't feel there was anything wrong with conflicting with these people, rather, they found it novel. But Eve, controlling the overall perspective of the players, noticed some clues from how these forces were targeting them. They seemed to be trying to find ways to provoke a relationship between the players and the dark dwarves. Moreover, when players were captured by slave traders, Eve observed in secret and was surprised to find that these slave traders even had connections with the human Soren caravan. Or perhaps, as the dwarf tribe in the underworld closest to the elf forest, these slave traders were originally tasked with trading elves. They traded with the Soren caravan and sold elves to other underground forces in need. Some slave traders were even underground members of the Soren commerce. This discovery also led Eve to some speculations. Just like the half-beasts, the Soren commerce in the human world was also a major force in selling elf slaves. If she remembered correctly, Black Dragon Merrill once said that the reason the Soren caravan roamed the continent was because they leaned on the support of some entity from the netherworld. However, Eve did not dwell on it too much and instead maintained a cautious attitude, increasing the surveillance of the players in Black Rock City. And today, these people finally emerged. They turned out to be followers of the god of darkness and shadow. Honestly, Eve was not surprised, the result was much like she had anticipated. And as a true god, even if this force said nothing further, Eve could reasonably guess what they intended to do. A group of a certain true god's followers, hiding in the domain of another true god with a conflicting faith, what else could they do? They're there to cause trouble and compete for faith. However, after realizing that this true god was probably also the backer of Soren commerce, Eve found herself in a bit of a quandary. Soren commerce had already been tagged as a hostile by Eve. Perhaps Soren commerce targeted the elves purely for profit. But they were also accomplices of the half-beasts. And according to Nightingale, their pursuit and killing of elves were no less ruthless than the half-beasts. Even the human mercenaries who wiped out one branch of the Shadow tribe, led by Nightingale, were affiliated with Soren commerce. What else is there to say? Even for the allegiance of the elf clan, the Soren caravan was undoubtedly an enemy. But now, the Dark and Shadow gods' supporters, who might be behind Soren commerce, had emerged. Honestly, Eve truly felt a bit of a headache. Facing Uller, Eve had presented herself as a subordinate god of death god. Judging by the cooperation between Soren commerce and the half-beasts, it was likely that this true god might have had dealings with Uller. If Uller wanted to gather allies and approached this one, Eve would find herself in a difficult position. In the end, you always have to pay the piper. You can't really go rely on death god Hela, can you? Uller was fine, he was a clear enemy from the start. Although the forces of the god of darkness and shadow also persecuted elves, indirectly causing the rapid decline of the elf clan, Eve did not plan to tear apart relations with them for now. On one hand, she was still very weak. On the other hand, she already had enough enemies. However, the identity of the subordinate god of death actually trapped Eve. If Uller revealed the truth to the god of darkness and shadow, unless Eve abandoned the guise of the subordinate god of death, she couldn't avoid becoming an opponent. But, abandoning the guise increased the risk of exposing her true identity substantially. Headache. Fortunately, for now, Uller probably wouldn't seek allies, wanting to monopolize the life and natural god position, relying on his strength. And now, with the followers of the god of darkness and shadow cluelessly showing up, Eve had some ideas. Since that's the case, why not attempt an alliance with Hela? Although being the subordinate god of death is a facade, why not make it a real one? With this in mind, Eve made a decision. She had already decided to have the players engage with the followers of the god of darkness and shadow superficially, then secretly report them to the death god temple, letting Hela's subordinates handle it. Additionally, it could also earn her a favor with Hela and see if further cooperation was possible. The mind of a true god can be decided in a moment. At the moment she made these decisions, Little Xian Miao and the others also chose a member to interact with. The chosen one was Little Xian Miao. No way around it, Fried Tomato and Dima didn't see eye to eye, and neither wanted the other to take the role, so it finally fell to Little Xian Miao. Fried Tomato reluctantly accepted, but still couldn't help reminding. Little Xian Miao, be serious, don't choose the wrong option. Hat, redneck, don't you know that whoever talks, the result is the same? Dima mocked Fried Tomato. Results are the same? Little Xian Miao gave Dima an odd look. She said nothing more, excitedly clicking the system's selection confirmation with the other two. Confirmed selection Little Xian Miao. The system message flashed again, and for a moment, the three found themselves losing control over their bodies. Selection confirmed, triggering cutscene. Another message flashed. And then, Eve used the game system to control Little Xian Miao's body. After establishing the divine country and strengthening the connection between faith and the game system, Eve was now able to control the players' bodies through the system linkage. Subsequently, Little Xian Miao was astonished to find her body moving forward step by step without her control, and speaking automatically. What deal? Little Xian Miao? Wait! Was the scene fully automated? Assist us, overthrow the death god's reign here. Looking at Little Xian Miao, Divine Favored Hearthstone said in a low voice. Do you know whose backing we have? Eve used Little Xian Miao's body to ask again. Recently, the magic power of the Segis world suddenly spiked. Our church's great shepherd predicted that a batch of slumbering existences would awaken. Divine Favored Hearthstone whispered. A batch of slumbering existences? Eve raised an eyebrow, realizing that the other party mistook the entity behind the elves for an evil god or a certain ancient demigod pursuing divine enthronement. Of course, this was ideal. What can we gain? She asked again using Little Xian Miao's body. Friendship with the Church of Darkness and Shadow, the Alliance of the Dark Dwarves, 100,000 pounds of universal currency for employment, and a permanent commercial agreement. Deal, but a contract must be signed. Little Xian Miao answered straightforwardly. Ah, so straightforward. Here is the contract, with all our plans written out. Divine Favored Hearthstone nodded enthusiastically, taking out a meticulously prepared employment contract. This was a commonly used blood covenant in the underworld, sealed with blood, placing a blood curse on the contractor's body. If the contractor breached the contract, their entire body would boil with blood and they would die. It was said that this contract originated from purgatory demons and was extremely effective. Eve, pleased with the terms, after reviewing the specifics of the contract, cut Little Xian Miao's finger and pressed it onto the contract. Little Xian Miao. Wait. Why was the contract signed already? Meanwhile, both Fried Tomato and Dima cast admiring looks at Little Xian Miao. By the way, the other two also need to sign. Divine Favored Hearthstone smiled gently, producing 2 more contracts for Fried Tomato and Dima. Us too? Both were taken aback. Then, they found their bodies moving, cutting their fingers, and pressing the blood onto the contract. Fried Tomato. Dima. Chapter 189. The leaders of several invited elf mercenary groups signed the contract without the need for the Shadow's enforcer, the Dark Dwarf Hearthstone, to use any of the arguments he had prepared. And it wasn't until several elves had left that he looked at the signed blood covenant in silence. Lord Priest, what are you thinking? Another dark dwarf approached him. It was the grey-robed dwarf who had guided Little Xian Miao earlier. Hearthstone was silent for a moment, then said. I was thinking, they agreed too readily. The grey-robed dwarf nodded. You're right, Lord Priest. I'm just afraid these elves have another agenda. Also, I think telling them all of our plans is a bit too bold and reckless. Hearthstone chuckled. The grey-robed dwarf nodded again. We've prepared so long. If something goes wrong and we can't take control of Black Rock City at once, we might lose our chance to resist altogether. Hearthstone listened, shook his head, and said. Rest assured, I never planned on relying on these elves to make an effort. The plan mentioned in the contract is false. What? The grey-robed dwarf was stunned. How could I place all my hopes on these elves? I'm merely using them to stir up trouble. Balin was right, although these elves don't have high strength, they are fearless of death. If they cause a ruckus, it is indeed a good opportunity. Hearthstone said. After speaking, he chuckled again. However, Balin also said something else that is true. Behind these elves, there is indeed a powerful existence. Tasks, sacrifices, true God. Judging by what we observed, they often mentioned these terms. Although the specific true name was hidden, it's undoubtedly a mythical existence. Mythical existence. Demigod level and above are considered myths. So, we should not worry too much about this blood covenant. If a demigod-level existence intervenes, unraveling the blood covenant we set up would be a breeze. If they believe the words in the contract, great. If they don't believe and tell everything to the Death God Temple, it does us no harm. Anyway, the Death God Temple has long known we're lurking in the shadows, and it doesn't matter if this information gets out. Besides, the plan in the Blood Covenant is nonsense that the elves don't know, but that individual in the Death God Temple can see through it. It's likely that the Death God Temple would suspect the elves instead. However, if the elves do believe what's written in the Blood Covenant and start trouble in the city against the Death God Temple, allowing us to achieve our goals, what's wrong with giving them some benefits then? Heh, the Blood Covenant only gives them 2 days. We'll just wait and see. Hearthstone remarked with a smile. Let's go. If we stay here any longer, we might attract her minions. On the other side. After signing the Blood Covenant, little Xian Miao and the others left the premises. Under Eve's guidance, the three walked side by side until they reached a quiet and deserted alley in Black Rock City, where they stopped. We can't trust their words. Since we have reached a friendly agreement with the Dark Dwarf leaders, we cannot commit an act of betrayal. Little Xian Miao solemnly said, her expression excited, revealing 2 adorable little fangs. That's right. We elves are a noble race and cannot act in betrayal of friends. Signing the Blood Covenant was a forced action behind enemy lines, and now that we've escaped, we must take everything seriously. Dimasha righteously agreed, his expression serious, though his comical explosion-headed hair somewhat ruined the atmosphere. Agreed. Even if it means dying once, we can't let elves become a race that breaks trust. Besides, it is said that the god of darkness and shadow is also related to the Soren commerce, our enemies as well. Fried Tomato nodded repeatedly, looking the most sensible. Then, in unison, the three said. Since this involves the dispute of true god faith, we should report to the goddess and let her decide. Silence fell over the air for a moment. Suddenly, the 3 of them shuddered and instantly broke free from that uncontrollable state, regaining control over their bodies. Little Xian Miao widened her eyes, moving her limbs as she said. Finally able to control my body. Is this just a cut scene? Such awkward dialogue. Ha ha ha. The expression you had while speaking, fat cat. Ha ha. Honestly, it was too funny. Your baby-faced avatar doesn't suit serious expressions at all. It has no intimidation factor, just pure cuteness, especially those 2 little fangs. Ha ha ha. I recorded it. Dimasha couldn't help but laugh. Scram. Delete it for me. Little Xian Miao's face turned dark, and she gave him a hard kick, knocking him over. Meanwhile, Fried Tomato was looking at a copy of the contract in his hand, commenting with a curl of his lips. Although Elf Kingdom is pretty good in all aspects, the plot design here is too rigid. I learned about the god of darkness and shadow being involved with human caravans from my own mouth. Could it be a story bug? Perhaps according to some of the officials' ideas, we were supposed to know this information first? Maybe triggering this hidden main storyline was an accident. Little Xian Miao said while stepping on Dimasha's rear with her high-heeled boots. So, is the next plot to find the goddess? Fried Tomato's eyes twinkled with anticipation. Hey? In my personal system, there's a Blood Covenant curse debuff. Do you have it? At this time, Dimasha, who had been struggling to get up, noticed the change in his personal status bar. Hey? I have it too, let me see the description. A Blood Covenant curse signed with the Dark Dwarves. If the covenant is broken, death will occur, unless a great being intervenes to remove it. The time limit is 2 days. Little Xian Miao read out. Crap. I've been cleaning toilets all this time and haven't done any other tasks. The perfect resurrection count is already 0. I can't die again in the next 2 days. Dimasha's face changed. Exchange contribution points for resurrection counts, it's not expensive. I've saved over 30 times. You were running your pyramid scheme like wildfire, shouldn't be short on cash. Little Xian Miao said puzzled. Fat cat, it might not be expensive for you, but I just exchanged my pyramid scheme earnings for a black and purple armor, spent it all, can't afford to die again. How about, you lend me some? Dimasha sighed. Scram. Go ask Brother Mew for a loan. Dimasha. The curse, should have a way to remove it, right? A great being, could it be the goddess? Fried Tomato furrowed his brow. Just as he finished speaking, a new system notification appeared in the trio's vision. Ding! You've decided to report the received information to the Eve Goddess. After the Goddess makes a decision, proceed to the next plan. Seeing this message, little Xian Miao and the others' spirits lifted. Reporting to the Goddess, could it be that summoning by the Goddess back then and talking to the Goddess? Little Xian Miao's eyes lit up a little. It must be. Last time I triggered the plot, I was summoned to her temple by the Goddess, and was given a rich reward. Dimasha said excitedly. The Goddess should be able to lift the curse. And it's also the key to the next part of the plot. Fried Tomato deduced. After speaking, the three nodded at each other and made a decision. Let's go, let's head to the Goddess's temple now. Having said that, the three quickened their steps and left Black Rock City soon after. A new main quest. And it's a hidden main quest. The news of little Xian Miao and the others triggering a mission quickly spread among the players. More precisely, it first spread among the three major guilds. Although the specifics of the mission triggered this time were not known, it seemed to involve a problem within the Dark Dwarves. Little Xian Miao and the others even triggered the special plot of audience with the Goddess again. This was a rather rare plot in Elf Kingdom. Based on past experience, it's likely that the three of them would receive a hefty reward once again. Of course, this message was released by the gleeful Dimasha. This fellow had triggered the audience with the Goddess plot twice in a row, making other players envious to the point of itching. This event also stirred other players' anticipation for this hidden main quest. After all, the last quest directly kicked off the battle against the goblins, and a large number of players advanced to Black Iron rank at that time. One can imagine, this time's plot quest would likely be another major event, and could be related to the dwarves. The last time was an advance to Black Iron lower rank, this time, a batch of players might advance to Black Iron middle rank. For a time, many players nearing a level up quickened their pace in farming and leveling, aiming to enhance their strength and grab more experience and contribution in the upcoming quest. Meanwhile, little Xian Miao and her companions arrived at Eve's temple. Having already received Eve's divine message, Alice was prepared in the temple. She nodded slightly to the three players entering the temple and said, "The Mother Goddess has already learned of your intention, and she has accepted your audience." Upon finishing, she first came before the statue, kneeling reverently. Little Xian Miao and her companions also suppressed their joy, following suit and kneeling beside Saintess Alice. Under the guidance of the elf Saintess, the three began to pray facing the statue. Praise be to the Mother of Nature, praise be to the Goddess of Life, praise be to the great elf sovereign Eve Yggdrasil. In an instant, brilliant holy light enveloped the temple, swallowing the three kneeling players. They felt a brief daze as they realized their surroundings had completely changed. Chapter 190. When little Xian Miao and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves in a grand and majestic temple. Dimasha had been summoned by the Goddess once before, and the others had observed the exchange between Dimasha and the Goddess from the perspective of a cinematic cutscene, so they were somewhat mentally prepared. However, when they looked around, they were surprised to find that this was not the temple they had seen in the original cinematic cutscene, which seemed to be located in the starry sky. Of course, the style and scale of the temple were the same, with its vast space, gigantic stone pillars, and sacred, spectacular reliefs. Yet, the scenery on both sides was entirely different. There were no deep and magnificent galaxies, but an ancient, dense forest. This temple seemed to be situated high up, and despite its elevation, the grandeur and splendor of the forest below could still be seen. This perspective was somewhat akin to looking down at the elf forest from the World Tree, but this forest was clearly more lush. The forest landscape was reminiscent of the elf forest, but upon closer inspection, one could find that the vegetation here seemed older and denser than that of the elf forest, and the land was filled with rare and even legendary tree species. Some players even saw sun spruces towering several hundred meters high. Several hundred meters. These precious tree species, extremely scarce even in the elf forest, where they usually reached no more than 30 meters in height and encountering one could mark a player as a luck king, were everywhere here. The group instinctively began to calculate in their minds how many contribution points they could exchange with the Holy Daughter by using these sun spruces as building material. The result was somewhat terrifying. At least little Xian Miao felt that her entire possessions might not even compare to a single tree here. Not to mention, this was just the most common and inconspicuous tree species in this forest. There were many other precious plants that players couldn't name, but knew at a glance that they were extraordinary. If the elf forest felt like a dreamlike forest far from the mundane world, then the rich, mysterious, ancient, and magnificent world before them reminded the players of the mythical Eden Garden. Even though they were far away, the players could still sense the vibrant life energy exuding from the forest. This almost overwhelming life force even flowed into the towering temple, combining with the temple's unique sacred aura, filling their hearts with a sense of awe and insignificance. They were even shocked to discover that each breath increased their experience points to some extent, and their personal attributes had slight enhancements. This discovery left the players even more astounded and excited. They almost instinctively took deep breaths, hoping to gain more experience points. They even felt an implicit urge to meditate and train here. Where was this place? Was the life and magic energy in the air really this abundant? As the players were in shock, a kind yet dignified voice resonated through the grand hall, pulling back their thoughts. Chosen ones, we meet again. Little Xian Miao and the others suddenly looked up and saw the goddess sitting high on a magnificent throne made of gold, vines, flowers, and branches in the center of the temple. Yggdrasil. Unlike in the previous encounters as an avatar in the once cutscene image, now the goddess did not enshroud herself with radiant holy light. She sat high on the throne, her chin resting on one hand, looking at the group with a gentle smile in her eyes. No airs, no distance, yet the players dared not harbor any disrespectful thoughts. On the contrary, upon seeing the goddess, alongside their amazement, they felt an indescribable sense of awe and reverence. This feeling was strange. Logically, no matter how spectacular the scene, under the premise of knowing it was a game, the players shouldn't have felt this. At most, they should have been impressed and appreciative. But, they couldn't help feeling an impulse to worship. This was akin to the feeling the goddess gave players during storyline appearances, but this time it was much stronger. In that moment, the players unconsciously calmed their moods, becoming more respectful in demeanor. Actually, it was very normal for the players to naturally develop this sense of awe. For they were not in the conceptual space that Eve had previously manifested, but in her divine country. The divine country and the true God are one, existing between reality and fantasy. It could also be said that the divine country was Eve's consciousness space and divine power manifested. As long as she had enough divine power, she could create anything she had seen and understood within the divine country. Of course, these things were only effective within the divine country. If something left the divine country, Eve would have to expend additional divine power to genuinely manifest it. The actual manifestation of objects from the divine country outside of it was precisely the true source of many divine artifacts. Moreover, the emotions of a true god also influenced everything within the divine country, which naturally included other beings who entered it. Thus, even though they believed themselves to be in a game, after entering the divine country, the players' minds were unconsciously influenced, generating a genuine sense of reverence for Eve. Of course, this emotional influence couldn't force someone to become a believer, but it sufficed to let Eve flaunt her superiority. Little Xian Miao and the others saw Eve gently beckon to them, and then they felt a gentle power entering their bodies, sweeping away all fatigue. Afterward, they delightedly discovered that their debuffs had completely vanished. Not only that, but their statuses had fully recovered, and even their fatigue values were reset to 0. The group exchanged glances and uniformly bowed toward Eve. Praise the goddess! Eve nodded and gave them a slight smile. At ease. Ding! As the goddess finished speaking, system messages suddenly appeared once more in their vision. Entering plot. Option dialogue mode activated, please choose a representative to communicate with the goddess. Little Xian Miao took a deep breath, made eye contact with the other two, and stepped forward once again as the representative, while at the same time, Xi Hong's fried tomato and Dimasha found themselves unable to control their bodies again. After choosing the representative, the goddess's solemn and sacred voice echoed once more. I am aware of your purpose, your choice is correct. The god of darkness and shadow is a foe, not a friend. This is the enemy's conspiracy. Then, a dialogue box appeared in front of little Xian Miao. Option A, Supreme Goddess, what should we do next? Option B, Supreme Goddess, how should we address this matter? Option C, Supreme Goddess, please guide us on our path forward. Little Xian Miao. She felt she finally understood why Dimasha had once said that even a pig could choose the right plot dialogue. She twitched her mouth, then responded. Supreme Goddess, please guide us on our path forward. Eve nodded in satisfaction and said. Intervening in the faith disputes between true gods is somewhat strenuous given your current strength. I will send another of my divine favored to negotiate with death god Hela's believers. From now on, you are to follow her arrangements. Upon finishing, the goddess pointed to the side of the group, and countless dazzling photons began to gather there. In their surprised eyes, a tall figure slowly emerged. It was a female elf dressed in a black skirt armor, looking like a young girl of 16 or 17. She had long deep silver hair and a pair of mysterious crimson-violet eyes, her features delicate, exuding a terrifyingly murderous aura. If there were other true gods present, they would recognize it as the aura of the death god's power. However, soon this death god's power aura was completely concealed, and the female elf transformed into an ordinary elf, exuding a vibrant life aura. This was another powerful divine favored. A new NPC. The players' eyes all lit up. After her appearance, the mysterious elf immediately knelt respectfully to the goddess, her expression fervent. Praise to you, Great Mother Goddess. Divine favored Ling, follows your orders with devotion. Hearing her words, the goddess on the throne seemed very satisfied. She curved her lips slightly, then smiled at the group once more. This is Ling, who will act as my agent. I've communicated all arrangements to her. Follow her instructions moving forward. You may withdraw. After speaking, she waved her hand. Then, the dazzling light engulfed the players once more. Chapter 191. Ding! Quest dialogue completed. You have gained 3000 experience points and 300 contribution points. New system notifications flashed in the view of little Xian Miao and the others once again. Accompanied by the enchanting sound of the system, they returned to the temple. The most noticeable change was that the state where they could gain experience points with every breath seemed to disappear. This left the players with a feeling of loss. Little Xian Miao couldn't help but check her personal status bar and was shocked to discover that just from meeting the goddess for a few minutes, her experience points had soared by over 30,000, almost enough to advance to level 20. And with the additional 3,000 points from completing the dialogue, it was just enough. Whoa! What was that place we just went to? How did we gain so many experience points all of a sudden? It was comparable to a major quest line. Before little Xian Miao could marvel, Dimasha's excited voice came through, completely echoing her thoughts and making her nod repeatedly. The place you just entered is the divine country of the Mother Goddess. Since her true revival, the divine country has also regained its vitality. As the players were still secretly lamenting not getting more experience in that scene, a calm voice spoke up. They turned to see that it was Ling, a divine favored summoned by the goddess, who spoke. The divine country of the Mother Goddess is filled with the aura of divine power. Mortal beings that enter the divine country are naturally influenced by this aura, absorbing the energy dispersed within. That's why your powers have slightly increased. Ling explained. The players listened, a flash of realization appearing in their expressions. Thinking inwardly, Fried Tomato speculated. Doesn't this mean, that if we stayed in the divine country of the goddess, we could continuously enhance our strength? Ling glanced at him and said coolly. There's no such good thing in this world. The power of a true god is immense. Even though the divine aura in the divine country is deliberately diluted by the Mother Goddess, you still can't handle too much of it. A little is fine, but if it's too much... Her expression turned into a half-smile. You would have to be reborn again on the world tree, and you would lose the power you absorbed in the divine country. In other words, they'd die from it. The players understood. However, short-term stays won't harm you. In fact, they can even slightly enhance your abilities. Divine power is filled with the power of laws. While you can't comprehend it, you can still be influenced by it to some extent. Especially if you absorb a certain amount of divine aura before advancing to the next level, there's a chance of boosting your personal attributes and even acquiring a new skill across tiers. Ling shifted the conversation, continuing. Whoa! The players widened their eyes, feeling an indescribable joy in their hearts. Such good fortune exists. Indeed. Any mission related to the Great Goddess is a rewarding task. Eve Goddess is the best. With a thought, little Xian Miao immediately chose to level up. A light flashed across her body, and her aura changed as she instantly advanced to level 20, Black Iron Lower Peak. During the advancement, little Xian Miao felt a slight tremor in her mind, as if some information had flowed in. She was filled with joy and immediately checked her status, finding that her constitution, agility and magic power truly had increased slightly. Moreover, a new skill appeared in her skill bar, the two-circle magic, Flame Shield. Wow! I actually comprehended a new skill. And it's two-circle magic. I didn't even have any two-circle magic before. Little Xian Miao couldn't help but cheer out loud. Two-circle magic? Hearing this, Fried Tomato and Demacia couldn't resist giving her a look. In the Segis world, secular skills are divided into ranks from 1 to 99. The power-based skills have 9 tiers, while the casting-based skills have 9 circles of magic. The next level is legendary. Players from level 0 to 10 can only learn apprentice-level skills, while those from level 11 to 20, Black Iron lower, can learn first-tier skills or 1-circle magic. Advancing to level 21 Black Iron middle allows learning of second-tier or 2-circle skills. But now little Xian Miao was merely at level 20 Black Iron lower and had already mastered a 2-circle magic ahead of time. Not to mention anything else, just by having this 2-circle magic, defeating her before reaching Black Iron middle would be quite a challenge for players of the same level. Wait a minute. This girl is loaded with gear. Even without cross-tier skills, with all her golden gear, it seems no one can touch her. Fried Tomato and Demacia suddenly felt a sense of disinterest. However, the appearance of cross-tier skills still stirred something within the players. It was said that in the current game version, the max level was 40, Black Iron upper peak. After a visit to the goddess's divine country and advancing a level, they'd have a chance to acquire a new skill from a higher tier. In other words, if they entered the goddess's divine country while at the Black Iron upper stage, after coming out and advancing, they could possibly master a skill or magic usually attainable only at the silver level, a 4th tier skill or 4-circle magic. Wow! That skill would be a massive tier jump, far surpassing the 3rd tier. Definitely a secret weapon. Thinking of this, the group grew excited. The players had witnessed the might of the Oak Guardian Berserker and the Divine Favored Ale, as well as the Black Iron upper half-beast. They had experienced firsthand that the silver tier was far superior to the Black Iron level. Seeing their excited faces, the corner of Ling's mouth curved ever so slightly. So, if you want another chance to be summoned by the Mother Goddess, work hard. Opportunities always favor those who are prepared and strive hard. What the Mother Goddess needs most now are diligent and striving individuals. She encouraged them. There'll be more chances in the future. Hearing the implication in Ling's words, the players became invigorated. After reaching level 31, I must find a way to complete another task to meet the goddess. Fried Tomato clenched his fist. I better find chances to cozy up to the divine favored. Demacia thought to himself. After their initial excitement, little Xian Miao and the others brought up the hidden plot of the faith of the Dark Dwarves with Ling. Just consider the news from the Blood Covenant as non-existent. The Dark Dwarves wouldn't really tell you their true plan. After hearing the players, Ling remarked calmly. So it was a fake plan. Little Xian Miao and her group frowned. To reveal the plan so straightforwardly, there's a high chance it's fake. Besides, disputes in faith and intrigues accomplish nothing before absolute power. Ling chuckled. So, what should we do next? Little Xian Miao asked again. Ling looked at her and said. Have the other chosen ones prepare for battle, but don't alarm the Dark Dwarves. You can use hunting demon beasts as a cover. I will personally visit the Death God Temple, and you just wait for my news. If I need your support, I'll contact you. After saying this, she nodded at the players and left the temple. When she stepped outside, she saw the natural saintess Alice guarding the temple. Alice was not surprised by Ling's appearance. She had already received a revelation from the Mother Goddess, knowing that a new divine favored would descend, and the newcomer might mainly be responsible for tasks related to spreading faith among the chosen ones, and even communicate with other true god temples. It seemed, the Mother Goddess was also considering finding allies among the true gods. Which deity would it be? Alice had some guesses in her heart. Of course, Alice was also quite curious about this new divine favored. From the looks of the newcomer, they appeared to be a mixed blood elf but had the traits of the royal family, and moreover, the aura felt inexplicably familiar to her. Still, she didn't ask much. To be able to enter the divine country of the Mother Goddess, this divine favored must also be someone the Mother Goddess trusts immensely. Similarly, this meant they were also her partner as the natural saintess. As per the Mother Goddess's words, such a person would be called a comrade. A comrade fighting for her faith and the future of the elf clan. Thinking this, Alice smiled gently at Ling and drew a tree-shaped symbol in front of her chest. May nature be with you, Lord Ling. Ling's mouth curved slightly upward, and she likewise drew a tree-shaped symbol on her chest. May nature be with you, Lady Alice. After speaking, Ling's figure flickered slightly and vanished from everyone's sight. On the other side, the other players who learned the Meet the Goddess quest reward content were also in a frenzy. Entering the Divine Country? A huge wave of free experience points? And the chance to gain an extra cross-tier skill? Wow! Long live the goddess! Indeed, if you want to become strong, you must cling to the goddess's thigh. If before, everyone wanted to get the mainline quest and the chance to meet the goddess just to satisfy their vanity, now, triggering a mainline quest had become the most favorable task for all players. It's just, the next luck king to get such a chance remained unknown. But one thing was certain, sticking close to the goddess would never disappoint. After all, she was the only golden NPC in the entire server. Chapter 192. The underworld was always so deep and dark, with only the fluorescent stones at the top of the caves bringing a bit of light to the world. Deep Cave, Black Rock City. Ever since a group of strange elves arrived here, the place had become increasingly prosperous. In the city, the tall figures of the elves had become a striking sight. In truth, it was impossible not to notice them. The elf clan had always been tall, whether male or female, none were less than 1.7 meters, and each had outstanding looks, while the tallest of the dwarves was no more than 1.5 meters, with an average height of just 1.3 meters. Black Rock City, suitable for dwarves to live in, appeared petite overall, and as the elves walked through the city, one group seemed even taller, and the other even shorter, making the contrast more apparent. The dwarves had gradually accepted the daily visits of the elves in Black Rock City. To the ordinary dark dwarves, these elves were much better than the other mercenaries of the underworld, laying down their weapons upon entering the city, not causing trouble in groups, and, on the contrary, were very polite to the dwarves, something that many mercenaries could not manage, yet the elves did it naturally, without any fuss. And if you happened to be a dwarf forger, you would find them becoming even more courteous, even worshipping you, voluntarily doing all sorts of things for you, just to ask for some guidance on forging techniques. The dwarves' forges had long been surrounded by elves. The elves' appreciation and eagerness to learn dwarven forging techniques left the dwarves flattered and proud. Of course, what made the dwarves even happier were the goods brought by the elves. Strong spider silk, plain wheat, quick-growing rice, underground potatoes, and various kinds of fruits that the dwarves had never seen but tasted wonderful. These were either products that dwarves could not obtain from the underground or specialties from the ground world, brought by the elves in bags into Black Rock City to trade with the dwarves for ores, magic materials, rare metals, and even some knowledge of forging, driving the dark dwarves into a frenzy. Ling arrived in Black Rock City to see this lively scene. Divine favored Zero, or rather, the avatar of Eve. Indeed, Zero was the true god avatar constructed by Eve using the soul storage orb as its core. However, when changing her appearance, she retained the features of the elf clan. This time, Eve decided to directly dispatch her avatar, even branding the avatar with the label of Divine Favored, which served a strategic purpose. Engaging with followers of other true gods, Eve could not trust the players to undertake this task, nor were her followers suitable for it. The most suitable way, thinking it over, was for her to go undercover. Branding her disguise with the label of Divine Favored was also Eve's strategy to better lead the players. While the system tasks and NPC guidance were good, sometimes Eve indeed needed to take action herself to more accurately control the players' movements or to initiate the most crucial initial contact with other true gods' forces. However, appearing directly as a true god seemed undignified, so disguising herself was a good choice. A true god remained the exalted, impressive true god. But now, she had an ardent divine favored under her who issued tasks. Of course, Eve set herself up as the third purple NPC, aside from Saintess Alice and Spider Queen Rose. When Eve entered Black Rock City in Zero's disguise, she did not attract the attention of other players or dwarves. She wore black skirt armor, bore a beautifully sharp long sword on her back, and walked boldly through the streets, admiring the customs of Black Rock City. And everyone seemed not to see her, continuing with their own affairs. Even the pedestrians naturally made way for her but didn't realize why they were making way or for whom. And so, Eve straightforwardly and boldly walked all the way to the Dark Temple at the center of Black Rock City. This Dark Temple was considered the landmark building of all Black Rock City. The architecture of the entire temple was dramatically different from that of the dwarves' Black Rock City, dignified and grand. The main structure was made of stone bricks, carved with exquisite patterns and reliefs. The primary color was black, tinged with solemnity and grimness. In front of the temple, there was also a small fountain, with a statue of a goddess in a black robe, holding a treasure bead and a scythe in the center. This should be the statue of Hela. Eve mused. She looked at the base of the statue and indeed saw 2 lines written in both Dwarven and Common: "Death is the end, and also the beginning." This was the most famous and widely spread saying of the Death God Church. If placed in Eve's nature god sect, it would be somewhat similar to "May nature be with you," or "The goddess of life bless you." Eve glanced at the statue for a while before shifting her gaze, looking up at this temple dedicated to death god Hela. In her vision, this solemn temple appeared somewhat different. She could see the temple as a large light source in the darkness, almost as if it radiated an immense network, enveloping all of Black Rock City, and around it, particles of flashing photons converged towards the temple at all times. This was faith energy. As a true god who had already established a divine country, Eve could see the faith energy and faith network invisible to others. This temple was the faith hub of Black Rock City. The faith hub wove an extensive faith network, absorbing the faith power of the dark dwarves, storing it in the temple, and also feeding it back through the temple to the distant Hela in the netherworld, converting it into her divine power. If Eve was correct, inside the temple, there should be a statue dedicated to storing faith energy, that was the core of the central hub. Actually, this was also the way Eve collected faith energy. The statues that Alice built for her served the purpose of collecting faith, acting as the core and nodes of the faith network. Besides collecting faith, these statues, serving as nodes of the faith network, could also create a divine protection area radiating the area, representing the influence of a true god. Within the influence area of a true god, communication between believers and divines, meditation and prayers by pastors, priests, would be more efficient. Besides, true gods could use these statues to directly transform the area into their realm of control through their divine power. Though it was not a divine domain, it still allowed true gods comprehensive oversight of the area or to perform divine descent techniques and call down their favored. Of course, due to the cross-realm needs, such an operation was highly consuming for the true gods, so generally, no true god would do this. Except for Eve, who shared the same plane with the temple. The totem guardian Eve had struck down the demigod Walker was actually summoned by the Night Wanderer only after vigilantly praying for hundreds of years at the Rock Cave tribe's Ular statue and constructing a true god summoning array with other magic materials. For this, the Night Wanderer directly consumed the long accumulated faith power within the statue of the Rock Cave tribe. However, besides these functionalities, believers could also use a similar method to activate the faith power within the statue, granting the temple immense power to construct large-scale defensive divine arts or unleash a fatal attack divine arts. Because of this, any city with a temple would force enemy forces to first find a way to destroy the statue within the temple before attacking. Otherwise, they must consider how to defend against the temple's counterattack or break its defenses. If the half-beast had activated the defensive divine arts through the statue in the last moments, they wouldn't have been chased so badly by Black Dragon Merrill but could have evacuated more tribesmen more calmly. But it was all impossible because choosing to summon the demigod Walker meant the statue's energy would be completely depleted. When observing the death god's temple, Eve felt somewhat surprised. She noticed that the light of the faith core within the Black Rock City's death god temple seemed quite dim, and the faith network was tottering. This situation indicated that the statue storing the faith power within the death god temple probably held little accumulated energy or was already exhausted. Could it be that the presence of Shadow Lord believers prevented the Death God Church from fully mastering Black Rock City? Or had the Death God Church once utilized the faith power within the statue? Eve slightly furrowed her brows. Suddenly, she had a hunch and had a bit of a guess. She retracted her gaze, then gently stepped inside the temple. Chapter 193. To Eve's surprise, the Death God Temple was extraordinarily quiet today. Though the temple was always solemn and austere, it should have been bustling with worshipping believers and busy priests. Yet today, the Death God Temple was almost devoid of people. Even the rows of pews for believers to sit had been removed at some unknown time, making the entire hall look vast and empty. All that met her eyes was a Death God statue and a small figure standing before it. She was clad in a black Death God high priest robe, standing with her back to Eve, who had just entered from outside, her gaze fixed on the treasure bead in the right hand of the Death God statue. She was the female temple leader of the Dark Dwarves. Eve's heart fluttered, and she proactively dispelled the high-level concealment spell on her body. In the hall, only the sound of Eve's footsteps could be heard as she walked across the black stone slabs. "You've come, Yggdrasil." Upon hearing the footsteps, the Death God temple leader slowly turned around, looking at Eve. Her voice was calm and gentle, seemingly not the least bit surprised, as if she had already known, and her tone was like that of meeting an old friend after a long time. However, upon hearing that final address, Eve felt as if her avatar was about to bristle with astonishment. The divine power within her subtly surged, and she almost couldn't resist unleashing her power to cast a spell to shred the person who spoke into pieces. But, after realizing where she was, she barely restrained the impulse, looking toward the death god temple leader who had spoken. Just as she clearly saw the dwarf temple leader, she was slightly stunned. The dark dwarves had dark skin, grey-black hair, and eyes, which was how Eve remembered the dwarf temple leader from the player's perspective. But now, the temple leader's appearance was vastly different from what Eve had previously spied on. Her grey-black hair had completely turned black, and her once dark skin had become as fair as that of a human. The grey-black eyes had transformed into a pair of scarlet pupils, like an endless deep sea. Her facial features were still those of the dwarf temple leader, but the feeling she gave was as if she were a completely different person. Standing there, she exuded an unspeakable sense of majesty and mystery, inspiring an involuntary emotion of reverence. Divine possession. Eve's pupils slightly contracted. However, she quickly gathered herself, instantly having a pretty clear guess about the other person's identity. She first performed a gentle elf clan courtesy, then said, "Seeing the temple's stored faith power entirely depleted, I originally thought it was a netherworld guardian summoned here by the believers. But I hadn't expected a true god in person." Upon hearing Eve's words, the dwarf temple leader seemed unsurprised. She glanced at her own hands, shaking her head and sighing. "I've only managed to descend a sliver of thought by borrowing the body and power of a believer, unlike you who sculpted an avatar directly." After speaking, she waved her hand gently, and suddenly a series of bones appeared out of thin air on the temple floor, forming a solemn white bone divine throne, on which she seated herself lightly. But the grand and dignified throne seemed ill-suited to the stature of a dark dwarf. When she sat on it, her legs dangled above the ground, which looked somewhat amusing. Seeing this scene, Eve felt a flicker of emotion. From the ground behind her, several vines broke through the earth, transforming into a vibrant thriving vine throne, upon which she also sat down. Seeing the unabashed natural divine power around Eve, the dwarf temple leader raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at Eve, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile as her cold voice carried a hint of playfulness. "The natural divine power. Should I address you as Yggdrasil, or simply Eve?" Even though she had been prepared, Eve's nerves couldn't help but twitch slightly. Nevertheless, she quickly returned to her composure and replied with a faint smile. "Eve is fine. My name now is Eve Yggdrasil. Hela Crown." After saying this, the aura around her flickered slightly, and her appearance changed once again. Abandoning her disguise and embracing her true form, she transformed from the divine favored Zero to her original avatar form. Seeing Eve's characteristic silver hair and purple eyes, dressed in a holy divine dress adorned with symbols of nature, life, and elves, and the floral divine crown overhead, along with her calm demeanor, the dwarf temple leader gazed with slightly complex eyes. "Yggdrasil, you've ultimately changed. Yes, you are her, yet you aren't her anymore. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call you the successor of the World Tree." With a sigh, she released a wisp of divine power herself, transforming once more. Her stature surged, morphing from the original dark dwarf into a black-haired, red-eyed human girl, now donned in a black priest robe adorned with death god patterns. Her current appearance was identical to the goddess statue in the hall. The death god and lord of the underworld Hela. At that moment, all doubts vanished from Eve's heart. Even though she appeared calm on the surface, inside, Eve's heart had already roiled with waves of emotions, riddled with numerous doubts and concerns. The ever-reclusive death god Hela of the netherworld had actually utilized a believer's body to perform a divine descent. It was evident that she was waiting for her and knew she was coming to visit. But, how did Hela know? When did she learn of her true identity, and how did she know she would come to visit her? No, more precisely, Eve originally intended only to utilize the guise of a divine favored to get in touch with Hela's believers and express goodwill in advance, yet instead, she directly ran into Hela. Moreover, the other party had clearly been lingering here, aware of her arrival, aiming for her. The opening words "you've come," had practically spelled everything out. Nonetheless, fortunately, Hela did not seem hostile. Perhaps seeing Eve suddenly fall silent, death god Hela sighed softly and said, "No need to worry, Yggdrasil. Eve Crown. I am the only true god aware of your return, and I have no intention of revealing everything. You know that I, and the deities of the heavenly realm, are not allied. Hearing this, Eve's heart relaxed slightly, yet the doubts still lingered. Hela Crown, when did you learn of my resurrection? She asked. Hela slightly raised an eyebrow and replied. Approximately, when the magic power level of the Segis world began to return. At that time, I had only a few suspicions, but with the help of a believer, I saw what seemed to be your elf clansman, which gave me more certainty. She had suspected since the magic power began to return? Eve's heart skipped a beat, suddenly connecting more dots. If Hela suspected, could the other true gods suspect as well? However, the other true gods probably don't know yet. After all, the one who secretly assisted the world tree before its fall with the curse spell was me. I certainly have a clearer understanding of the changes in the curse spell than the other true gods. So, after observing a little, I understood your return. Hela continued. The divine arts curse protecting the world tree's body was secretly assisted by Hela? Upon learning this, Eve's heart surged with emotions. Wait, doesn't this mean that Hela was essentially a half-ally of the previous holder? Seeing Eve's somewhat astonished expression, Hela continued. In reality, even if you hadn't come looking for me after dealing with Holder's group of errant followers, I would have gone to the elf forest to find you. However, since you're here, that's even better. After speaking, she propped her chin, looking at Eve with a teasing expression. So, how is it? My soul storage orb, is it useful? Eve. Chapter 194. Eve knew that Hela had discerned the true core of her avatar. If it were Hela's Valkyrie guardians, perhaps under Eve's deliberate concealment, they might not have seen through it. However, as the creator of the soul storage orb, it was only natural for Hela to recognize that Eve's avatar used the orb as its divine soul core. But, the fact that she mentioned it indicated she didn't care. After all, in the Segis world, divine artifacts were quite common. A mere artifact worth a few points of divine power wasn't something a true god would consider significant. Thinking of this, Eve forced a laugh and said. The ability to create divine artifacts capable of housing a true god's divine soul really shows Hela Crown's deep understanding of soul laws. Aren't you the same? Hela chuckled and looked towards the outside of the temple. I still don't understand how you managed to summon these elf-like, soulless clansmen. Have you hidden their souls somewhere? I've observed that they seem to possess resurrection abilities akin to my Valkyrie guardians but without any side effects. Moreover, they seem to have their own inherited knowledge. As Hela spoke, she appeared thoughtful. Eve's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Hela had noticed the players. While the player's existence might be concealed from others, it could never be hidden from someone who deeply understood souls like Hela. She easily saw through the players' identities, missing only the knowledge of their true origins. However, because of this point, Hela would likely never guess they were mercenaries summoned from another world's virtual network by Eve. Enough about this. You must have a reason for visiting my temple, right? Hela dropped the subject of players and turned back to Eve, her scarlet eyes unfathomably deep. Eve nodded. That's right. The god of darkness and shadow, Holder, is trying to win over my clansmen and plot to overthrow your faith governance here, so I came to give a little warning. But since Hela Crown has descended personally, no mere mortal believers could stir up anything significant. Eve said. Naturally. Hearing Eve's words, Hela nodded and then asked. You coming here personally, do you have other plans? Of course. If possible, I intended to extend goodwill to Hela Crown's church. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I have some grudges with the god of darkness and shadow, Holder, too. Eve replied. Since Hela was already approaching with goodwill, Eve decided to be frank. Moreover, she had also noticed that, although theoretically, Holder, as a deity of the netherworld, should be subordinate to Hela, it was evident that Hela hadn't subdued him. It was even highly likely that he coveted Hela's godhead. Hela didn't seem surprised by this and sighed. Holder, yes, she has gotten too close with the gods of the heavenly realm. If it weren't for her, I couldn't have been trapped in the netherworld all this time. So the death god Hela didn't truly want to remain in the netherworld but was confined by some kind of restriction? Eve mused. Hela didn't elaborate, instead, she looked at Eve again, sighing. It seems, her prophecy was indeed accurate. Her prophecy? Eve raised an eyebrow. Before Eve could ask further, Hela continued. In fact, when the magic power began returning to the Segis world, I was waiting here. Now, seeing your arrival, I somewhat understand your intentions to seek an ally, perhaps. But, what kind of price can you offer? You must know that I am at the peak of intermediate divine power, while you are merely a weak one. Not to mention, although Holder is an annoyance to me, she is ultimately just a true god with intermediate divine power, whereas Hela's expression held a trace of amusement. You're up against the entire pantheon of the heavenly realm. I know you have great potential, but potential is just that, potential. If I'm not mistaken, the plain channel of the Segis world will reopen at the latest within 20 years. The true gods will once again walk the earth. If you grow too fast, this time frame might be accelerated. A millennium ago, the powerful Yggdrasil couldn't compete with the heavenly realm's gods, and now, 1,000 years have passed. They are far stronger than before. Given these circumstances, do you really think you can drag me into this? This was the critical moment. Eve felt a shiver run through her. Goodwill was goodwill, but without concrete benefits, it was indeed difficult to persuade another true god. Moreover, from Hela's conversation, Eve also realized that the other recognized her not as Yggdrasil of old but as her successor. Besides, from any angle, it seemed she had no chance of winning. Taking a deep breath, Eve expressed the reason she had long prepared. Since Hela Crown knows I'm different from Yggdrasil 1,000 years ago, she should also understand that my personality differs from hers. What she couldn't do doesn't mean I can't. Once I truly awaken. Eve paused, thoughtfully saying. I've already accessed the plane source of the Segis world. Upon hearing this, Hela's pupils slightly contracted. A flash of realization crossed her expression, and she looked at Eve with a slightly odd expression. I see. I forgot, you aren't her. She wouldn't flip the table, but you might. Although a millennium has passed, the Segis world remains the primary faith source for the true gods. This truly poses a great threat to those parasites. Parasites. Eve's lips twitched. Death god Hela's disdain for the true god of faith was truly unabashed. Eve paused and continued. Furthermore, I know Hela Crown's godhead isn't complete, which prevents her from crossing the final step to become a truly powerful divine power and from fully controlling the netherworld. Instead, it has allowed the god of darkness and shadow, Holder, originally a subordinate of the primordial death god, to develop ambitions. Upon hearing these words, Hela fell into silence. The smile on her face gradually faded, and her voice carried a hint of coldness. What are you trying to say? I believe I can help Hela Crown perfect her godhead. Life and death are opposite but simultaneously interconnected. If Hela Crown were to form an alliance with me, helping me conceal the truth about Yggdrasil's resurrection and providing certain support in the Segis plane, I could use the knowledge of the life godhead to assist Hela Crown in perfecting her godhead, becoming a true death god and the lord of the netherworld. Eve finally laid out her long-prepared plan. After hearing her words, Hela fell into silence again. After a moment, she sighed. You've thought this through well. But, how can I trust you? Life is not death. How can you be certain you could really help me complete my godhead? It's only a possibility. More crucially, even if it is possible, how long would this process take? If your identity is exposed during this process, wouldn't I be forced to oppose the pantheon of the heavenly realm in order to complete my godhead? Moreover, why can't I simply reveal your existence to the heavenly realm gods and have them assist me in perfecting my godhead? Upon hearing Hela's questions, Eve didn't hesitate but explained. But at least, this presents a sliver of possibility, doesn't it? It's much better than Hela Crown maintaining the current status quo. Moreover, if Hela Crown were to deal with the god of darkness and shadow, I would assist. At least, I could target his power of faith in the Segis world. As for revealing my existence to the heavenly realm, does Hela Crown truly trust the gods of the heavenly realm? If I'm not mistaken, they might also be wary of Hela Crown, right? They surely wouldn't want another uncontrollable powerful death god to emerge. After speaking, Eve looked at Hela, her gaze sincere. Hela's expression was somewhat complex. After a moment, she sighed deeply. I really wonder where Yggdrasil Crown found such a successor. I must admit, you've convinced me. Agreed? Eve felt a burst of joy. However, Hela's tone shifted, smiling wryly. I can help you conceal your identity, but don't think I'll assist you in combating enemies, especially the gods of the heavenly realm. At least, outwardly, I can't help you fight them. Even if you engage in a war of faith with other true gods in Segis, I won't be involved. Moreover, if your identity is exposed and you face a counterattack from the gods, don't blame me for withdrawing. What I can do is help you disguise your identity to make your status legitimate. Eve. Additionally, Hela shifted her posture, crossing one leg over the other. Your promises need to be fulfilled. Firstly, assist me in combating the god of darkness and shadow, Holder's influence in the Segis world, and help me perfect my godhead. I heard that fellow Euler is still secretly looking for the divine blood crystal of the world tree. You could start from here, find some for me. Parsing a divine blood crystal is useful to me as well. After all, there's not much divine power in it, and I can't analyze the life godhead, so it poses no threat to you. Of course, I won't take your divine blood crystal for free. If you're short on divine power, I can trade with some equivalent divine power, even giving you a bit more as compensation. Eve. Furthermore, Hela crossed her arms and continued. This time, Holder's counterattack in Black Rock City, you help me suppress it. Their trump card is the Shadow Creature Army. Dark believers I can deal with, but the Shadow Army is your problem. I don't want too many of my hard-won believers to die. After all, your clansmen seem unafraid of death. How about it? With that, Hela looked at Eve, raising an amused eyebrow. Eve. She thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile wryly. Hela Crown is indeed meticulous. Eve understood Hela's prioritization of her believers. After all, using the power of belief to perfect Godhead was another path. However, the Death Godhead was exceedingly powerful, making this path challenging. Even though Hela's conditions appeared somewhat stringent, Eve was still satisfied. Having Hela's acquiescence to conceal her identity was enough. The title of Death God was quite useful, sufficient to deter most true gods and allow Eve to use it to her advantage, while she seized the opportunity to expand and strengthen herself. With this thought, she nodded. Deal. Hela seemed quite satisfied, smiling, and manifested a golden divine power scroll with her hand. Then, let's sign the True God Oath. The True God Oath was a contract between true gods. Bound by laws, it was the most severe contract in existence, and violating it would result in severe backlash on one's divine soul. Even a true god would suffer. Eve nodded solemnly. Soon, the two true gods, each harboring their thoughts, signed the contract, which included 3 key points. 1. Both parties entered an alliance. From the day of the alliance, Hela must assist Eve in concealing her identity, and Eve would disguise as a subordinate god of Death God. Their believers would sign a friendly pact, not infringing upon each other's forces of faith. 2. Eve must assist Hela in perfecting the Death God's godhead, periodically providing Hela with the world tree's divine blood crystals, while Hela would compensate with 1.5 times the Death God's power. 3. Eve must assist Hela's believers in combating Holder's power in the Segis world. In return, Hela's believers would share intelligence about the Segis world with Eve. Chapter 195. After making the True God Oath with Death God Hela, Eve once again transformed into the appearance of Divine Favored Zero and left the temple. Of course, she didn't forget to cast an advanced concealment spell on herself. Only when she could no longer sense Hela's presence did Eve finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since her rebirth as the World Tree, this was the first time she truly dealt face to face with another true god. Even though Hela merely temporarily manifested through a fanatic's body with divine possession, Hela seemed to have already known of Eve's arrival. Regardless of what this netherworld true god was contemplating, at least Eve could feel that she harbored a certain degree of goodwill. The oath they made could be considered mutually satisfying for both parties. After this, Eve could justifiably flaunt Death God Hela's subordinate deity title without any concerns. Though just showing off the stripes of a tiger, it actually provided her enormous assistance. The underworld's dark dwarves could also be considered allies. Although Eve definitely couldn't rely on them to participate in her future faith wars against Euler, she could trade with them in the underworld or jointly resist the forces of the god of darkness and shadow. According to Hela, the god of darkness and shadow, Holder, was an even older existence. She had plotted in the underworld for a longer time, making her forces there stronger. Not to mention, Holder was also involved with several evil god forces hidden in the underworld. Holder was also Eve's potential enemy. For Eve, this was likewise an opportunity to stir up trouble in the underworld using Death God Hela's power. Killing evil gods, devouring their divine power, or absorbing the enemy's vitality in war was indeed part of Eve's plan. Even the upcoming faith war with Euler was essentially for this purpose. Expanding influence was superficial. Fundamentally, she still needed to enhance her own power, and absorbing vitality and divine power was the fastest way. From this perspective, both Eve and Hela would benefit, the former by absorbing life, the latter by expanding faith. As for assisting Hela in perfecting her divine duties, for now, it meant focusing on divine blood crystals. After destroying the rock cave tribe, the southern elf forest had practically become Eve's backyard. With the players' exploration, occasionally, lucky ones found divine blood crystals in the forest. Besides those that Eve absorbed, quite a few remained. Eve planned to selectively strip the power of laws related to nature and elves from the divine blood crystals, then hand them over to the Death God Temple after quelling the Dark Dwarves' rebellion. Hela's descent was merely a consciousness. To truly fight an enemy, another force was required. And if she wanted to avoid heavy losses among the believers, Hela would have to let Eve step in. The reason why Hela did not send down a demigod-level heroic guardian was actually a matter of cost-benefit. After all, it was merely a city's rebellion, not yet reaching the level that required demigod might. Transmitting a demigod across realms might cost far more divine power compared to the gains. Euler had initially aimed to seize the life and nature divine position, which was why he spent the resources to send demigod Walker, but Hela had no such necessity. Hence, the eventual outcome was that the players would need to act again. An army of shadow creatures. It is said they are monsters born from the dark land between the abyss and the netherworld. Unexpectedly, they were gathered by the god of darkness and shadow, Holder. Eve thought as she walked. However, the overall strength of the dark dwarves is weak, mostly at the black iron rank. The shadow creatures they can summon should also largely be at this rank. This level is within the player's capability to confront. The Abyss was a collective term for the lowest chaotic planes in the Segis universe, where the laws were in disarray and demons and evil gods made their home. It was said that the netherworld had originally been an abyssal plane, but was purified by the primordial death god, turning it into a normal plane. Yet, even so, the netherworld remained connected to the abyss, and the junction was the land of darkness, giving birth to creatures hovering between chaos and order, known as shadow monsters. However, to summon such creatures across realms, one must conduct meticulous preliminary work and create a complete summoning array. The Death God Temple maintained a stronghold over Black Rock City, and while Hela's descending consciousness lacked combat strength, it was more than adequate for identifying traitors, making it easy for Death God believers to cleanse the city of dark believers. The problem lay outside the city. The faith power accumulated at the Death God Temple had been consumed entirely with Hela's descent, so theoretically, Black Rock City's ability to resist external attacks had significantly diminished. Dark believers surely wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket, and they would undoubtedly summon shadow creatures outside the city to launch siege attacks. The shadow creature army surrounding the city would be the opponents the players needed to fight. The divine power fluctuation from when the two met just now couldn't be hidden, and Hela would undoubtedly take action soon, likely throwing Black Rock City into chaos, so she needed to expedite her actions. Thinking of this, Eve dispelled her advanced concealment spell and quickened her pace toward the place she had previously agreed to meet Little Xian Miao and the others. Deep Rift Cave, Black Rock City, Dwarf Bar. Little Xian Miao and others sat idly at the bar, sipping beer as watery as water while chatting and waiting. This was the place where Divine Favored Zero had agreed to meet them before leaving. While a few people chatted about various gossip from Blue Planet, which left the Dark Believers secretly monitoring them utterly baffled, the bar's door was pushed open. Divine Favored Zero walked in. Seeing the elf girl in a black skirt armor, the players' eyes lit up, and they hurried over. Lord Zero, how did the negotiations go? Miss Zero, how did it go? Their gazes carried a hint of anticipation. After all, this was an ongoing storyline. Zero first glanced around the bar, then walked over to a table and sat down. The players quickly followed, sitting beside her. Divine Favored Zero pondered for a moment, then snapped her fingers. In the surprised eyes of Little Xian Miao and the others, a soundproofing buff appeared in their personal status bars. They knew it was the NPC casting a soundproofing magic. The negotiations are complete. The Death God Temple accepted our friendship, and they will soon commence a search for the Dark Believers hidden in the city. Zero stated flatly. So, do we need to do anything? Tomato Fried asked expectantly. Zero glanced at him, nodded, and said. Of course, the Death God Church has also requested our assistance. Inform the other chosen ones to prepare for battle, a war is about to break out. A war. The players' eyes lit up. No wonder it was a hidden main quest, starting right off with a big battle. They still remembered the previous war with the Half-Beastmen, a major battle that made all the first testers level up quickly. Miss Zero, what exactly is the battle about? Demasha eagerly asked. The Death God Temple has received intelligence that the Dark Believers will summon an army of shadow creatures outside the city to lay siege. Your mission is to resist and defeat them. Divine Favored Zero stated solemnly. As soon as she spoke, a new system message appeared in the player's view. Ding! Hidden main quest, the belief of dark dwarves completed. You have gained 3000 experience points, 300 contribution points. Before they could rejoice, suddenly, the tavern door was slammed open, and a team of fully armed dwarf guards charged in. This sudden change startled the players. They instinctively reached for their weapons, only to realize their gear was still at the Black Rock City gate. However, the dwarf guards paid them no mind and instead sternly announced under the surprised, fearful, or confused gazes around. By order of the temple leader, we are capturing dark believers. After speaking, Eve clearly saw a subtle change in the expressions of a few dark dwarves. Almost as if it had been confirmed beforehand, the dwarf guards, without hesitation, charged directly at those dwarves who were preparing to flee and swiftly bound them. The tavern plunged into chaos. Watching these scenes, the players' eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. Similar incidents were beginning to occur throughout Black Rock City. After all, a true god was a true god, and while Hela's divine possession might not be strong in combat, she certainly had the ability to discern from foes. There was no need for players to act, as one by one, the dark believers hidden within Black Rock City were captured by the dark dwarf guards. At that point, the entire land quivered slightly, and a discrete spatial fluctuation was transmitted over from afar. It has begun. Divine Favored Zero said faintly, raising a glass of beer and downing it in one go. After speaking, another new system message surfaced in the player's view. This time, it was a server-wide notification. Ding! Players Little Xian Miao, Demasha, Tomato Fried have triggered the hidden main quest, Shadow Army. Plot description: the brave and clever chosen ones Little Xian Miao, Demasha, Tomato Fried have unmasked the god of darkness and shadows conspiracy to bring chaos to Black Rock City. With the permission of the goddess, they informed the Death God Temple in Black Rock City under the guidance of Divine Favored Zero, securing the friendship of the Death God Church for the Elf clan. The Death God Church has begun to hunt the Dark Believers, Black Rock City is about to descend into chaos, and the Dark Believers are about to summon the Shadow Army to attack Black Rock City. Now, it is time to demonstrate the Elf clan's friendship. Ding! Hidden main quest Shadow Army is now open. Quest objective: assist the Death God Church, resist and defeat the Dark Believers Shadow Army. Quest time limit: none. Quest participants: unlimited. Quest level: 15+. Quest reward: experience points, perfect resurrection, contribution points. Quest tip 1: shadow creatures are afraid of light and fire but have high resistance to darkness. Quest tip 2: strength in numbers. The shadow creatures are numerous, please team up with other players. Quest tip 3: high risk of death during this quest, please ensure you have acquired perfect resurrection before combat. Chapter 196. Black Rock City's City Hall. The old dwarf Balin sat at his desk, busily handling the daily affairs of Black Rock City. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside, causing him to look up and frown. Amidst the faint sounds of chaos and screams, the dwarf Iron Hammer stumbled in. Lord Balin, a squad of dwarf guards suddenly came to City Hall. They took Elder Xylan and Elder Luotu away, saying they're dark believers, you must go see this. Dwarf guards? Balin's pupils slightly contracted, and the feather pen in his hand was instinctively snapped in half. How many people came? Where are they now? He barely contained the fear in his heart and asked. They should be on their way here soon, you must try to reason with them. City Hall is loyal to the Death God Church, how could there be dark believers? You. Iron Hammer paused halfway through his sentence. He saw Elder Balin, usually steady, hurriedly turn and open the window, planning to escape. Elder. Iron Hammer was still a bit confused. At this moment, several fully armed dark dwarf guards rushed in. By order of the temple leader, arrest the dark believers. Balin, you have nowhere to run, surrender quickly. What's going on? How could we have been exposed? Upon hearing the guard's voice behind him, Balin was terrified. Elder is actually a dark believer? Iron Hammer was astonished. Balin panicked in his heart and quickly accelerated his movements. But just as he climbed out of the building, he was surrounded by another group of guards and was quickly tied up. Similar events began unfolding in various parts of Black Rock City. The Dark Dwarf guards seemed to have eyes, catching dark believers with pinpoint accuracy. Inside the mines on the rear mountain of Black Rock City, several believers pushed the divine favored, Stone of Fire, who was in a wheelchair, frantically escaping. Stone of Fire wore an expression of disbelief. How did we get exposed? What's going on? He had planned well. If the elves could create chaos, he would instruct the dark believers to sneak into the Death God Church and destroy the idol. Then, by launching a pincer attack from within and outside, he could summon the Shadow Army to completely resolve the Death God believers in Black Rock City. And if the elves didn't act as planned, he would quietly stay hidden for a while longer, waiting for the Death God Church and elf mercenaries to become complacent before finding a way to escalate the conflict between both sides. But why did it all fall apart so quickly? Stone of Fire appeared flustered, being escorted by his loyal followers through the mine's secret passage, wanting to escape the city. It's over. If we lose our foothold in Black Rock City this time, there's no way to destroy the idol. Stone of Fire's face turned ashen. As long as the idol in the Death God Temple remained powerful, Black Rock City was nearly impregnable, making it impossible for the Dark Believers to completely overthrow the Death God's dominion here. Even if he had a Shadow Creature army as a trump card, it would probably be difficult to succeed. For the Shadow Creatures, the power of true God's faith itself posed a great threat with significant lethality. He could already imagine the wrath that the true God would unleash upon his failure. Death wasn't frightening because the true God has ways to make you suffer even after death. Although Black Rock City wasn't large, it was once a source of faith for the God of Darkness and Shadow, Holder. The complete expulsion of her faith by the Death God believers only angered and humiliated the ancient true God. The oracle to reclaim Black Rock City was personally given by this true God. Failure would mean a miserable end for Stone of Fire, the leader. But what on earth happened? Stone of Fire could not comprehend it and could only flee in panic under the escort of his loyal followers. And when he finally emerged from the secret passageway outside Black Rock City, he was stunned. Someone was already waiting for him there. Stone of Fire, you have nowhere to go. A crisp voice rang out. It was the female temple leader of the Death God Temple. She blocked the exit of the secret passageway with a team of dark dwarf guards. At this time, the dwarf temple master had already returned to her original form, freed from the divine possession of Death God Hela. Hela's consciousness had already returned to the netherworld. How did you discover us? Stone of Fire gritted his teeth. The Death God Temple leader looked at the red-eyed Stone of Fire and gently sighed, a hint of fanaticism appearing in her expression. Under the gaze of the true God, nothing of yours can escape. True. True God? Stone of Fire was dazed for a moment, and only then did he notice the faint aura of death divine power lingering around the Death God Temple leader. In an instant, he realized. So that's it. You really used the idol to call upon the true God's power. The Death God Temple leader neither confirmed nor denied this but instead said. Surrender, Stone of Fire. All the dark believers within the city have already been captured by us. Surrender. Upon hearing the Death God Temple leader's words, Stone of Fire let out a sneer. After confirming that the Death God Temple indeed used the power of the idol, he instead calmed down. Stone of Fire squinted his eyes and said. I don't know if you are clever or foolish for using the temple's power just to capture us. However, how much energy does the temple have left after such a large-scale purge of other beliefs? No matter how much is left, you have already failed. The dwarf temple master retorted. Het. Stone of Fire chuckled, a hint of madness appearing on his face. Whether we have indeed lost remains to be seen. After speaking, a deep energy began to converge on his body. This isn't good, take cover. The dwarf temple leader's expression changed. Upon hearing her command, all the dwarf guards retreated. In the solemn gaze of all the dark dwarves, this dark divine favored began to ignite his own faith power, turning himself into a mass of black flame, with deep rays shooting into the sky. It's a signal. The dwarf temple master's expression was heavy, but she showed no sign of panic, seeming to have anticipated this. It's an emergency signal. In an underground forest outside Black Rock City, a dozen dark dwarves wearing grey-black robes looked gravely towards the city. It's Lord Stone of Fire. Something must have happened inside the city. He's ordering us to summon the Shadow Legion immediately. A low, hoarse voice said. After those words, the dark dwarves looked at each other, nodded, and stepped forward to sweep away the fallen leaves on the ground. As the leaves were cleared, a massive pre-etched magic array gradually emerged on the ground. They approached the array, knelt around it, and began to pray softly, chanting an undulating incantation. As they chanted, the array gradually emitted a deep glow, and a chaotic, chilling aura began to gather. Simultaneously, the center of the array suddenly brightened, and the earth began to shake, and a dark grey energy beam shot into the sky. In Black Rock City, players who were curiously watching the internal conflict of the dark dwarves suddenly felt the ground tremble. Look, what's that? Someone pointed to the sky. The players looked up, noticing dark grey energy pillars rising in all directions, sending an icy, chaotic aura thundering down. Soon, the tops of the 4 energy pillars exploded, resembling erupting volcanoes, as finer dark grey arcs fell like raindrops to the ground, with some even landing inside Black Rock City. As soon as they landed, these dark grey energies morphed like writhing jelly, transforming into black-grey translucent humanoid monsters shrouded in thick black smoke. On Black Rock City's wall, the dwarf guards turned pale as densely packed eerie monsters suddenly appeared below. Shadow creatures. It's the Shadow Creature Legion. This is bad. Sound the alarm, close the gates, and notify the temple to activate defensive divine arts. With the blare of a horn, the guards on the wall instantly sprang into action. Captain, this is bad. The temple's stored energy is depleted already. What? But the temple leader said the elves would help us defend the city. Elves? Them? What can they do? The dark dwarf defense captain was suddenly speechless, seething with anger. Inside Black Rock City, the descent of a few shadow monsters threw the city into utter chaos. These sudden shadow monsters were extremely formidable, and normal attacks barely harmed them. However, they began a frenzy of slaughter, devouring everything in sight. They roared ferociously, clawing madly, climbing over buildings, dashing across the ground, and shredding everything in sight with their black fog-wreathed claws. The dwarf guards, in turn, gathered in small groups to fight the shadow monsters. Cries, screams, roars, the clash of weapons, and incantations rang out everywhere. Players were stunned by this chaotic scene. Holy crap! Are the special effects meant to be this terrifying? Though they'd experienced warfare with half-beasts before, these intimidating monsters still gave them a shock. Stop gawking! Get your gear! It's fight time! It's fight time! Dima cursed and sprinted towards the city gate. Other players snapped back to reality, suppressing their fear of these seemingly ghostly shadow creatures, and followed suit. On the city wall, the dark dwarf defense captain hacked off a shadow creature trying to climb up, but upon seeing the numerous shadow army in the distance, his expression darkened. There are probably several thousand, maybe even over 10,000. His voice quivered slightly. Without the temple's defensive divine arts, how could Black Rock City withstand this? At that moment, a guard's startling cry rang out. Captain, watch out! The dwarf defense captain felt a surge of danger. He spun around with his sword, seeing a shadow creature that had infiltrated the city lunging at him. Unprepared, he was knocked down, his weapon sent flying, and the shadow creature's black fog-shrouded claws aimed for his body. Just as the dwarf defense captain thought he was doomed, a massive fireball suddenly came flying over, striking the shadow creature. The fireball exploded, and the shadow creature let out a painful shriek. Half of the black smoke around its body dissipated, revealing its dark grey translucent form. The dwarf defense captain took the opportunity to break free from the creature's claws, retrieved his weapon, and escaped. Breathing heavily, he turned towards where the fireball had come from, seeing 3 or 4 meters away a pink-haired elf girl dressed in a robe, holding a magic wand. The elf girl looked excited, glancing at her magic wand and murmuring joyfully. I hit it! I hit it! Captain! Behind her, more fully armed elves climbed onto the city walls. Their expressions were odd, a mix of nervousness and excitement. Warriors, mages, hunters, all sorts of professions, but all emanated high morale. They swung their weapons, shouting as they ascended the walls to assist the dark dwarves in defense. Simultaneously, the dwarf defense captain heard bursts of common language. Support the dwarves. Quick, quick! Spread out and defend. Not a single monster gets in. Smash them! Hurrah! Seeing the elves even more spirited than the dwarf soldiers, the defense captain was dumbfounded. Chapter 197. The Shadow Army arrived quickly. The players had just received the mission when the shadow creatures were summoned. Many hadn't even had the chance to retrieve their equipment. How could it be so fast? Eve, who had transformed into the divine favored Zero, was somewhat surprised. She casually crushed a shadow creature that had bumped into her and glanced at the 4 grey pillars of energy in the distance, frowning slightly. After pondering for a moment, she avoided the crowd and headed to the Death God Temple in Black Rock City. Black Rock City was already mobilizing, and the priests in the Death God Temple were bustling about, some treating the wounded, others relaying messages, and some trying to activate defensive divine arts. Upon arriving, Eve also saw the dwarf temple master who had captured the leader of the Dark Believers and returned. The fervent believer who had once been possessed by death god Hela now looked troubled. "It's my fault, I was careless. I didn't expect the divine favored of the god of darkness and shadow would use the burning of their faith as a signal to order the believers outside the city, inadvertently exposing the reality of the temple in advance." Eve. She glanced at him, noting the lingering aura of death god's power on him, and hesitated to speak. It's likely not the dwarf temple master who inadvertently exposed it, but rather a deliberate hint by death god Hela before her return. Of course, this poor temple master probably hadn't noticed that he had been manipulated by the suggestion of a true god. He didn't even know that the mysterious divine favored of the true god he was facing was actually the true god herself. As for why Hela would cast such a suggestion, Eve could somewhat understand. Now that Eve had a true god avatar here, no matter how the dark believers acted, Eve couldn't stand idly by while the summoned shadow army ran rampant. This was due to the promises made by the 2 true gods. And could an avatar of a true god not handle a group of mere shadow creatures of black iron level summoned by believers? "What do you mean your followers aren't afraid of death? Let your followers handle it," were all just excuses. Hela must have sensed Eve's avatar and realized it truly possessed demigod-level power, which is why she made such a decisive move. That is to say, for Hela, with Eve's avatar present, there was no need to consider anything else. Simply hinting at her believers to lure out the opponent's trump card and forcing Eve to act before anything else developed further was enough. Of course, it could also be that Hela was aware of Eve's recent activities under the guise of her name and was subtly expressing some dissatisfaction. Didn't expect to sign a true god oath and still get caught up in trouble before leaving. Eve sighed, sensing the dense shadow creatures outside Black Rock City. The number of shadow creatures had already reached thousands, and even if all the players were present, it would be difficult to deal with them, not to mention that more creatures continued to be transported over. Therefore, it was necessary for a stronger entity to intervene. Eve understood. Hela wanted her to personally deal with the Shadow Army. And if she truly did intervene, it would mean a complete break with the god of darkness and shadow, but on the other hand, it would also mean truly being allied with death god Hela in the same battle. There were both pros and cons. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. At least with Hela's forces blocking the door in the underworld, the dark believers couldn't trouble the ground elves. However, after killing another shadow creature, Eve gave up the idea of stepping in directly. More precisely, she gave up the thought of using demigod-level powers for a quick battle. After slaying the shadow creature, she held a grey, semi-transparent shard left behind by the creature's death. This type of shard was called a shadow gem fragment, which contained chaotic and cold energy, acting as the shadow creature's source of power, somewhat similar to a demon beast's demon core. With a thought, Eve absorbed the shard. After being filtered through the power of faith, it turned into pure energy and surged into her body. Feeling the energy entering her body, Eve's eyes brightened. I can use my drain ability to absorb the energy within these shadow fragments, and I can also consume the life force of the shadow creatures. If I can devour this entire shadow army, maybe my divine power will increase significantly. But, using demigod-level powers directly would consume too much divine power, not worth the cost. To maximize the results, it's better not to wipe out the shadow army in one go, but to engage in a war of attrition. It's best to let the players take charge, I can empower them. Let the empowered players sustain the fight, continuously summoning shadow creatures to exhaust themselves, providing me with power. With this thought, Eve made her decision. She turned to the Death God's temple master with a smile and said, "Don't worry, leave everything to us." However, I need to set up a teleportation array here. A teleportation array? The dwarf temple master was taken aback. That's right, to teleport our warriors. Eve smiled. The temple master hesitated but then nodded. Though she didn't know what had happened when she was possessed by the true god, she knew that Helicrown had signed an oath with the mysterious entity behind the elves and had become allies against the god of darkness and shadow. Moreover, before returning, the true god had instructed her to follow all arrangements made by a divine favored named Zero for this Black Rock City defense battle, until the enemy was completely defeated. The temple master was initially hesitant, but after discovering that the divine favored named Zero was a high-level professional, she became respectful. In the entire Deep Rift Cave dwarf tribe, the strongest was no more than a silver upper rank. With the permission of the Shadow Dwarves, Eve then set up a teleportation array connecting Rivendell and Black Rock City in front of the Death God Temple. After setting up the array, Eve immediately sent a new system message to the players. Ding! The teleportation array connecting Black Rock City and Rivendell is established. Players can teleport to Black Rock City via the teleportation array. The Black Rock City battlefield is officially open. Then, Eve once again used her divine power. In an instant, all players on the city walls suddenly felt overwhelmingly powerful, their personal stats significantly increased. Especially in terms of defense, each person had a faintly visible spell shield appear on them. Simultaneously, another message appeared in the view of all players gathered at Black Rock City. Ding! Stand unyielding and fearless. The goddess has decided to bestow a battle blessing upon all players participating in the Black Rock City defense. You receive a buff, Goddess's Blessing. Your weapon receives a buff, Goddess's Blessing. Effect: all players in Black Rock City gain a spell shield, double all body stats, and all skill damage will have a purification effect. Brave chosen ones, charge for the glory of the goddess and the elves. Under the astonished gaze of the dwarf temple master, the elves on the city walls suddenly burst into cheers, shouting hooray as they fought the shadow creatures scaling the walls. At the same time, the teleportation array began to flicker with light. Soon, fully armed elves started emerging from it one after another. They ignored everything and brandished their weapons, bouncing excitedly towards the direction of the city walls. Dark dwarves. Watching the excited elves haphazardly rushing towards the city walls, they were left dumbfounded. These were the players who happened to be in Rivendell and received the system message. Some players who had been lurking in the dark forest intending to attack the shadow army from the outside, upon seeing the sea of shadow monsters, abandoned their suicidal plans and turned back to Rivendell, planning to teleport directly to Black Rock City for the defense battle. After completing the teleportation array setup, Eve, accompanied by the Death God's temple master, entered the temple again. Where is the temple's defense hub? She asked. The dwarf temple master hesitated and replied. In the back hall, but the power stored in the statue is exhausted, so it might not be activated. She didn't finish her sentence because she saw Eve heading straight to the back hall of the temple. The dwarf temple master quickly followed her. Eve arrived at the defense hub connected to all of Black Rock City in the temple's back hall. It was a cube-shaped core adorned with intricate designs. In the underworld, similar defense core hubs were common, and nearly every underground city had one. These cores also had another name, the dungeon core. Under the astonished gaze of the dwarf temple master, Eve suddenly reached out and inserted her hand into the core of the defense hub. Chapter 198. As Eve intervened, a surge of overwhelming power burst from her, pouring straight into the defense core. Under the disbelieving gaze of the dwarf temple master, the defense core blossomed into dazzling light, and a golden beam shot skyward. Then, the golden beam transformed into a hemispherical lid, covering the top of Black Rock City. Simultaneously, another beam shot underground, connecting with the ground and swiftly spreading out until it extended to the walls of Black Rock City, tinting the entire wall with a faint gold. Just like that, the entire Black Rock City was enveloped in a layer of golden magic shield. The number of the Shadow Army was just too great, while the number of players and dwarves was limited. Without the shield from spells, they couldn't effectively resist the enemy's attack and would likely soon be breached. Therefore, Eve chose to channel her divine power into the defense core, activating the power of the shield. However, upon closer inspection, it was apparent that this lid, like an overturned bowl, wasn't entirely sealed. Several gaps remained on the city walls, indicating that the shield's effect had reached its limit and couldn't fully close the entire defense system. And these few gaps on the city walls were enough for the shadow creatures to slip through. Even so, the dwarf soldiers guarding the city walls couldn't help but feel a surge of morale. A spell defense shield. It's a spell defense shield. The Shadow Army's offensive clearly felt the impact. Those grey-black figures descending from the sky could no longer enter Black Rock City. They could only crash into the spell shield, creating gentle ripples before slowly sliding off to the sides. The shadow creatures charging on the ground could no longer damage the city walls, let alone climb the walls enhanced with the spell shield's effect. Afterward, they could only stack up like arhuts below the walls, attempting to climb through the few gaps and enter Black Rock City. Of course, such gaps were intentionally created by Eve. She deliberately didn't seal the entire magic shield but left areas for players and shadow creatures to engage. This way, it was convenient for players to harvest shadow creatures, continuously providing her with life energy. It also prevented the Shadow Army from abandoning assault due to the presence of the magic shield. Indeed, as Eve had anticipated, upon seeing the activated magic shield, the Dark Believers controlling the Shadow Army from the rear felt a pang of terror. A spell shield. Black Rock City has raised a spell shield. However, they quickly noticed the imperfections in the magic shield. Don't panic, look closely, the magic shield isn't completely sealed. It must be a trick of Master Hearthstone. Quickly, order the Shadow Army to target those unsealed areas. In an instant, countless shadow creatures surged toward the sections of the city wall where the shield wasn't closed. Yet, the well-prepared dwarves and players had already concentrated in these zones, engaging in battle with the shadow creatures climbing up the makeshift Arhut stack. Meanwhile, the shadow creatures wreaking havoc within Black Rock City were completely trapped once the spell shield formed. Cut off from reinforcements, they were besieged by dwarves and players and ultimately slain in the encirclement. The situation, on the brink of collapse, gradually stabilized. The dwarf temple master came outside the temple. She observed the increasingly stable situation within the city, then glanced at the magic shield in the sky and the few gaps on the distant city walls where players were fighting shadow creatures, then instinctively turned her gaze back toward the direction of the temple. In that moment, this death god high priest of silver upper strength showed signs of astonishment and curiosity. Who exactly was this divine favored named Ling? She had managed to activate the defensive core of the underground city single-handedly. How powerful must her strength be? Was she really just a high-level professional? Or did she borrow the power of the true god? Eve didn't care about the death god temple master's thoughts. After activating the spell shield, she didn't choose to leave but stayed under the pretense of maintaining the shield's operation. As for the reason, on one hand, controlling the core personally allowed her to minimize the divine power consumed to maintain the shield. On the other hand, she developed an interest in the core of the underground city. What a wonderfully intricate design! Just a certain amount of energy is needed to activate and form a spell shield, and it even seems capable of counterattacks. Who designed this underground city core? Looking at the hexagonal prism, glowing like a delicate piece of art, Eve's heart was filled with curiosity. This central core could be studied, reverse-engineered to understand its structure and material composition. Once clear, we could list the design in the exchange mall, allowing players to gather materials and create one in the chosen city, Felenqui and Rivendell. This would greatly enhance city defenses. Moreover, the principles behind this shield are enlightening for me too. If clearly reverse-engineered, my avatar's application of power could become even more refined. I might even gain insights into my use of divine power. Thinking this through, Eve promptly allocated half her attention to researching the core of the underground city. Unlike other magical instruments, the underground city core could be driven by divine power, which made its principle worth Eve's pondering. Although she was a true god who inherited the legacy of the World Tree, mastering rules, she was still young, leading to somewhat rough use of divine power. Maybe her natural instinct use was fine, but her avatar was lacking, falling short of such precise magical instruments, so studying it was beneficial. Of course, Eve kept the other half of her focus on the defense battle of Black Rock City, remaining vigilant for any sudden incidents. On the city walls of Black Rock City, the Shadow Dwarf guards had been utterly impressed by the supporting elf mercenaries. The city guard captain had been completely won over. When the elves first entered Black Rock City, seeming compliant while disarming, he instinctively underestimated them. Later, as the elves amicably engaged in trade, the captain began seeing them more as merchants than warriors, deeply skeptical of their strength. Yet the elves' current performance completely overturned his perception. For he noticed that the coordination and combat strength of the elves far surpassed that of his own guards. In reality, the disparity in strength wasn't substantial, with the shadow dwarves even possessing a slight edge, many being of the black iron middle rank. With the death god above, how many battles have these elves experienced? Why are they so passionate about combat? He widened his eyes, observing the players around him. Players were surrounded by a faint glow, excitedly clustering around the gaps in the city wall shield, fiercely battling the invading shadow creatures. Most players formed small teams of 5 for cooperation. Whenever a shadow creature intruded, it would be lured by an elf warrior, then slowed down by a druid's control, followed by a collective assault by the other elves, each showcasing their prowess against the shadow creature. But with keen observation, it became apparent that they were quite orderly and highly skilled. Beyond the initial chaos of engagement, they slowly mastered the rhythm. The players were no longer the novices of the past. Through several months of game time, they had accumulated quite an extensive repertoire of combat and team collaboration experience. Moreover, many players formed their own fixed 5-person combat teams. This was something players undertook independently, as they realized the rewards of such fixed team battles outweighed the sum of individual efforts as the game progressed. Elf Kingdom emphasized cooperation heavily. If individuals could consistently work together, refining their collaboration, the resulting combat power exceeded the effect of 1 + 1 being more than 2. Many black iron middle-rank demon beasts in the elf forest were slowly worn down by such team strategies. Unlike other races, players weren't afraid of death and therefore fought more openly, resulting in their startling growth rate. Additionally, the reduced pain sensation and steady mindset during gameplay rendered the players' combat effectiveness and teamwork surprisingly effective. Compared to their state during earlier battles with goblins, players had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Eve believed that revisiting goblins in combat would now be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Even against half-beasts, a fair one-on-one was challenging, but team versus team within the same tier saw players with the upper hand. With the enhancement in both individual combat strength and teamwork abilities, players had grown increasingly powerful. This point-based defense battle further brought out the players' strengths. Of course, it wasn't the most shocking to the shadow dwarves. The most astounding was the elves' zeal for battle and their unfailing resolve to vanquish their foes. It seemed that to them, shadow creatures were not just enemies but prey. These self-proclaimed player elves scrambled for the shadow creatures that painstakingly climbed up, sometimes even disputing. Whenever the shadow dwarves gained the upper hand, they would eagerly assist, helping the dwarves eliminate the threat. Eventually, more and more players gathered at the city walls, finding the dwarves inadequate and cramped, resulting in the exclusion of shadow dwarves from the defensive position. On the city wall remained only players surrounding the spell shield's gaps, fighting shadow creatures, leaving the dwarf warriors pushed to the outskirts as mere bystanders. Moreover, what deeply convinced the shadow dwarves was the elves' calmness and fearlessness in the face of death. There wasn't a lack of casualties, but shadow dwarves had never witnessed an elf showing fear toward death. Not only that, even in death, they would fight till the very last second, collapsing with an expression of sheer regret. With the death god above, truly a group of fearless warriors. Witnessing yet another elf die with an expression of excitement, the dwarf guard captain marveled. Chapter 199. Hey, hey! Our team spotted this monster first. You guys wait for the next one to climb up. Hold on, hold on. Don't let it run into the city. Defeat it on the wall. Damn! I'm out of mana. Anyone out of mana, retreat and rest. Don't waste your time here. Did anyone bring black dragon potatoes? Lend me some to recover my mana. This monster is so tough, my sword cracked. Does anyone have a spare sword? A plain one will do, just let me use it for now. On the city wall, the elves' chatter rose and fell. Though they were noisy, there was no ambiguity in their fighting. In this battle, there weren't any players using the sacrificial flow. For one thing, the players' strength had genuinely improved, they could even handle shadow monsters without resorting to sacrifices. These monsters were different from the half-beast, with almost no intelligence, akin to demon beasts, making them manageable for the players' teams. On the other hand, the players were mindful of the contribution points consumed for perfect resurrection. New equipment had been released, leaving everyone's contribution points tight, and no one wanted to overspend. Even the mages who had run out of magic power didn't choose to suicide for mana recovery. Instead, they stepped down from the city wall to find a quiet place, eating black dragon brand potatoes that could slightly enhance meditation effects while meditating to recover mana. And given the number of players, someone would withdraw as someone else replaced them, supporting the entire battle. Although the colossal army outside the wall could still be seen through the magical barrier, a few hundred brave players blocked them at the defense barrier's crevices, and all the shadow creatures pouring into Black Rock City were eliminated by the elves. As for the underground dwarves, they became spectators entirely. However, they quickly reacted, starting to volunteer as the players' support. I have a sword. I have a sword. Here's my dwarf scimitar, for the warrior to use. I'm a pharmacist. I have alchemy potions here that can restore magic power. But our magic potions are quite inferior, with strong side effects, and they taste awful. Excessive use could damage the magic circuit, affecting meditation and progression. Hearing the underground dwarves, the players' eyes lit up. Dwarf scimitar? Nice, nice, hand it over quickly. Damn! There's actually mana potions in this game? Give me a bottle. The side effects are fine. Wait, does it cost anything? No, it doesn't, the side effects are too strong, so just take them for free. Great, hand it over quickly. With the support of the underground dwarves' equipment and potions, the players' morale soared, and their attacks became more reckless. Usually, players were cautious about their equipment's durability, but with the dwarf weapons, they had no such concerns. Since it was free, they hacked at anything in sight, sheer joy. With the dwarves' magic potions, the mages and druids weren't stingy with magic power and started to lavishly unleash magic. The side effects of the magic potions didn't concern the players. Would excessive use harm the magic circuit, affecting meditation and progression? No problem. Enjoy first, complete the task. It didn't cost a thing. If the impact was too significant, they'd simply commit suicide to clear the negative effects after accumulating plenty of contribution points and experience. It was still better than suiciding for mana. The dwarf alchemist watched as elf mages and elf druids, who had exhausted their magic power, guzzled the potions he provided, gulping them down like water. His expression was rather complex. He sighed and praised. No wonder they're such a passionate and friendly race, willing to sacrifice their potential and future for their allies. You're true friends of the underground dwarves. Of course, what he really thought was unknown. After all, in the underworld, no one drank potions like this fool. And it was the lowest quality, with the most side effects, and the worst tasting mana restoration potion. Under the spell defense barrier provided by Eve and the players' battle, the Shadow Army's attack bogged down. Even the Dark Believers remotely commanding the shadow monsters outside the city began to notice something was off. For a moment, the Dark Believers maintaining the summoning array whispered among themselves. We can't keep fighting like this, it's too passive. Though Black Rock City's defensive divine arts have flaws, there's no way to break in. The magic stone is depleting too fast. Even with the blessing of true God, cross-boundary summoning consumes too much energy. I can sense that all the shadow creatures that made it inside are being wiped out. Since when did Black Rock City's dwarf guards become so strong? Seems like the elves are helping them, can't see clearly, but it looks like there are elven figures on the city head. Elves? The ones Lord Hearthstone mentioned might be the clansmen of the evil god? Have they sided with the Death God Temple? Listening to the discussion, a leader like Underground Dwarf looked towards Black Rock City in the distance, his expression gloomy. How many magic stones do we have left? He asked. His voice was very hoarse. He was the third person who had discussed players with Divine Favored Hearthstone and Elder Balin before. And although he was not a Divine Favored, he was a fanatic loyal to the Master of Darkness and Shadow. Not much left, 2/5 remain. The other Dark Believers replied. The leader of the Underground Dwarf hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said. Use all the magic stones, summon all the shadow creatures we can. The flaw in the defensive divine arts suggests that the statue in the Death God Temple might be lacking faith energy. In such a case, if we increase our army's numbers and put more pressure, the magical barrier won't hold. Hearing his words, the other Dark Believers looked at each other. One believer thought for a moment and solemnly said. Sir, cross-boundary summoning of shadow creatures is inherently risky. Even with the blessing of true God allowing us to barely control them, if we suddenly activate the summoning array to its maximum and summon too many shadow creatures, we might not be able to control them. Indeed, maintaining our current numbers is manageable. More would be challenging, potentially attracting powerful shadow creatures we can't control. Right, and if things get out of control, even if we capture Black Rock City, the city might fall to uncontrolled shadow creatures' massacre. True God requires a city of faith, not an empty city. The other believers also agreed. Hearing the words of the other believers, the leader of the dark believers struggled for a moment, then sneered. No matter, do as I say, use all the magic stones. After saying this, his expression turned fanatic. If we can't conquer Black Rock City, then we might as well destroy it. Anyway, although belief warfare hasn't been officially declared, Lord Holder and she have long been at odds. Ultimately, True God is going to war with her to reclaim control of the Netherworld and the Death Divine position, so, what she can't get, we can't let her have. As for the summoning array potentially attracting powerful shadow monsters, isn't that even better? They can just destroy Black Rock City for us. Anyway, the Death God believers in Black Rock City aren't strong, those elves aren't much of a threat, and the only divine favored of the Death God Church here is just a silver upper. Without officially starting a belief war, the one from the Netherworld won't intervene on the battlefield unless she decides to tear things apart with him. And if the True God doesn't participate, we'll win the war for sure, just a mere near-collapse defensive shield, let's see how long it can last. The leader of the Dark Believers sneered as he spoke. Again, if we can't conquer Black Rock City, then we might as well destroy it. After hearing his words, the other believers looked at each other but ultimately fell silent. At the walls of Black Rock City, little Xian Miao stepped down from the wall, wiping her sweat, and took the mana potion handed over by an underground dwarf. She opened the bottle and took a gulp. But soon, she frowned, almost spitting out the potion. It was so bitter and astringent, it was hard to swallow. Little Xian Miao quickly disabled the taste setting in the system, managing to swallow the potion. As the potion went down, she could see her magic power recovering at a visible speed, but she also noticed a debuff in her status bar: inferior potion poisoning, meditation effect 100%. However, she didn't really care, she had plenty of resurrections. Once the task was completed, a suicide would do the trick. While she recovered her mana, she noticed Sister Gugu beside her looking thoughtfully at the potion. For this campaign task, little Xian Miao had brought Sister Gugu along. Yet, this completely lifestyle-oriented player didn't seem much interested in combat, but rather in studying the potion. Little Xian Miao had a thought. Sister Gugu, did you figure something out? Sister Gugu shook her head. No, I was just thinking, since the dwarves can make magic recovery potions, maybe we can make them too. The players had inquired about potions for restoring magic or healing ever since they met the Flame Tribe. Unfortunately, the Flame Tribe, known for forging elf equipment and inscribing runes and arrays, didn't have much research into potions. In reality, being able to cast healing spells and infrequently fighting, there seemed to be no need for such potions for elves, a long-lived race. Thus, for a significant period, players believed the elf kingdom didn't have mana or health potions like other fantasy games. Until today. In fact, even the underground dwarves rarely used magic recovery potions. These potions, regardless of quality, inherently had side effects. In truth, this dwarf alchemy potion master providing the potions usually used these mana recovery potions to nurture magical plants. No one drank them. The underground dwarves had no high-grade magic recovery potions. This was because mage numbers were quite scarce among the underground dwarves, and only alchemy potion masters had small demands, others simply didn't need them. Nonetheless, Sister Gugu resolved to consult the dwarf alchemist about making mana potions after the campaign, to see if any improvements could be made. While little Xian Miao was recovering her mana, suddenly, the entire ground trembled slightly again. Players and dwarves on the wall exclaimed. The already dim underworld suddenly darkened even more. Little Xian Miao instinctively looked over, and then, in awe, saw 4 grey-black energy pillars in the sky suddenly grow larger. In an instant, even more shadow creatures descended upon the battlefield. This is trouble. Seeing the densely packed shadow creatures outside the wall, the dwarf temple master's expression became more serious than ever. Chapter 200. The ground trembled slightly, and all the players on the walls could feel the fierce spatial fluctuations stirred by the 4 grey-black energy pillars outside the city. After the Dark Believers used up all the magic stones in one breath, the summoning array was instantly pushed to its maximum. It seemed to have touched a critical point, as the shadow creatures surged out on a scale far beyond their imagination, even causing the leader of the Dark Believers to change color. Tens of thousands of grey-black shadow creatures spewed out like rain, instantly flooding the area outside Black Rock City. Holy shit! Holy shit! Isn't this way too many? Can the shield hold up? The players widened their eyes in shock, looking through the spell defense shield at everything happening outside the city. All they could see were grey-black monsters. Although players were not unfamiliar with scenes of armies besieging in films or other games, facing a siege of tens of thousands of troops, especially from terrifying monsters, was an indescribable psychological shock. The scene of 5,000 Rohan knights charging the enemy in The Lord of the Rings already made people's blood boil, but a charge by tens of thousands of nearly 2-meter-tall shadow monsters was even more terrifying. This spectacular yet horrifying scene almost exceeded the players' imagination, causing everyone to change color. It was the psychological suppression brought by the difference in scale. The shadow creature army was like a torrent, completely surrounding Black Rock City. They charged towards Black Rock City like ants encountering delicious food. Eve had not pushed the spell defense shield to its limit, so as the army charged, the pale golden spell defense shield began to flicker and tremble, making creaking sounds as if it were about to collapse. Seeing this, even the dark dwarves in Black Rock City began to panic. The dwarf temple master watched the surrounding shadow army with a pale face, her voice filled with disbelief. Are they crazy? Are they really going to destroy Black Rock City? Such a large-scale summoning, aren't they afraid of the deep rift cave being eroded by shadows? The densely packed shadow creatures swarmed up, eager to climb the city walls protected by the spell shield, bringing unprecedented psychological pressure to everyone in Black Rock City. A small portion seemed to have completely lost control, starting to rampage throughout the deep rift cave, slaughtering everything in sight. At this point, the number of shadow monsters slain by players through the shield gaps was just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire shadow army. Temple Master, Temple Master! Quickly, borrow the power of the true God, or I fear Black Rock City truly will fall. Looking at the increasing number of shadow monsters outside the city, the priest of the Death God Temple said with an ugly expression. The dwarf temple master looked uncertain, but she could only shake her head. I'm afraid, there's no way. I had previously channeled the power of the true God, and in the short term, I cannot borrow it again. It will take at least a month to recover. What? The Death God priest's face turned pale. Meanwhile, hearing the dark dwarf's conversation, little Xian Miao, who was restoring her magic power nearby, was moved. She thought for a moment, looked around, then found a figure wielding a large sword. She stood up, jogged over to someone's back, and shouted. Demacia, quickly ask El to summon the goddess's incarnation. The goddess's incarnation. Demacia was taken aback. That's right, the number of shadow armies is too large now, and we definitely can't win. The defense shield looks like it's about to give in, we can only seek help. Little Xian Miao said. Demacia listened, smiling bitterly. I'm afraid not. When I came, I asked El, and during the time we subdued the Spider Queen Rose in Rivendell, he had already summoned the goddess's incarnation once. It can't be summoned again for a while. Spider Queen Rose. Little Xian Miao's eyes sparkled again. That will work too. Quickly call Spider Queen Rose. She is so powerful, and together with so many earth cave spiders, they definitely can fight. It's no use. Even Brother Mew's favor with her is just barely positive, and mine is negative. At this level, I can't call her out. Demacia shook his head. Little Xian Miao. However, Demacia's tone shifted, glancing at the Death God Temple. There's someone else who should be able to borrow the goddess's power. Who? Little Xian Miao perked up. Previously, I saw Ling enter the Death God Temple, isn't she also a divine favored? And she seems even closer to the goddess. If El can summon the true God's incarnation, she definitely can too. Demacia said. However, after saying so, he shook his head again. But if the goddess's incarnation takes action, it would certainly be an instant kill, and we can't farm monsters for experience. Experience can wait. At this rate, Black Rock City is about to collapse, finishing the task is more important. Little Xian Miao said. True enough. According to the nature of Elf Kingdom, if the shadow monsters really break in, Black Rock City might actually be erased by the authorities. Demacia's expression also grew solemn. Yet, it's challenging enough to encounter a friendly force, and I haven't finished playing in Black Rock City yet. However, this mission didn't provide a prompt for summoning the goddess's incarnation, and I wonder if the NPC will act. We must give it a try. I'll go to the Death God Temple and ask. I heard the dwarf's conversation just now, it could be a task prompt. Little Xian Miao said this and ran towards the Death God Temple. Eve had no idea that after the discussion, the players planned to rely on her for the solution. At that moment, she was still engrossed in researching the dungeon core. However, a true god was still a true god. Although the structure of the dungeon core was extraordinarily complex, under Eve's probing and deduction, she gradually sketched a complete central design in her mind. Furthermore, some clever ideas designed within the core inspired her to come up with new ideas for using her divine power. If she used demigod-level power at this moment, Eve felt she could maintain it for a longer period. Moreover, even maintaining the demigod-level incarnation, Eve felt she could reduce consumption substantially. This greatly satisfied Eve. At this point, she also noticed that the energy consumption of the central core in her hand began to soar. Eve furrowed her brows, refocusing half of her attention outside the city, where she was stunned by the sight of the army. Are they insane? How did they summon so many shadow creatures? She could feel the rate at which she was consuming power in the dungeon core had surpassed the gains players provided by killing shadow monsters. A loss. Eve's face darkened slightly. Although she could continue to maintain the spell shield and could say that even more shadow monsters couldn't possibly break through Black Rock City's defenses with her full activation, nevertheless. A loss. No, the number of shadow monsters is increasing, but the players are too few. Continuing to rely on them for depletion is a losing strategy, perhaps I should take action. She pondered over the dungeon core and had some ideas she wanted to test, concluded that now she could likely save much of her divine power by using a demigod level of power. Given the vast number of shadow armies, she should at least break even or make a slight profit. Still, Eve felt somewhat regretful. If there were enough players, I wouldn't need to take action this time. Letting them kill all the shadow monsters would be a huge gain, not only training troops but allowing me to absorb power. Alas! Eve shook her head. She decided in her heart that once this task was over, the third summoning of players had to be prioritized. The number of players now was really stretched thin. But I don't need to act in such a rush this time. Let's wait a bit longer, the potential of the opponent's summoning array doesn't seem exhausted yet. I'll act when no more shadow creatures emerge. Moreover, I need a pretext for intervening, it shouldn't be too abrupt to take action. Eve pondered. Just then, a familiar figure stumbled in, it was little Xian Miao, who decided to seek NPC support. Lord Ling, the number of shadow creatures outside suddenly surged, the situation is very unfavorable, can you summon the goddess's incarnation? Guided by the dark dwarves, she ran all the way to Eve in the temple's rear hall, gasping for breath as she asked. Looking at little Xian Miao, who was standing before her, Eve was slightly stunned. So, did she even bring about an excuse for me to appear? Outside Black Rock City. Looking at the crowded shadow monsters they summoned, the dark believers were filled with fear and awe. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel immense excitement. Black Rock City is finished. Unexpectedly. By completely activating all the magic stones, the summoning effect was actually magnified several times. If that's the case, why did Master Hearthstone ask us to summon steadily over time? No idea. I've heard that it might attract even more powerful entities. However, it appears we are still lucky, the summoned monsters this time are all iron grade. I think we can withdraw now, the number of shadow creatures is vaguely beyond our control. The believers whispered among themselves. And hearing his subordinates, the leader of the dark believers nodded. Don't worry too much, the summoning has reached its end. At this point, no more powerful shadow creatures will be attracted. Once these energy pillars begin to weaken, we'll issue the final charge to the shadow army and then shut down the array. Just as he finished speaking, the entire ground suddenly shook again. Everyone felt a chilling and heart-stopping energy descending into the deep rift cave. The leader of the dark believers' expression became wooden. He slowly raised his head and saw the largest energy pillar in front suddenly start to tremble violently. With a roar that shook the skies, a massive claw wrapped in grey-black smoke suddenly extended from within. A terrifying power instantly shredded the smoke to pieces, warping and tearing even the surrounding space with its might. Afterward, an existence far larger and more terrifying than ordinary shadow creatures began to emerge from the torn space. Its gargantuan bat wings, the robust body enveloped in grey-black smoke, and the chilling aura of pressure. A shadow dragon. Seeing the massive shadow overhead, the leader of the dark believers momentarily lost his voice. Chapter 201. As the meeting point of the netherworld and the endless abyss, the land of darkness also bred a multitude of powerful monsters due to its chaotic laws. Some were wretches from the netherworld, fallen to this state. Others were creatures that accidentally wandered in and were eroded by shadows, losing their sanity in the process. Some were outright shadow monsters born naturally from the land of darkness. However, compared to the numerous shadow creatures in the land of darkness, the first two were not many. This was because the land of darkness was inherently remote and chaotic. Those who could mistakenly enter the place already had indescribable power, at least legendary, and were naturally rare. Therefore, most of the shadow creatures in the land of darkness were native shadow monsters, the humanoid shadow creatures summoned by the Dark Believers to attack Black Rock City. But, although few living or deceased beings mistakenly entered the land of darkness and fell to become shadow creatures, when there was one, it meant it was undoubtedly a powerhouse in the land of darkness. For example, this shadow dragon that suddenly emerged. In the Segis universe, any monster associated with dragon should not be underestimated. And this shadow dragon was actually a dragon whose soul had been eroded after mistakenly entering the land of darkness, eventually turned into a shadow creature dedicated to devouring and slaughtering. The Dark Believer's worst fear still came to pass. Just as the summoning array was about to lose its effect, it truly drew this terrifying entity from the land of darkness. This gigantic shadow dragon was over 100 meters long, far surpassing adult dragons. Surprisingly, it was a fallen ancient giant dragon. Each ancient giant dragon was at least at the pinnacle of legend, with the most powerful ones even reaching demigod level. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from this shadow dragon, all the Dark Believers realized they were in deep trouble. Run! The leader of the Dark Believers didn't hesitate, hastily issuing the order to his subordinates. All the dark-dwelling dwarves who worshipped darkness instantly abandoned control of the summoning array and followed him, fleeing deeper into the underworld. As the Dark Believers fled, the summoning array, barely maintained, lost its stabilization and immediately fell apart. But the shadow dragon merely cast a cold glance at them, its violent, chaotic eyes flickering with savagery and excitement. Roar! It let out an ear-splitting roar, then took a deep inhaling breath in the direction the dwarves were escaping. A formidable suction emerged, and the Dark Believers, in the midst of their escape, were instantly drawn back. The stones and soil on the ground, plants in the underground forest, even the scattered shadow monsters were lifted by the terrifying suction, accompanied by the Dark Believers' terrified screams, and transformed into a vortex, devoured by the shadow dragon. In the blink of an eye, a semicircular void appeared in front of the shadow dragon. The army of shadow creatures, without the control of the Dark Believers, plunged into chaos. Those farther away quickly fled, while those closer could only prostrate themselves on the ground under the shadow dragon's pressure, trembling with fear. And the shadow dragon, seemingly satisfied with what it had devoured, roared again proudly and began to consume the surrounding army of shadow creatures. The magnificent army of shadow creatures crumbled in the shadow dragon's presence like a doomed group of ants. The chaotic yet grand sight left everyone in Black Rock City dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell? Players were stunned watching the dragon-shaped creature rampaging in the distance. A dragon? This is huge. Compared to it, Meryl is a chihuahua. Could it be a boss? How do we fight it? Is it a black dragon covered in black smoke? Meryl's cousin. Look. It's devouring those shadow monsters. Haha, could it be an ally? Hearing the player's words, the dwarf temple master had a serious expression. No, this is not an ally, nor is it a dragon. The Book of Death has related records. This is a shadow creature formed after a dragon fell to the land of darkness, known as a shadow dragon. Although called a shadow dragon, it is no different from those shadow creatures besieging us, entities that only know how to devour and kill. At this point, her voice carried a hint of bitterness and tremor. It is even more troublesome than the shadow creatures besieging us. It only forcibly traversed space, consuming too much energy, which is why it's devouring shadow creatures. Once it recharges its strength, it's likely to command the remaining shadow army and set its sights on us again. Shadow creatures inherited some traits from abyss creatures. They also possess an intense appetite for devouring beings from the material realm. Lighting up the Divine Art's defensive shield in Black Rock City was akin to a lighthouse in darkness and would undoubtedly soon draw the Shadow Dragon's attention. The Dwarf Temple Master's words were quickly validated. The Shadow Dragon, having only taken a few bites, promptly raised its head and gazed toward Black Rock City. Seeing the cold killing intent and the frenzied desire to devour contained within its murky pupils, everyone on the city wall felt a shiver down their spine. Meanwhile, all the shadow monsters stopped their retreat, regaining their order as if they had received new commands. It has subdued these shadow monsters. For a moment, the dwarf temple master looked pale. Biting her teeth, she looked at the players. Where does your teleportation array lead? The players exchanged glances and replied. Rivendell. Rivendell? The former elf city. If I remember correctly, it belongs to the domain of the Queen of Caverns. It's somewhat close, but we barely might make it. The dwarf temple master muttered. Finishing her words, she issued a command. Black Rock City cannot be defended anymore. Everyone, escape through the teleportation array quickly. If you're lucky, you might escape unscathed. Yet, upon hearing her words, the players looked at each other. Escape? Are we surrendering? The dwarf temple master showed an expression of despair. This is likely a shadow dragon with power nearing a demigod, not something we can resist. Do you know? 800 years ago, the human magic kingdom summoned a shadow dragon nearing demigod level at the peak of legend, which led to their annihilation. Over 1 million were massacred, allowing the Holy Mania Empire to later emerge and become the strongest human nation. And that shadow dragon was only brought down alongside the Pope of the Eternal Church using the Divine Descent technique. This time, Deep Rift Cave is likely to be destroyed, and nearby elf forests are likely to be ruined, so, escape while you can. The dwarf temple master urged. Nearing a demigod? Pinnacle of legend. Hearing her, the players showed peculiar expressions. Do not underestimate the pinnacle of legend. The dwarf temple master stressed solemnly. In an era where true gods have returned, this is the pinnacle power in Segis world, capable of destruction on par with demigods. Demigod level. The players' reactions grew ever more bizarre. But, to the dwarf temple master's confusion and bewilderment, after she mentioned the shadow dragon's possible strength, these elves instead seemed relieved. What was going on? Were these elves stunned by her words? Before she could ponder further, she overheard the elves talking, their words sending chills down her spine. Oh! So it's just nearing a demigod. That means it's not something we can fight. Phew, I was worried about the mission before. Looks like we'll have to go through the motions again. Ahead of time, feel sorry for the boss. Time to release the goddess. Who's going to find El to summon the goddess's incarnation? El can't do it, he can only summon once a month, and a new divine favored recently joined the faction. Little Xian Miao has already gone to find them. Ah, feeling a bit sorry. The goddess is going to one hit again. You guys say if we could deliver the killing blow, how much experience would this demigod level boss provide? You're dreaming, hurry up, before the plot moves on, kill as many shadow monsters as we can. After speaking, the players who intended to flee instead approached the re-advancing army of shadow monsters attacking Black Rock City and resumed fighting. This time, their combat seemed much more urgent. True God? Incarnation? Plot? Listening to the players, the dwarf temple master felt bewildered. Soon, she realized that these elves possibly had a way to summon the power of a true god. Could it be that mysterious true god, allied with Hela Crown, backing them? Her mind filled with speculation. Yet, before she could think further, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The shadow dragon, massive in stature, suddenly took another deep breath and spat out a grey dragon breath towards Black Rock City. The radius of this dragon breath was nearly 10 meters, the aura overwhelmingly terrifying. The cold, chaotic power instantly struck Black Rock City's spell defense shield, shattering it. Black Rock City was instantly exposed within the army of shadow creatures. Not good. The dwarf temple master's heart sank. Just then, a crisp cold snort suddenly echoed in the cave. Humph! A female elf in a black armor skirt slowly rose from above the death god temple. As she ascended, her aura kept rising, with golden divine power surging around her. Faintly, a sacred silhouette enveloped in holy light appeared behind her. The shadow dragon roared, aiming another giant breath at Black Rock City. The floating female elf gently lifted her hand, and the blurred sacred figure behind her also raised its hand. A gigantic phantom hand emerged smoothly, instantly blocking the dragon breath. Divine possession. The dwarf temple master's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 202. Block it with one palm. No way. Where'd this hacked NPC come from? Hey? It seems like the new divine favored little Xian Miao and her team mentioned. I saw them in the video they uploaded yesterday. Is she really that powerful? Isn't the shadow behind her the goddess? Seeing the sudden appearance of a stranger, the players were startled and began discussing curiously. Divine possession. It's divine possession. But, her appearance hasn't transformed into a true god, so she should still be controlling her body herself, merely borrowing the true god's power. Listening to the words of the surrounding elves, the dwarf temple master explained. After saying that, her eyes gradually brightened. Perhaps, there's hope to hold the line. Borrowing the true god's power? The players froze for a moment, then realized. So, it wasn't summoning the goddess's avatar. However, borrowing the power of the goddess still counted as the goddess taking action, right? But this time, not seeing the goddess's avatar, many players were slightly disappointed. They thought they'd be able to see the goddess again. They even had their recorders on, only to capture this. Eve, of course, intentionally did not directly elevate the avatar to a demigod level or transform it into a true demigod avatar form. Perhaps in the eyes of the dwarf temple master, her current appearance was that of a true god possession. But actually, after studying the core of the underground city and combining it with Hela's previous descent method, she came up with a way to save divine power to the maximum extent and exhibit demigod level power. Previously, when battling demigod Walker, she directly borrowed her body's divine power to enhance the avatar's strength to a demigod level. However, maintaining a demigod level avatar expended too much divine power. But now it was different. Eve chose a clever way. Her avatar still had lower gold level power. However, it imitated Hela's possession by summoning divine power directly from the deity when using abilities. This, instead, reduced the scattering of divine power and lowered consumption. This was a clever approach. And under the watchful eyes of everyone, the divine favored Zero in mid-air raised her hand again. The shadow behind her became increasingly holy, and the dazzling light almost illuminated the entire deep rift cave. Meanwhile, the ethereal and holy light faintly emanated from the void. The brilliance was overwhelming, and the golden holy light poured down, shining on the shadow creatures with an awe-inspiring scene. At this moment, the divine favored Zero in mid-air seemed to have turned into a sun in the darkness. For shadow monsters, the power of the true god's faith was poison. And the holy light, triggered by Eve primarily through the power of faith, was the best weapon to deal with them. For a moment, all shadow creatures illuminated by the light screamed in fear. Their bodies kept trembling, the black fog surged, and their aura began to become chaotic. And the weakest ones directly exploded, dying on the spot. The entire shadow army immediately fell into panic and chaos. It was the light of faith. This was the power of the true god. All of the death god believers suddenly realized and then cheered. Seeing the suddenly reversed situation, the dwarf temple master was invigorated, her mind swirling with infinite conjectures. This light of faith seems to carry a kind of vibrant vitality. Behind the elf is a true god of faith. And it should be related to life or nature. Death god above, have you allied with a true god related to life? Her expression was somewhat complex. And seeing the immobilized shadow creatures, the players' eyes lit up. The monsters are weakened. A good opportunity. Quickly finish them off. Haha. Free experience. All at once, all the players excitedly charged out to battle with the shadow monsters. No, or rather, it couldn't be called a battle anymore. Under the suppression of the light of faith, these shadow monsters had lost all resistance. Even their defensive abilities were greatly weakened and could only be chopped down like vegetables by the players. Some excited players even jumped off the city walls and started slashing indiscriminately through the shadow army. Witnessing this scene, the dark dwarves were dumbfounded. The death god temple master was also slightly stunned. These elves, were they so fervent? Divine descent apparently could inspire such great fighting spirit in them. But, with the true god's power present, what's the use of fighting those shadow monsters? Are they so eager to slay monsters? And, the shadow dragon is still out there. The mere light of faith can't deal with that creature. She felt a tightness in her chest and quickly glanced into the distance. As if to confirm the death god temple master's thoughts, soon, the deep rift cave echoed with a ground-shaking roar of rage. The shadow dragon was furious. As an existence approaching a demigod, even if it lost its sanity, the shadow dragon still had its pride. The golden light of faith might suppress ordinary shadow creatures, but it couldn't harm it. Instead, it roused its ferocity. And the previous setback with the dragon breath made the shadow dragon increasingly manic. The shadow dragon roared and raised its head, suddenly exuding a chilling, chaotic aura. Centered around it, the plants in the area abruptly turned black, gradually enveloped in a mist, and even the ground slowly gained a grayish-black hue. The shadow creatures close to it instantly broke free from the intimidation of the light of faith. They continued to swell, gradually sprouting dragon scales and tails, mutating on the spot. Shadow Domain! It's opening the Shadow Domain! The dwarf temple master exclaimed in shock. The true god had a divine domain. The demigod also possessed a demigod domain. And a legendary strong person held a legendary domain. The shadow dragon's shadow domain could corrupt the surrounding area, enhancing its defense and attack. The mist on its body began to churn, and then it opened its fierce jaws again. Accompanied by a perturbing fluctuation, a black energy ball kept converging in its mouth, gradually absorbing the drifting black mist to grow larger, emitting a cold, evil, yet chaotic and agitated aura. Even from afar, the dark dwarves and the players felt the shiver-inducing aura. However, with an airborne NPC as their support, they weren't as scared anymore. What's that dragon doing? A tail beast jade? No kidding, it really does look a bit like it. But unlike the carefree players, the Death God Temple Master suddenly widened her eyes, recalling some legends from ancient books. At that moment, her face turned pale again. Not good. It's about to use a forbidden spell. This is the Shadow Dragon's unique forbidden spell, the Shadow Magic Orb. The human's magic kingdom perished to this forbidden spell hundreds of years ago. Even the Eternal Pope who performed divine possession fell to it. Saying that, she glanced at the elf in mid-air, her expression turning anxious. Divine possession was still divine possession. Besides being able to use some demigod-level abilities, it wasn't a true demigod. And this forbidden spell was beyond the resistance of a divine favored under divine possession. However, she couldn't speak soon. Because the elf divine favored in mid-air moved. The sacred shadow flickered slightly, and the divine favored zero suddenly disappeared. In the next second, she directly traversed the shadow domain and appeared in front of the shadow dragon. With an extended hand, she manipulated the giant sacred shadow, forming a massive palm, instantly blocking the shadow dragon's mouth. Simultaneously, the shadow dragon sent out the orb. However, the sacred shadow's hand, like an impenetrable barrier, forced the orb back in and crushed it. With a resounding boom, the orb exploded in the shadow dragon's mouth. Grey light erupted, blinding everyone for an instant, followed by a storm of chaotic energy. The intense storm scattered outward, centered on the shadow dragon, blowing everything it touched. The impacted shadow creature army was turned upside down, with the unluckiest ones even being blown away, creating an open space around the shadow dragon. Even the distant Black Rock City had countless rooftops overturned by the energy storm, leaving the scene in chaos. Those players skirting out of Black Rock City were even more unfortunate. In the storm, they were directly swept into the air, flying for a moment before crashing to the ground with chilling cries, GGing, and returning to the World Tree. Holy shit! Holy shit! The players who barely dodged looked at this disaster movie-like scene, instantly dumbfounded. It was only at this moment they realized just how terrifying the Shadow Dragon's power was. In the face of such an entity, they were merely a bunch of ants. However, what shocked them even more was that this newly joined NPC actually blocked it. Not only that, but she also seemed to use the Shadow Dragon's skill against it, harming the opponent in return. So strong. Wow, could borrowing the goddess's power be this strong? I wonder if we could reach this level one day. So awesome. I suddenly feel the goddess is far more powerful than I thought. Well, she's a true god, after all. The players were deeply astounded. This was their first time witnessing the power of a forbidden spell, even if it wasn't a complete version. Though they previously encountered Euler's divine avatar and demigod walker, the players never saw their true prowess as they exited the scene miserably. But this time's shadow magic orb truly frightened them. Even knowing it's a game, the immersive feeling was quite undeniable. It was like watching a horror movie, where you know it's fake, yet can't help but feel alarmed. Ignorance is bliss. Now they finally realized how terrifying the skill they just joked about as a tail beast jade was. The mere aftermath made the entire Black Rock City feel as if it went through a storm disaster. Yet even so, the skill was effortlessly blocked by the NPC who borrowed the goddess's power. And this allowed the players, who, due to frequent interactions with the goddess, didn't initially take legendary, demigod, or even true god level entities seriously, to truly have a clear understanding of this level of power, admiring it deeply. Meanwhile, it also made those self-satisfied over their level up completely calm down. Compared to the true powerhouses in the game, they were still just a bunch of ants. When could they fight against a boss of this caliber? When could they be this formidable? They still needed to keep leveling up. Chapter 203. The cataclysmic aftermath caused by the forbidden curse left players in awe and inspired a yearning and excitement for such unattainable power in real life. However, compared to the players' excitement, Eve, who took the initiative to attack, was not satisfied with her own power. This shortcut method may allow me to wield demigod level power, but due to the lack of a demigod level body as a foundation, although it reduces the consumption, it also decreases the power, at best only considered pseudo-demigod level. This model is fine for dealing with beings below a demigod, but if I'm really facing a demigod, I suppose I still need to use my demigod avatar. Eve sighed inwardly. At least, if that strike had been made by her demigod level avatar, it would have completely repelled the shadow dragon's attack, and not a trace of the forbidden curse's aftermath would have leaked out. Not only that, but the forbidden curse might have directly counter-killed the shadow dragon. Of course, if that were the case, due to its restrained power, players might not truly feel the power of a forbidden level magic. However, even though Eve couldn't go all out in this mode, and couldn't make the avatar face a real demigod, she found it more than sufficient to handle anything below demigod level. The opposing shadow dragon, while very powerful and nearly demigod level, was ultimately not a demigod, but only at the pinnacle of legendary. And not being a demigod, even though its life form had transcended the mortal realm, it still hadn't reached the highest level. In this situation, facing Eve, who was immune to the legendary domain and possessed demigod level strength, the shadow dragon stood no chance. In fact, even the infuriated shadow dragon realized this. The forbidden curse exploding in its mouth made it utter a mournful whimper, as large amounts of black blood flowed from its ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth corners, pathetically. And as the black blood dripped onto the ground, it corroded black patches, emitting sizzling white smoke. While it couldn't be said to be severely injured by a single strike, it was still a rather grievous wound. The previously furious and impulsive shadow dragon calmed down in an instant. Having fallen and become a shadow creature, it lost the intelligence of a wise creature, but that didn't mean it had turned into a fool. It quickly realized that the glowing little mosquito in front of it was very strong, far beyond its capability. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, this shadow dragon, which had taken a forbidden curse in its stride, twisted its massive body and began to flee towards the spatial rift behind it. That was the unstable spatial passage it had created by tearing space using a summoning array. On the other side lay the netherworld and the endless abyss, the land of darkness that birthed shadow creatures. Seeing the cowardly shadow dragon turn and run without hesitation, all the players had peculiar expressions. Is it running away just like that? Why does this scene feel so familiar? You're not mistaken, it looks just like an oversized Meryl. As expected of a dragon. Why do the bosses in this game keep embarrassing themselves one after another? Meanwhile, the dwarf temple master stood with her mouth agape, utterly stunned. The elf divine favored being able to block the shadow dragon's attack had already surprised her. And the shadow dragon's subsequent performance further shattered her understanding. A shadow dragon nearing demigod strength, one of the strongest in the land of darkness, a giant monster capable of annihilating a kingdom, chose to flee at this moment? In legends, weren't shadow dragons always evil, violent, and bloodthirsty, insane beings? The dwarf temple master once again looked at the elf divine favored floating in mid-air, her gaze gradually becoming reverential. This could only mean one thing. It wasn't that the shadow dragon was too cowardly, but that the being it faced was too powerful. To force a shadow dragon of nearly demigod strength to flee instantly, simply by using divine possession, just what kind of existence was this true god related to life behind the elf? Wait a minute, could it be? In an instant, a thought suddenly popped into the dwarf temple master's mind. Could it be, that the one in the elf forest has awakened? However, just as this thought emerged, the dwarf temple master quickly dismissed it. It shouldn't be, if it were her, the gods of the heavenly realm would have taken action long ago. I had previously heard from the elves that they wiped out a tribe of half-beasts. If it truly were her, the god of winter and hunting would not have stood idly by. And how could she possibly let the elves become like this? Not that these elves are bad, Just that, how to put it, anyway, these elves are too different from what I remember elves to be, it always feels like something's missing. Forget it, after this affair is over, I'll take the opportunity to pray and ask the true God's grace. If I have to interact with these elves long term, I still need to clarify exactly who their true God is backing them. The Dwarf Temple Master had made up her mind. Eve didn't know that the Dwarf Temple Master had some speculations about her identity. In fact, even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Because, according to the true God oath, Hela was sure to help conceal her identity. As long as she didn't let herself slip and reveal it, she could always keep her disguise. Now, her concern was how much divine power this shadow dragon would provide her. A shadow dragon nearing demigod strength, the life force and energy contained within it was no small amount. Naturally, Eve would not let the opponent escape. She stretched out her hand once more, controlling the holy apparition behind her to grasp at the shadow dragon. The holy apparition once again enlarged, transforming into a massive energy hand hundreds of meters in size, lifting the shadow dragon as if it were a tiny chick. For a moment, the shadow dragon let out an angry yet terrified roar, but its mouth, having just detonated a forbidden curse, wounded and leaking air, only emitted a deep whimper. Its massive body struggled, but it couldn't break free from the grasp of the giant hand. Drow. Players. Watching this scene, they instead became numb. At this moment, it was clear to all that this shadow dragon was no match for the elf NPC who had performed divine possession. It seemed it was done for. In a strange and frustrating way. Absorb. Eve controlled her avatar and silently activated this ability in her mind. At the same time, she cast a holy light, enveloping the shadow dragon to obscure the phenomena manifested by her absorption ability. Everyone else in Black Rock City only saw the golden light enshroud the shadow dragon, after which it let out an agonized scream, and then its entire body shrank continuously, eventually vanishing into thin air as the holy light faded. Was it now vanquished? On the city walls, there was a moment of silence. And having consumed the shadow dragon using the power of the world tree, Eve turned her gaze to the shadow army, still prostrating, shivering under the dual influence of holy light and pressure. A total of 10,000. With just a glance, Eve clarified the exact count of shadow creatures. Previously, she didn't personally strike against these creatures, considering the depletion of divine power and to let players continuously provide her with power while also training them. But now, Eve had an improved divine power control mode, and with the entire shadow army summoned, it was easy to clean them up in one sweep without other worries. After all, they were merely a group of monsters without faith. Even if she cleared the field using true God's means, it wouldn't provoke antagonism from other powerful beings. No need to drag time, might as well eliminate them herself and gain a small profit. With this in mind, Eve focused her thoughts. The holy apparition behind her suddenly burst with blinding light, transforming into thousands of rays of holy light. These holy lights scattered out, enveloping all the shadow creatures. The entire underworld was as bright as day. Accompanied by sharp wails, the bodies of these shadow creatures began to smoke in the blazing light. Then, their bodies developed countless cracks, black mists roiling but instantly purified by the light. After struggling for a brief while, their bodies started to shatter, emanating fragments of light, eventually completely dissipating, turning into spectacular fireworks. In an instant, the entire deep rift cave was illuminated by blossoming fireworks, constantly flickering and disappearing, leaving everyone on the city wall speechless in awe. Of course, in places unseen, a subtle array had appeared beneath the holy light, devouring the shadow creatures' lingering life force and energy, even the shadow gemstone fragments left after their death. A moment later, the entire deep rift cave fell into absolute silence. Surrounding Black Rock City lay in ruins, but not a single shadow creature was in sight. The drows and players were dazed, as if not yet recovered from the recent astonishment. A moment later, outside the city walls, Demasha slapped his thigh, his voice full of regret. Damn it! It ended just like that. All those were experience points. I haven't had my fill of kills yet. The drows remained silent for a moment before bursting into cheers. Black Rock City, at last, was saved. The Dwarf Temple Master could barely contain her excitement as she looked up again, only to find that at some point, the divine favored named Ling had already disappeared. I thought I was close enough to the true God's grace and took pride in my ability to perform divine possession. Today, I learned what true divine possession is, and what borrowing the true God's power truly means. The temple master's expression was exhilarated. For her to achieve such a level, this divine favored herself must be a true saint. Perhaps one day, she might become a true demigod. With such a formidable presence backing them, and the mysterious true god's protection, it seems the elf clan is set to rise again. Gazing at the elves outside the city, seemingly searching for something on the battlefield, the dwarf temple master sighed. Eve did not immediately withdraw her avatar. She merely released the divine power borrowing state and descended to the ground. This was where the dark believers had inscribed the array to summon the shadow army, but now it had been eroded by shadows, leaving everything shrouded in deep, pervasive darkness, exuding a chilling, chaotic aura. If a weaker being were here, they might be infected both in body and soul, falling to become shadow creatures who knew only slaughter and devouring. The summoning array was damaged, but at its position, there still lingered a black spatial tear. That was the rift the shadow dragon had left after tearing through space. Faintly, cries of shadow creatures could still be heard from the other side. To think a spatial rift connecting to the land of darkness was left behind. Eve was a bit surprised. However, she did not once again borrow divine power to destroy this spatial rift, but left it intact. Since a rift remains, presumably more shadow creatures will emerge continuously in the future. Just right, I'll use this rift to design a permanent shadow creature instance for players in the underworld. Chapter 204. Early morning. The golden sun slowly rose from the east, its brilliant light gradually dispersing the thick fog within the elf forest. The lights of the chosen city had dimmed as day broke, revealing a scene full of vitality under the sun's rays. From time to time, gamers who had stayed up all night emerged from the forest in small groups, yawning as they searched for NPCs in the city just waking up to turn in their quests. Then, looking at the fatigue value in their status bar that had already maxed out, they reluctantly returned to their shared house in the town to catch some sleep. In Elf Kingdom, players were required to let their in-game characters sleep every so often, otherwise, their physical functions would greatly decline. Having the will but lacking the strength, this was probably the predicament of many hardcore gamers. However, more players had gradually adapted to the in-game schedule, needing only to log off for 2 hours to sleep and recover some stamina, treating it as just a short break. In the chosen city, in a 2-story villa in the southwest. Freshly online, Boxed Lunch crawled off his bed, habitually checked his personal status, then got up, put on his gear, and opened the door. This villa was Boxed Lunch's home in the game. However, this villa wasn't his alone but was shared among the 5 members of his combat squad. This pooling of home style wasn't uncommon in Elf Kingdom. Many independent combat squads, cash-strapped second test players, and even real-life friends crammed into such arrangements. When Boxed Lunch finished freshening up and arrived in the villa's main hall, the other players had already been waiting there for a while. They sat around the dining table, each doing their own thing. Some players were browsing videos on the game's built-in internet with vacant gazes, occasionally bursting into giggles aimed at thin air. Some were focused on researching strategies on the official site, intensely staring into space, and others were chatting. Did you hear? Brother Mew from Heart of Nature picked up an Earth Cave spider mount. What? So fast? How did he do that? He farmed affection. Through storytelling and sharing common knowledge with Spider Queen Rose, he painstakingly raised her affection from a -20 to a +40. Then, Spider Queen Rose gifted him a large Earth Cave spider as a mount with black iron upper strength. Holy crap! I'm so jealous. He's truly the server's top NPC charmer. But, won't the Earth Cave spider's strength be nerfed on the surface? Even nerfed, it's still a mount. It's weakened above ground but has buffs underground. And, large Earth Cave spiders can spit silk. That silk is really valuable. True, unfortunately for us, we still have an affection score of -100. Nothing we can do, let's hope for new mounts in the future. The two sounded pretty resigned. Their squad was eternally hated after bombing Spider Queen Rose. Even Rivendell was hesitant to explore deeply, fearing sneak attacks from Earth Cave spiders. Sigh. Listening to his teammates talk, Boxed Lunch sighed as well. It was his idea to use explosives back then, but he hadn't expected it to backfire. Even now, he still felt apologetic towards his squad members. However, while the other players were disappointed, they didn't blame the team leader. After all, it was a collective decision back then. Besides, Boxed Lunch's credibility was beyond reproach, being a reliable and responsible squad leader. Under his leadership, the squad's average combat power was the highest across the server. Seeing Boxed Lunch arrive, the other players quickly put down what they were doing and greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Captain." "Morning, Boxed Lunch." They were very enthusiastic. Boxed Lunch set aside his regrets and nodded at his teammates. "Morning." Then he took his seat. The players continued chatting, shifting the topic. "I wonder what's for breakfast today. I'm starving. Seems like it's almost time, any moment now, right? Ugh, I'm starting to feel bad about always getting free meals." Big thanks to Boxed Lunch for that. The group sat neatly at the dining table, waiting for breakfast. Soon after Boxed Lunch sat down, someone adeptly picked the villa door lock, and a cheerful voice suddenly rang out. "Hey! You're all up. You guys are up early today." Boxed Lunch's actions paused slightly, while the others continued with their activities, but their peripheral vision shifted, and their pointed ears perked up as if aflame with gossip. A tall figure bustled in from outside, dressed in a hunter's outfit, full of vigor. It was Nightingale Shadow. She glanced at the 5 people around the dining table, smirking lightly. "Are you all ready?" The players grinned awkwardly, familiar with her, greeting her. "Ahem. Good morning, Miss Nighthawk." "Morning, Miss Nighthawk." "Well, we couldn't refuse such a lovely offer from Miss Nighthawk." "Exactly, we're starving and waiting to be fed." Nightingale slightly raised her head with a grin. "Humph, I'm in a good mood today. I tried making a snack, something called bayazai or whatever it seems to be a specialty from your world. My siblings quite liked it, so you should too." With that, a flash of light appeared in her hands, revealing a wooden basket filled with steaming hot bayazai. The players' eyes gleamed instantly. "Whoa! Miss Nighthawk, your cooking skills are getting impressive. Ah! I'm really embarrassed to have you bring us breakfast every day." Nightingale's mouth twitched as she glanced at a somewhat surprised individual, cleared her throat, and handed out the bayazai. "All right, enough flattery, just taste it." The players hastily tucked in. Soon, their eyes sparkled. "Mmm. Delicious. Is this mushroom filling? Fantastic. Very authentic. Miss Nighthawk, why not just move in with us, bring your siblings along too?" Yet. Whoever ends up marrying Miss Nighthawk is a lucky guy." The players laughed and talked. Hearing this, Nightingale's ears turned slightly red before she turned away with a huff. "Dream on, I don't want my siblings learning bad habits from you." "Ahem. Go on eating, I'll get you some water." She threw down this remark, then dashed off in a near escape. "Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha." Laughter and banter filled the hall among the players. Then, all at once, they turned to the silent individual. "Hey, Boxed Lunch. Nightingale's interest is too obvious, don't you think? Yet. She's totally here for you. Man. The rescue in distress really had a big impact. I know, right? How many days has it been? Boxed Lunch. Just eat," he said with a dark expression. The others simply smirked. Before long, Nightingale returned with a jug of water, her expression back to normal. "Are you heading to the underworld again today?" she inquired curiously while pouring honey water for the players. "Yep. Going to farm the shadow creature instance." Thanks." Hu replied as he took the water. Ever since players completed the hidden main storyline Shadow Army and hidden plot Dark Dwarves a week ago, Deep Rift Cave had turned into a grindable instance. According to the storyline, although players successfully repelled the Shadow Army invasion, the Dark Forces had equally corrupted the underworld, forming a space rift leading straight to the land of darkness in the Deep Rift Cave. The material realm was already inherently attractive to shadow creatures and abyss creatures. What's more, this was a dark aspect underground world booming with magic. Therefore, even though Divine Favored Zero sealed off this space rift with the goddess's power, preventing high-level creatures from entering the main material realm, it didn't stop weaker shadow creatures from slipping through, posing a significant threat to Black Rock City's safety. Fortunately, following the goddess's guidance, Divine Favored Zero set up an array, with the help of the Dark Dwarves, to seal off the several kilometers spanning space centered around the rift. All shadow creatures were trapped there, unable to escape, and were sectioned into areas based on their level. Of course, the materials consumed by setting up the array were provided by the dwarves. Luckily for them, having ample mines meant they weren't short on magic stones. The dwarves were more than happy about it and expressed their sincere gratitude. After all, without the elves' intervention, the space rift would have brought endless trouble to Black Rock City. And the area filled with shadow creatures became the player's instance: clear the shadow creatures. As for the content of the instance, it was simple. Players needed to enter the seal and eliminate shadow creatures pouring out from the rift. Because these creatures ranged from Black Iron lower to Black Iron upper tier, they were perfect for players to farm experience. Additionally, fragments of shadow gems dropped by them made excellent dark attribute magic materials, which players could offer to the goddess in exchange for considerable contribution points, making it the top grinding choice for combat players. Since the advent of the shadow creature instance, it had become the hottest topic across the official Elf Kingdom discussions, with internal test players eager to level up and reach Black Iron middle rank. Those combat players who reached Black Iron middle rank through the hidden main storyline of Shadow Army also aimed to grind more contribution points, to trade for purple black gear and graduate early. In recent days, Boxed Lunch's combat squad had also been continuously grinding the clear the shadow creatures instance. Keen to know when he'd reach Boxed Lunch's level? Listening to Hu-Lu, Nightingale's brows furrowed slightly as she sipped her honey water. I really can't understand why you love fighting and slaughter so much. Because we want to level up faster and grow strong. The carefree one, the elf warrior acting as the team's taunt tank, replied matter-of-factly. Ah, I wonder when we can be as strong as Lord Ling. Divine Favored are truly amazing. I wonder if they'll ever open up Divine Favored as a class. Chopin, the squad's druid, remarked enviously. Divine Favored isn't a class, it's a blessing from Her Highness, the Mother Goddess. Listening to the players, Nightingale quirked her lips and added. All right then. I'd love to gain the goddess's blessing. I wonder when they'll open the priest class. I'd like to respect to a healer. Nightingale. Anyway, better level up quick, the First Legion is catching up. Hey! Boxed Lunch squad must stay strong. Really want to hit level 40 already. I'm uneasy without reaching max level. Though level 40 is just Black Iron upper peak, you know. Well, they'll probably open more tiers, eventually. The players chattered on. Strong, hey. Nightingale's expression turned complex. She surveyed the chosen ones around the table, witnessing the overflowing energy and passion in their eyes, and sighed inwardly. It's precisely this fighting spirit that'll help the elf clan rise again. Chapter 205. Eve's instance mission, created using the Space Rift, was operating even better than she had imagined. Due to concerns about the Shadow Army descending again, the Dark Dwarves not only helped her maintain the arrays for the instance mission but were also deeply grateful to the players who cleared out shadow creatures daily. Of course, if the Dark Dwarves found out that this Space Rift was deliberately created by Eve, and that she had even tampered with the array to ensure an ample supply of monsters in the sealed space, the expressions on the Dark Dwarves' faces would be quite different. However, Eve estimated that even if they knew the truth, as long as the space seal remained intact, the Dark Dwarves would not choose to eradicate the Space Rift completely. Because they were also gaining benefits from the players' monster hunting tasks. The shadow gem fragments dropped after killing shadow monsters were excellent magic materials for the Dark Dwarves, who generally had dark attributes. Discovering that the Dark Dwarves were also interested in the shadow gem fragments and were willing to pay high prices, selling the drops to them became a third avenue for the players to dispose of their loot. Thus, once the players had gotten used to farming monsters, the Space Rift actually became an alternative source of shadow gem fragments in Black Rock City. If not for the fact that the tainted lands in the sealed space affected their souls, the Dark Dwarves might have sent their own teams to hunt low-level shadow monsters. The instance mission ran smoothly, and with the help of the Dark Dwarves, the map of the Deep Rift Cave was completed by the players. Actually, the structure of this underground area was quite simple. The Deep Rift Cave was divided by an underground river, with a vast underground forest on the west populated by countless demon beasts and monsters. The east was the narrow region centered around Black Rock City where the Dark Dwarves gathered. It was said that in the southeast corner of the cave, there was a hidden underground lake leading to other areas of the underground world. And the Dark Dwarves originally migrated from there to escape the wars of the underground kingdom. Of course, Eve did not plan to let the players delve deeper into the underground world anymore. Having connected with the Dark Dwarves, created a new instance mission, and discovered an underground forest teeming with demon beasts and monsters that could continuously provide her with life force was enough for her. Additionally, another reason was that the players couldn't venture that far, and Eve lacked interest in expanding into the underground world. After devouring the shadow dragon with near demigod power and destroying the shadow army, Eve's state had undergone yet another change. Name, Eve Yggdrasil. Race, World Tree, Ancient God. Level, 150, Mythic. Status, Weak Divine Power. Divine Duties, Nature, Life, Elves. Title, Mother Nature, Goddess of Life, Ruler of Elves. Divine Power, 673/3000. Number of followers, 552, 1 saint, 4 fanatics, 144 devout believers, 403 shallow believers. Abilities, Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enchant, Heal, Summon, Divine Descent, Divine Domain. Apart from consumption, devouring the Shadow Dragon increased Eve's divine power by nearly 60 points at once, and the Shadow Army added more than 50 points. Combined with the life force provided by the player's monster hunting, the faith provided by her believers, and the void energy she slowly absorbed, Eve's divine power surged directly to 673 points. Of course, the most delightful change for Eve was the increase in the number of her followers. After old priest Samir left Felenqui with a group of devout flame tribe elves to search for other scattered elves, Eve had been wondering whether they would bring her a pleasant surprise. And after so long, she finally received a response. Following their memories and the unique markers of the elf clan, Samir and others scattered around had found several reclusive elves near the elf forest and the dark mountain range. Although they didn't find an organized tribe like the flame tribe, the scattered groups added up to over 100 elves. And after Samir and the others demonstrated divine miracles, most elves were persuaded to return. It's just that most of these elves were still on their way back, and it would take time for them to return to Felenqui. After clearing out the rock cave tribe at the southeastern exit of the elf forest, Eve was no longer worried about these elves facing the same crisis as the flame tribe. Of course, the dark dwarves also played a significant role in helping the elves. This time, the elf clan essentially saved the entire Black Rock City. Although the underground world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak and backstabbing allies was common, the dark dwarves, who believed in the death god, were far better than those who worshipped darkness. With death god Hela's tacit approval, they accepted the elf clan's commission and started helping the elves redeem those who had been sold as slaves in the underground world. As for Eve's identity, after praying to the true god, the dwarf temple master also received a clear reply. She is a newly emerged true god, the heir of Yggdrasil, protector of the elf clan, the god of nature and life. Eve. Everything was correct. The only error was that she inherited not the divine duties but the world tree itself. So, with Hela's divine oracle, Eve's identity was now solidified. A new deity inheriting the divine duties of nature and life. Truth mixed with falsehood, falsehood mixed with truth. But how long this identity could last was uncertain. As time went on, the areas explored by the players also reached their limits 300 kilometers in radius. Centered on the world tree, a 300-kilometer radius had been thoroughly explored by the 1,200 first test players. For this reason, the official forum of Elf Kingdom updated the latest game map, even including the distribution of various plants and demon beasts activity points. Of course, it was just a cursory exploration. A 300-kilometer radius was no small area. Apart from the 30 kilometers of safe zone, the northern region of the elf forest actually had many demon beasts that were difficult for players to confront, and supposedly, there were even higher ranked beings further out. Currently, the player's worldview on their map was like this. At the center of the map was the world tree, with the main city, Chosen City, beneath it. 30 kilometers to the northeast of the world tree was the former holy city, now the elven gathering place Felenqui. Felenqui marked the boundary, with a safe zone within 30 kilometers where Eve maintained absolute control, and there were almost no demon beasts here, making it a paradise for life skills players. Beyond 30 kilometers, demon beasts still roamed, and their strength gradually increased the further one went. Notably, to the north, the vast forests of the northern region belonged to the elf forest, and around 100 kilometers northward, silver-ranked demon beasts began to appear. Without hitching a ride with divine favored El, players would avoid confronting those big creatures. Conversely, south of the world tree, the strength of demon beasts was generally lower, mostly at black iron rank or even apprentice rank, and the land in this area was relatively barren. Going southeast of the world tree for 270 kilometers led to the southeastern exit of the elf forest, where the former rock cave tribe, now Black Dragon Castle, protected the southeastern passage between the elf forest and the outside world. Approximately 250 kilometers directly south of the World Tree was the Dark Mountain Range. The demon beasts near the Dark Mountain Range were generally formidable, with some reaching silver levels, especially near the Dark Canyon where it bordered the Elf Forest, and Rivendell was located within the canyon, where Spider Queen Rose was stationed. About 3 kilometers further south from Rivendell was the Deep Rift Cave of the Underground World. This was all the currently unlocked maps in Elf Kingdom. For the 1,200 players, a 300-kilometer area was already quite vast. With the instance in the Underground World and more players starting to try lifestyle gameplay, Eve began to feel short-handed. 1,200 people were ultimately too few, and it was time to recruit new helpers. However, considering maintaining order, Eve did not plan to launch a public test directly but continued to recruit third-phase beta players through a sign-up and selection process. Only this time, with her abundant divine power and preparation for future faith wars, she prepared to increase the recruitment by several times. 9,000 beta players for the third beta. Although she claimed to draw lucky ones from the registered users, Eve was actually selecting based on information, but she would lower the selection standards, not as stringent as the first and second tests. Moreover, this time Eve would further optimize the game by addressing some loopholes and risky game mechanics, like the perfect resurrection limit. With player levels rising, the perfect resurrection limit began to show some drawbacks, and Eve planned to make revisions during this opportunity. With a detailed beta plan in hand, Eve logged onto the Blue Star Network once more and posted the third beta's news on the official website. The Tianqiao gaming community was abuzz once again with excitement at the news. Chapter 206. Elf Kingdom was scheduled for its third beta test on July 25, recruiting a total of 9,000 players. Eve didn't leave much time for beta test sign-ups. In fact, when she announced the third test, it was already July 20 on Blue Star. 5 days until the third test was quite a surprising announcement for the netizens on Blue Star. However, as a large-scale virtual merpage with cutting-edge technology like accelerated cognition, as well as freedom and realism recognized by many netizens, Elf Kingdom had long attracted a massive fan base. Once this news quietly appeared on the official website, it immediately caught the attention of netizens who had been keeping an eye on it daily for beta test notifications. In an instant, major game forums and news sites picked up this news. Numerous well-known game streamers, video producers, and influencers quickly shared it, expressing their anticipation for the third beta test of Elf Kingdom. All of a sudden, Elf Kingdom once again made headlines on major websites, drawing the attention of netizens. Its level of discussion was even starting to surpass that of the initial days of the first beta test. This virtual reality game, whose online popularity had slightly dipped after a month of calm, swiftly returned to the peak of its popularity. 9,000 people. That was no small number. Compared to the 300 people selected from tens of thousands for the first test, and the 900 people chosen from thousands for the second test, the chances of being selected this time were significantly higher with 9,000 slots available. For a while, many netizens flooded the official website of Elf Kingdom, registering for the third beta test in hopes of being among the 9,000 lucky ones. In just a day, the number of sign-ups for the third beta test of Elf Kingdom exceeded 300,000. And by the second day, the number of sign-ups surged further, directly surpassing 2 million. Yet, the number of sign-ups showed no sign of stopping, still rapidly increasing. The number of comments below the official announcement also skyrocketed as if on a rocket. Ha ha ha. Look at what I came across. The damned game finally released the third beta test. Waking up early every day to check the forums wasn't in vain. Wow. The third test finally began. I was dying from waiting. I could only watch beta players' videos every day, I was so jealous. Though I haven't entered the game, I've already fallen into the pit by watching videos. I've signed up immediately, hoping the Luck King could possess me. Caught off guard. I missed the sign-up time when the second test info came out. I can't miss it this time. 9,000 people. That's quite a lot. Feels like there's a chance. Praying to the goddess in the front row, hoping to get a beta slot. It wasn't just the netizens who were thrilled. Upon learning about the third beta test, the beta players also got excited. Haha, finally some new people are falling into the pit. 9,000 people in one go. That's great. Awesome, it felt like manpower was a bit lacking after the map expanded. This beta news is so timely. Hehe, there'll be labor to help us do the dirty work. When the third test opens, the player count will be over 10,000, right? Legion battles won't be just a dream. Just thinking about it excites me. July 25, hey? 5 more days, can't wait. Eve was astonished by the popularity of Elf Kingdom in the Blue Star Dynasty. She knew the game she tinkered with had already achieved both popularity and reputation in Tianqiao. After all, its solid core strength was there, unmatched by other games. Furthermore, on various video platforms, there were daily uploads from beta players, garnering high click rates. Yet, even though she understood Elf Kingdom was already popular, she didn't expect it to be this popular. However, the game's massive success was a good thing for Eve. This time, she continued to screen applicants according to the information filled out during sign-ups, primarily choosing those with long-term online gaming records. As Eve was joyfully relying on the system to sift through and select quality chives on a large scale, she suddenly heard a murmuring prayer. Feeling a stirring in her heart, she immediately diverted her attention from the internet and focused on the Divine Country space. Above the sky of the Divine Country, a bright star of faith twinkled non-stop, and Eve heard a clear, rough prayer. True God, Meryl has returned. Meryl traded for so many treasures. Cows. Sheep. Chickens. Meryl bought them all back. It was the little black dragon. The prayer was filled with barely contained excitement. Meryl? Did that guy really buy them back? Eve felt a stirring in her heart, genuinely surprised. More than 10 days ago, Black Dragon Meryl volunteered to go to the human world to buy some livestock breed stock, and Eve casually agreed. However, Eve didn't hold much hope. After all, it was a black dragon. With its terrifying appearance and the notorious reputation of black dragons, it would likely be targeted as an evil big boss and get surrounded and attacked once it reached the human world. As for making deals, Eve didn't really think it was feasible. But now it seemed like this guy had indeed made some gains. Thinking of this, Eve immediately projected her consciousness and saw through Black Dragon Meryl's vision. At this moment, the little black dragon was circling and dancing in the air, occasionally letting out jubilant screeches of Ruidot. It had already arrived near the boundary between the Elf Forest and the Dark Mountain Range but hadn't progressed further into the Black Dragon Castle's region and was merely circling in the sky. Below it was a long convoy. The convoy was composed of livestock, including cows and sheep, numbering no less than 300 in total. Eve even noticed several ox carts loaded with wooden cages among the convoy, filled with poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese. Did it really buy them back? And such a large quantity? Eve was incredibly shocked. She knew how much general currency Meryl had acquired from the players. It was basically just the loot from the Soren caravan mercenaries, totaling less than 1,000 silver coins. But, was the purchasing power of the general currency really that high? The chickens, ducks, and geese didn't matter. But hundreds of cows and sheep. However, soon, Eve noticed something amiss. The entire convoy, apart from the livestock and poultry, was accompanied by over a dozen humans assisting in driving the carts and herding the cows and sheep. They wore shabby clothes, many patched, except for one leading person whose attire looked slightly tidier. The others appeared rather wretched. These humans had dark circles around their eyes, pale faces, and their expressions were filled with confusion and fear. Eve. It felt like Meryl might have plundered them? Chapter 207. Meryl proudly circled in the air before landing on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise and sending the livestock and poultry into a frenzy. The cows and sheep quivered under the subtle dragon might, not daring to move an inch, with their legs clamped together and a foul puddle forming beneath them. The chickens, ducks, and geese crammed into the cages clucked, quacked, and honked incessantly, their wings trembling and feathers scattered all over the ground, creating quite a mess. Even the humans herding the cattle and sheep began to panic, some squatting down with their heads in their hands while others hid behind the animals, seemingly terrified of Meryl. Seeing the humans in such a state, Meryl attempted a smile he thought was friendly, but it came off as rather frightening, as he said. "What are you afraid of? The great Meryl won't eat you." The only well-dressed human shakily asked. "Blah Black Dragon Lord, where do you need us to deliver your goods?" Game over. Upon hearing the human's title, Eve silently lit a candle in her heart for him. As expected, the little black dragon's face immediately dropped, and he turned to the human leader, snarling. "Idiot! How many times do I have to tell you? Meryl is the great silver dragon. Call me Black Dragon again, and Meryl will eat you." The little black dragon bared his teeth, his dragon might soaring, his smelly breath and sticky dragon saliva spraying all over the poor human leader, who was so scared that he wet himself and then burst into tears, crying and pleading. Yes. Yes. Great Silver Dragon Lord. Silver Dragon Meryl Lord. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have called you by the wrong name. I'm old and tough, my meat isn't good at all, please spare my life, Lord Meryl. Humph, that's more like it. Meryl lifted his proud dragon head, looking very pleased with himself. Don't worry, Meryl is a just silver dragon and a fair merchant. As long as you help me deliver the goods safely to my clansmen, I will let you leave. Besides, hasn't Meryl already paid each of you a silver coin as a running fee? This is an employment. A transaction. Meryl is quite merciful and fair. Little Black Dragon declared proudly. Eve. 1 silver coin as a running fee? If she remembered correctly, even in the dwarves' Black Rock City, a large mug of mead would cost a silver coin. From the nearest human village to the Black Dragon Castle, even though the way was smooth, it would at least be a few hundred kilometers, right? Even eating dry rations along the way would consume more than a silver coin, wouldn't it? What a touching and righteous Black Dragon indeed! Thinking of this, Eve let her voice echo in Meryl's mind. Meryl, where did you purchase the livestock, and how much did it cost in total? Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Remir's eyes lit up. He nodded in a certain direction and then shook his head, responding in Draconic. Rua. Under the true God's grace, this is a transaction Meryl made with a border earl of the human world. Those humans are very generous and warm-hearted. Meryl, with his exceptional bargaining skills, closed the deal for less than 1,000 silver coins. Moreover, Meryl hired the border earl's retainer for a commission of 20 silver coins, these cowards, to assist him in transporting the goods. Eve. There was no need to ask about the details, she could probably guess how the bargaining went. However, she didn't really care either. Whether it was a transaction or forced selling, since Meryl had brought the goods back, it was now hers. Rua. Under the true God's grace, please send some clansmen to receive the goods. Although Meryl is a righteous dragon, I do not wish for these humans to see my magnificent castle lest they attract despicable and shameless human thieves. Meryl added. This left Eve momentarily taken aback, then she realized. No wonder Meryl contacted her through prayer before even reaching home, wanting to keep it under wraps. After all, it was common knowledge in the Segis world that dragons collect treasures and hide them in their nests. Once news of a dragon's nest spread, countless human adventurers would rush in, dreaming of becoming dragon slayers and getting rich off the dragon's treasure. Even though Meryl was not particularly afraid of dragon-slaying heroes with a great protector, it would still be annoying to have a bunch of overconfident adventurers disturbing his leisurely dragon life if his lair was discovered by humans. The little black dragon may not have been the brightest, but he wasn't stupid either. Thinking of this, Eve contacted the natural saintess Alice, instructing her to send players for assistance. Black Dragon Castle was equipped with a direct teleportation array to the chosen city, and Meryl was about a dozen kilometers from his castle. Thus, after waiting a few hours, Meryl saw dozens of fully armed elves arriving. These players had accepted the mission. These players always bounded along, some swinging large swords and performing air skills, like a band of ruffians. However, upon noticing the humans near Meryl, they immediately composed themselves, forming ranks and taking on a more serious demeanor. But when they saw the long line of livestock, their eyes lit up. Wow! So many livestock! Amazing! Meryl actually bought them. So many! Didn't he just raid a village? Ha ha ha, now the animal husbandry mission can be easily completed. Nice one, Lord Meryl! Hearing the players' praises, Meryl lifted his dragon head proudly. Humph! Whenever Lord Meryl makes a move, everything is naturally effortless. Among the dozens of players who came over, many had hung around with Meryl previously. They frequently took on tasks released by the little black dragon to serve him, forging connections over barbecued skewers and scale armor brushing, almost treating them as their own. Therefore, conversing with them felt incredibly familiar to Black Dragon Meryl. As for the 24 humans, they instinctively widened their eyes at the sight of the incoming players. Elves. So many. In that instant, they thought they were mistaken. Yet, those tall figures, pointed ears, and their appearance, so beautiful that they seemed just like the most exquisite and elegant nobles of the empire, all pointed to one unmistakable fact. They were indeed elves. They had stumbled upon mythical elves in the wild. Live ones. Instantly, everyone's eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Elves. They were elves. The most beautiful and noble race in the Segis world. For a moment, their curiosity even outweighed their fear of the black dragon. This was especially true for the impeccably dressed human leader, who had been so terrified by Merrill that he lost control. He was a steward of the Border Earl of the Holy Mania Empire, a second-level manager in the Border Castle. At this moment, seeing this group of players, his breath quickened. Elves. Could there actually be so many elves near the elf forest? And they're so young too. As a steward, he was also responsible for managing the servants and slaves in the castle, so he was naturally quite familiar with the slave market. In the black markets of the Holy Mania Empire, even a male elf could sell for more than 5,000 gold coins. As for females, well, that would be several times more. Each one was contested fiercely by nobles. So, upon seeing the elves, his professional instinct nearly kicked in, and he subconsciously started calculating how much these elves would be worth on the black market. Of course, he was merely thinking it through. Even a fool could see that this black dragon and these elves had a significant relationship. The shock brought on by this discovery even eclipsed the amazement of seeing dozens of elves gathered together. By the Eternal Lord! When did the noble and kind elves become entangled with the vile and cruel black dragon? And there were so many of them. Hold on, with such well-equipped elves, were they the clansmen mentioned by the black dragon? A black dragon had actually enlisted a group of elves as subordinates. How did it manage to do that? Thinking of this, the steward's eyes widened in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. And the discussions among the players shattered his perception. Ha ha ha! Cows and sheep, now we have steak and lamb skewers. We've grown tired of eating demon beast meat every day. Eat, eat. All you think about is eating. These are breeding stock, we're supposed to nurture them. Just joking. But, raising sheep and cattle takes a long time, right? Take our time figuring it out. Anyway, we don't lack magical plants. Chickens and ducks grow faster, they should quickly become a flock, but, when the third test people come, I feel like it won't be enough to eat again. Better than nothing. Having meat is already good. The steward. Eating meat. The steward's eyes widened. What did these elves say? They wanted to eat meat. The livestock wasn't food planned for the black dragon, but for the elves. By the Eternal Lord! The elves, who were always vegetarians, actually said they wanted to eat meat. Was he going mad? But the players soon turned their attention to the humans again. By the way, Merrill, why did you even capture humans? Ugh, after getting used to elf models, these humans look so ugly. Hearing the players' words, Merrill glanced at them as if they were fools, saying, "These are the humans I hired for herding the livestock. Did you think a noble dragon like me should drive livestock?" The players chuckled sheepishly at his response. But when they looked at the steward and others again, the strange scrutiny made them feel the shivers running down their spines. They seem surprised, as if they've recognized us as elves. Should we silence them? Right, humans seem to be enemies of the elves. Silence them? Elves considering silencing them? The unfortunate old steward felt his heart condition acting up. However, Merrill's words instantly brought him from hell to heaven. Rua! What nonsense are you spouting? These are the humans I've hired. If you want to earn experience, go to the underworld. Merrill stands for justice and will never slaughter innocent lives. After speaking, the black dragon glanced once more at the dozen or so trembling humans, showing his teeth and growling. All right, your task is done. Lord Merrill is satisfied, you can leave. Be gone. Be gone. Upon hearing the black dragon, the dozen humans breathed a collective sigh of relief, then quickly turned to flee, fearing that the next moment the savage black dragon and those bizarre elves would turn on them. And when they had fled far enough and confirmed that they could no longer see the black dragon or the elves, the old steward clutched his chest and murmured. Damn! I must have seen a ghost today. Today's discoveries must be reported to the Earl. Chapter 208. Black Dragon returns in triumph. When Merrill and dozens of players returned to Black Dragon Castle with over 200 cows and sheep, along with a few carts of chickens, ducks, and geese, many informed players came to watch. Rua! How was it? How did Merrill do with this trade? Looking at the attracted chosen ones, little Black Dragon felt very proud. The trade was really successful? And they bought so much at once. Is the purchasing power of silver coins really that strong? Impressive, impressive. Things are different when a dragon steps in. The players were quite excited. However, soon enough, everyone focused their attention on the settlement of the livestock. Lord Merrill. My backyard is quite large, how about you let me raise a cow? I've herded sheep before. I can take care of these sheep. Lord Merrill, I see some chickens in this cage looking drowsy, as if they're having a heat stroke, maybe. Scram. Merrill guarded the livestock she bought, baring her teeth at the players who spoke up. These are what Merrill bought, so everything must listen to Merrill. Don't think I don't know what you cunning guys are up to. Players. In the end, the players didn't manage to coax even a single sheep or chicken from Little Black Dragon. Under Eve's oracle, Black Dragon Merrill arranged the livestock near Black Dragon Castle. This was a small border area between the Dark Mountain Range and the Elf Forest, relatively hidden. Under Black Dragon's orders, the players cleared the trees and set up a breeding area. However, breeding was different from planting. In the Sedge's world, the elves could accelerate plant growth through magic, but the breeding of livestock and poultry was a different story. To be self-sufficient, it would definitely take time. For quite some time, if the players wanted to eat meat, they probably had to rely on demon beasts. Fortunately, some of the demon beasts in the underworld, although not particularly tasty, were abundant and easy to catch, barely satisfying the needs of some meat lovers. Moreover, although the demon beasts in the safe zone were nearly wiped out, the number of demon beasts in the northern part of the elf forest remained large. As the magic power in the core area of the elf forest increased, more and more demon beasts began to migrate here, making the forest area explored by players increasingly lively. In short, the completion of the livestock breeding task also marked the completion of the last side quest in the Force Development Mission. What was left were the repetitive daily tasks in the Force Development Mission, such as resource collection, main city construction, and breeding of livestock and poultry. Lifestyle players became more and more immersed in farming, upgrading by grinding task experience and contributions. The construction team of the Insane Meng Meng Committee became addicted to building, and after completing the basic construction of Chosen City, they began to delicately carve the entire city, making this dream city full of blue star flavor increasingly beautiful and magnificent. Even Felenqui gradually recovered its former grandeur with the assistance of the players. Meanwhile, combat players concentrated on the underworld, clearing shadow monster instances or hunting demon beasts and monsters in the underground forest. Of course, there were still players continuing to venture north, searching for new demon beasts in the elf forest. As the demon beasts migrated, quite a few new species of demon beasts indeed entered the activity range of the players. Some even claimed to have seen creatures resembling unicorns. This matter caused a sensation among the players, but when they all rushed to find them, they were disappointed to find nothing. In summary, with the opening of the underworld map, the general gameplay direction of Elf Kingdom became clearer. Of course, players were still exploring the details. For example, lifestyle players were exploring cooking, brewing, and even the making of magic potions, while combat players continued to explore deep into Rivendell or the underground forest, challenging powerful demon beasts, etc. The forces under Eve entered a relatively stable development period. Trade with the dwarves of the underworld also made the entire elf forest increasingly prosperous, and even the elves of the Flame tribe noticeably felt the sudden improvement in living standards. Although there wasn't a main storyline for the time being, the whole elf forest had become increasingly busy, with many tasks needing people to do. Eve understood that this actually meant the expansion of elf forest was really reaching a bottleneck. The constraint wasn't anything else, but manpower. However, the third closed beta's time was drawing nearer, and the new crops that Eve and the beta players expected were about to arrive. To the south of the elf forest, beyond the narrow dark canyon, through the stretch of the dark mountain range, what unfolded before one's eyes was an endless desert. This was the Death Desert, the largest desert in the entire Sedge's world. It was said that in antiquity this desert used to be a dense rainforest, and during the Titan era, it was where the Titan Giants' court was located. Unfortunately, the war between dragons and titans destroyed everything. The once long-standing Titan civilization vanished, the Titan court turned to ruins, and the rainforest became a desert. Only scattered oases barely maintained the desert's vitality. And now, the Death Desert was dominated by the half-beast, a sentient species migrating from the north thousands of years ago during the peak of the Silver Civilization, with the aid of the elves. The half-beast were once a branch of the northern beastmen, descendants of the beastmen's raiding after having captured humans and turning them into slaves. Unfortunately, the half-orcs seemed to inherit all the shortcomings of both beastmen and humans. They had the ugliness and stupidity of beastmen, but also the greed and weakness of humans. Yes, weak. Compared to true beastmen, the half-beast's physique was considered weak. And as a result, the half-beast were doubly discriminated against by both humans and beastmen. Until more than 2,000 years ago, a great hero was born among the half-beast tribes, Uller. Uller was not a half-beast. In actuality, she was an awakened tribal totem among the half-beast tribes. Or rather, a fake god. Through her efforts, the half-beast who had migrated to the Death Desert spent 100 years unifying their kingdom and established the half-beast royal court in the core oasis of Death Desert, Wakachina. The half-beast, strengthened, finally established a foothold in the Segis world, becoming a considerable force. And Uller, by condensing the faith of the half-beast into the hunting divine power, successfully became a god, and was known as the hunting god Uller. Subsequently, she also led the half-beast to rejoin the beastmen's forces, becoming a subordinate force of the Beastmen Alliance, and was granted the new godly power Winter by the chief god of the beastmen, the god of destruction and war, Lord, thus becoming the winter and hunting god. Similarly, Uller also became a deity under the war god system of one of the three major divine systems of the heavenly realm. During the millennium-old War of the Gods, Uller joined the Heavenly Alliance army, fiercely defeating the elf clan, and allowed the half-beast to gain nominal rule over the southern areas of the Dark Mountain Range and the Elf Forest after the war. For centuries, the half-beast had been striving to clear these areas of any remaining elf forces. Until today. This is the history of the half-beast. Wakachina, the half-beast royal court. The 73rd monarch of the half-beast, Lionheart King Imsh, sat on his throne, looking silently at the few trembling half-orc warriors tied up below him. After a moment, he took the Lionheart sword offered by his subordinate and pointed it at the kneeling half-orc warriors in front of him. His rough voice was emotionless. So, you're saying that you were defeated by a group of elves? The entire rock cave tribe was wiped out. Yet. Yes. King, those elves won't die. The half-orc warrior stammered, apparently still harboring endless fear over the scene he had witnessed. After hearing him, the Lionheart King let out a sneer. Won't die? Are you still trying to find an excuse for your weakness? Immortal, could they be the undead? No, the undead will also be purified, even the followers of the death god are not immortal, you foolish creatures. No, it's not like that, I really saw them come back to life after dying. The half-orc warrior insisted. And it seemed like there was a powerful fake god behind them. Even the summoned totem guardian, Lord Walker, seemed to have fallen. The half-orc warrior's voice grew quieter. Totem Guardian Walker? Upon hearing this name, Lionheart King Imsh's pupils subtly contracted. The most up-to-date noves are published on Fruitnoelo. Demigod Walker was a divine envoy highly regarded by Father God, and had long been responsible for hunting down the remaining strong individuals of the elf clan for centuries. As the half-beast's outpost in the elf forest, the rock cave tribe had naturally summoned this great demigod more than once over the centuries. And although a demigod was not a true god, they too had embarked on the path to godhood, reaching the pinnacle of life levels in the Segis world. Slandering the fall of a demigod, especially when this demigod was a divine envoy of the true god, would bring severe punishment to any believer. But seeing the nearly collapsed expression of the half-orc warrior, Lionheart King Imsh felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. He suddenly had this absurd feeling. He suddenly thought, what the other party said might really be true. Just then, a female half-beast wearing an extravagant priest robe entered the large tent of the royal court. Her head was adorned with a bone crown, her face painted with oils, her expression very solemn. Upon seeing her, Lionheart King Imsh immediately set down the long sword in his hand and directly rose from his throne to pay her a respectful bow. Chief priest, what brings you here? The female half-beast priest looked at the tied-up half-orc warriors and then glanced at the submissive Lionheart King Imsh. She sighed, then said solemnly. Father God has issued an oracle. In the elf forest, a newborn true god has appeared, gathering elves from the continent. 2 months ago, they obliterated the rock cave tribe, even Lord Walker fell at their hand. A newborn true god? The fall of a demigod. Lionheart King Imsh's expression was stunned. He took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming serious. And then, the chief priest looked at him, her expression gradually becoming fervent. Father God is extremely enraged and intends to launch a religious war to destroy the newborn true God in the elf forest. Inside the large tent, there was a deathly silence. Only the howling wind outside could be heard, the clouds rolling in from the horizon obscured the sunlight, making the tent alternately dim and bright. The rainy season had arrived. The Death Desert was about to experience a change. End of Volume 2.